box of dreams, you're gonna hear the call. Boba, boba, bloody bowl.
And welcome to the Box of Dreams, where we're bringing you India versus Australia, game number 5 in the Cricket World Cup 2023, coming to you from Chennai. In the Box of Dreams with me, I have an India Dutta and Messi Jez. And
Hello, Stefan.
hello.
Welcome.
And we're looking forward to what should be a very good game of cricket and what should hopefully be a sold-out stadium.
Well, they were selling tickets until half an hour ago, so.
Yeah, for the locals to walk up and just walk in to anything empty, hopefully. But yes, the one thing you can say about the cricket so far this series has been, I've been surprised, especially last night. I'm a Sri Lankan supporter, and our bowling was atrocious, and I never expected us to get to 329 or 326. But we should talk about the two sides squaring up today. So the Australian 11, Australia won the toss. They're batting first. So starting off with Warner, then Marsh, Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne, Glenn Maxwell, Alex Carey, Cameron Green, Pat Cummins, Mitch Starc, and that's about where I'd say the batting talent stops. And then you've got Zampa and Hazelwood. While India will be fielding first, Rohit Sharma, Kishan, Kohli, Iyer, Rahul, Pandya, Jadeja, Ashwin, Bumrah, Yadav, and Siraj. So there's quite a difference in the makeup of the two attacks today.
There is indeed. My judgment is that the loss of Shubman Gill as a result of having dengue fever changes this game very considerably, though, because at the end of the day, he is the form player in ODI cricket as far as batting's concerned, and it gives Australia a slightly better chance. My view is that Australia's batting depth is going to be exposed, or lack of batting depth, to be honest. But I'd be interested to know what Anindo thinks.
I mean, there's no doubt about the fact that, sorry for my voice, not too well today. No, I don't think there's any doubt about the fact that India's going to miss Shubman Gill. He is probably the number one ODI batsman in the world today on current form. And his absence will be felt. However, I think the fact that they're bringing in Ishan Kishan to open, you have a left and right hand combination, and Ishan's actually played extremely well in all the chances that he's been given over the last few months. He clearly does not fear what he's been asked to do. And the rest of the squad, I think, is pretty much what you'd exactly expect it to be. And you were talking about, Messi, the fact that Australia's tail starts early. India's tail, in that case, starts midway through the batting lineup.
Well, speaking as an Australian, I can attest to the damage that Jadeja and Ashwin can do between them. So I'm not sure I regard them as tail.
Yeah, but Jadeja's not been in great batting form in recent times.
True.
And Ashwin's just come back into the team after a 2-year layoff from ODI cricket. But this is his home ground. It's tailor-made conditions for him. I think Ashwin will want to make sure that he's standing up and he's really making a statement here. I hope so, at least.
Now, I didn't get a chance to see the pitch report. Are we expecting a flat track today or bit of spin?
I heard Rohit Sharma at the toss, and he mentioned that they expect the pitch to be slower.
Yeah.
So I don't think you're going to see. Yesterday I was on Twitter contesting stuff that Bharat Sundaresan and others were saying after South Africa's innings that's the kind of totals you're going to see in this World Cup. But I think that's crazy. You're not going to see those kinds of totals in the World Cup. That's not the kind of pitches that you're going to get every day, and you're not going to get South Africa in that form every single day.
And you're not going to get Sri Lanka having no idea how to bowl.
This is very true.
Second time.
Well, India has had instances where they've bowled like Sri Lanka did yesterday, so I won't put it past them. But yes, I think to expect from yesterday that you're going to get pitches like that and you're going to get 400 plus, 10 scores of 400 plus, I think that's a bit much.
Yeah. I will say this now on air. If Sri Lanka do make it to any of the finals, I will commentate in full traditional four-ball wear.
I don't think you're in too much danger myself.
Oh, I look amazing in it, so I need an excuse. I've got it. I need an excuse to wear it. So
And that formal wear just to check Supun is not the Emperor's new clothes.
no.
Now that would be quite a commitment.
I don't think anyone at Gorilla Cricket wants to see that,
I think that's a very true statement.
and I'm pretty sure YouTube will get us knocked off the air.
So what's your prediction?
Low scoring, close game. It will come down to the last over, which will be annoying for me because I have to sleep at some point. But I think it will come down to the last over with maybe 4 runs in it.
Wow.
That's precise. I don't think either of us are going to beat that message.
I mean, maybe it's my English DNA coming out, but I actually think Australia will lose this quite easily. I just don't think they will hold up in the heat. They've got strong batting credentials at the top of the order, but as they fall away, and it's going to be very, very hot and humid, I think that they're going to fall by the wayside, and India will be better equipped to deal with it.
Well, you do know that from a statistical standpoint, Australia's never lost an opening game in a World Cup.
Is that correct?
Yes, I think other than '99 when for some reason.
Yeah. The only Australia game in a World Cup I care about is 1996. Anyway, play is about to start. Jasprit Bumrah will be the opening bowler. 29, right arm fast. You can join in on the conversation with us on Twitter. At Gorilla Cricket or at White Line Wire. We'll see either of those comments. And we've only got 1 stream today instead of 2, so we won't have the same confusion as there was yesterday.
We should be going out on TuneIn as well as through the website and on our Gorilla Cricket 2 YouTube channel if people are looking for us there.
And feel free to tweet in whenever you want with whatever you want, and if you've got suggestions on how to fix up how to stop my voice from disappearing, please send those in as well. I've got a lot of cricket to talk about over the next few hours as play is about to start, and Bumrah comes in. That's pitched in, and there's a swing at it by Warner, and it's just gone behind. No edge in it whatsoever, but a stupid delivery by a stupid man.
Whoa. So what you really think?
He's done it too many times. It's the first ball. Just play it safe. It's not a T20. You don't need to hit a 6 off the first delivery. You don't get anything extra.
But he was genuinely trying to play it to the slips.
As Bumrah comes in, and that's better from Warner. He gets bat to it and defends it down, and there's a quick cheeky single. There's an attempted throw at the stumps, which doesn't sort of get anywhere. And that gets first run off the mark for Australia, 1 for 0.
Warner will always be Warner.
Yeah,
and a lot of the time it comes off, I think.
Exactly. I mean, outside the off stump, he is going to swing his bat. The first one was a bit like he was trying to play it third slip, but that's Warner. If he survives, he's going to be devastating.
And Marsh to face his first ball. That's pitched about a 6 stump line and well left by Marsh. Goes back to the keeper for no run.
It's worth noting that Warner's last 4 ODI innings against India, 3 against India, the 1 against Pakistan, are 52, 53, 56 and 48.
Excellent.
You'd be annoyed with that 48. Like, it ruins the...
All those matches against India, I guess, were in the recent series.
Yes.
In India.
Had Bumrah in again to Marsh. And that's coming in, but defended well. And just played off for no run. So, I haven't seen the pace Bumrah's hit yet.
He's bowling at about 143.
143. So still up there. Still dangerous.
Yep. And he's moving both, so.
So my weather cave tells me that the temperature is currently 33 degrees. Humidity is 68%, which is pretty high.
And Boomerang comes in, and a similar line, just defended by Marsh out the gully, no run.
But 33 is a bit deceptive if you know Chennai, because temperature might be 33, but out there it is going to be much warmer because of the sun. But 68 is not bad, honestly. I mean, I think it was a bit higher when you and I were discussing this a little while
Yes, it
ago.
was. It was in the 70s at that stage.
Yeah. I think it's about another hour or so, and you're going to see it drop off a little more.
And final ball of the over, Boomerang in, and that's a really good line, 4-stump line, and just defended, no run. So end of the first over, Australia 1 for 0.
So I'm pleased to say that Jay Grover's joined us on Twitter. I put something that isn't all monochrome for you on today, Jay, just to give you some excitement. He says, morning, evening all, another World Cup starts.
This is true.
Messers is an old ambassador of a grunge band, and Anindo is always getting shirty. Mint. He also says, I'm not a gambling man by logic or instinct, but I'm guessing Australia has discussed Midar, who's on a train to Bruges, because he fancies Colin Farrell. That's a weird reason to go to Bruges, but never mind.
Have you not seen In Bruges messages?
I have seen In Bruges, yeah, but I think everybody ended up dead, didn't they? And Leah says, I think the Bear will have to hand out spanners on the second channel, otherwise the chat might get out of hand for this World Cup. That is that we need moderators on Guerrilla Cricket 2 to stop spam overwhelming the channel. I don't know if the Bear's likely to be listening at this hour.
And Siraj into the attack from the other end. He's just taking his time just to line himself up. Really good average of 20, and that's swinging slightly away, and Warner's well behind it, smacks it through covers for 4 runs. So that's the first one of these. I don't think that worked.
Either it didn't or we didn't hear it.
It wouldn't be Guerrilla without a few tech issues.
Apparently it's recording instead of playing. I don't quite know.
If you bowl that line to Warner, then
you're asking for it.
Do that time. Yeah.
And Siraj comes in. That's a much tighter line, 4-stump line, and a little bit of swing away, and Warner just leaves that go through to the keeper.
And Siraj has movement, but he doesn't really have the pace of Bumrah.
So I'm not sure that we got a prediction out of you in the end, Anindo, did we?
Oh, we didn't.
Well, no, but I'm the only non-neutral here, so.
Messi's not a neutral.
I'm not a neutral. I want to see Australia win. I just don't think they will.
Well, I think Australia has a good chance of winning as well.
And Siraj in again to Warner. He gets a bit of a bottom edge on that, but manages to play it out for no run. So that was a bit of mistiming there from Warner. But I think, based on what I'm seeing so far, I think Siraj will probably get the early wicket compared to Bumrah.
Which is what he does a lot of the time, to be fair. No, but Messi, to be honest, I think I agree with you. Hopefully, it should be an India win as well. But it's going to go against history. Well,
yes, but then.
And an excellent line from Siraj, and Warner defends it short and wants to run a single, and Siraj is running after him to stop him, and he runs back, and it's World Cups make people do stupid things.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you forget the World Cup. I think it was one of those matches a few days ago, India versus Australia, where Siraj actually ran to the boundary chasing a straight drive on his own bowling. It was
I
hilarious.
mean, did he ever have a chance of getting to it, or was it just,
Well, of
oh,
course
he's
not.
gone past
Of
me, I
course
have
not.
to go, I have to.
But he'd taken 4 wickets, so
Yeah.
he was like completely pumped up.
Dear. We've got a few people with us on YouTube. Adam Newman was complaining that we were late on air. Leah says, good morning, all. Oh, yeah.
And Sirajin, and that's swung away by
Oh,
Warner,
sorry.
and he tries to go for a single, but again pushed back. He can't beat the infield.
Sorry, Sapun, I thought we'd got to the end of the over for some reason.
I mean, we should have, but timing and over timings is not one of those things that I think anyone in cricket cares about, aside from commentators.
Yeah, well, we had to do 9 hours for the Sri Lanka-South Africa game yesterday, although it was very interesting.
And Sirajin again, and Warner plays at it. I'm not sure if there was an edge there, but no run.
I think it dropped well short. There was an edge.
Yeah.
But it dropped well short.
So, an end of the over, Australia 5-0.
Stephen Kelk says, good morning. I'm feeling smug because I spotted a net run rate error on Cricinfo yesterday. It's the little things. Fidelma Carroll is with us. Hello, Fidelma. Greetings all on this fine morning. Yeah, Jay's over on YouTube as well. Good to see you in both places
Jay's
at
everywhere.
once. Jay is everywhere.
I mean, if you can listen to us on multiple
As opposed to all over the place.
Yep, listen to us on multiple streams. That does wonders for our view counts. So, Bumrah in for his second over. Bowl into Marsh, who's still yet to score. And that's defended by Marsh, but he had no idea where that ball was going. I think he got it the toe of the bottom edge. And just the ball manages to miss all the stumps there.
Is Kohli fielding in a pair of glasses? No.
Surely not.
No,
It's Kohli, he can do whatever he wants.
True.
this is true.
Speaking of Marsh not having scored, it was quite remarkable yesterday watching Kusal Mendes bat. He reached 50 before anybody else on his team had scored a run.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's
But he's an outstanding batsman.
Yep.
There's no doubt
Yeah.
about that.
hopefully this series he can just deliver that every single game. As Bumrah in again, and that is edged
Yes.
and caught.
Oh,
Always, yep, definitely out.
Yeah,
And Marsh is gone
Kohli
for a
batting.
duck.
that was
Kohli,
a
I think
good
Kohli
catch
picked it.
at first slip.
I think it was Kohli.
Maybe it was the glasses.
Maybe it was.
Performance enhancing glasses. And it's a very
Yeah.
there was no need to play that. It was coming in. It was played late.
Excellent catch.
Great catch in the slips, but very poor shot selection from Mitch Marsh, who was, I think, heralded as the hero of Australian cricket over the last few weeks.
But the ball just held its line. That's all
Yeah.
it did. It wasn't anything unplayable there.
So, and that should bring Stephen Smith out to bat. Yep, and just confirmation it was Kohli with the performance enhancing glasses.
What Ant refers to as the speed dealer glasses, a wraparound.
Yeah. Well, actually, the one who's wearing wraparound is Rohit Sharma.
I like it when they put the glasses on the back of their head, and then it's just like this. There's eyes, and they're looking behind themselves as well. So Bumrah's figure is currently 1 for 1.
Well, you and I were both wrong, Supun.
Yep.
He was the one to get the first breakthrough.
I forgot about the Mitch Marsh factor.
Being
Yes.
unfair to him.
As Bumrah in again and angling into the pads, but defended by Smith for no run.
Well, it's interesting that ball carried well to slip. There wasn't any sense of the wicket being too slow. It was
No,
it was just
definitely.
catching practice, really.
Regulation
Marsh
catch.
played that shot.
Well, the sun's at its zenith now, so I guess even if it does slow down, it's going to be later in the day.
Yes.
And Boomer in again, and there's a bit more whip on that, but Smith can't do anything with it, and just defends that down to mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, I was looking at the replay, and Mitch Mas pretty much guided it into Kohli's hands.
Yeah.
I mean, in the end, it was a very good catch, but you had no business playing it.
Not at this stage of the game, no. And Boomer coming in, and there's a cheeky single there. A very cheeky single with attempted shot at the stumps at the bowler's end, but Smith manages to get one, and that brings Australia to 6 for 1 and bringing Warner on strike.
But Ishan Kishan's missed the stump twice, and both times by about 4 feet.
Well, he wasn't expecting to have to play today. Give him a break.
No, I'm sure he was actually, because there was no way Shubman Gill was going to be fit today.
No.
Dengue's just he had a bad case of dengue.
And Boomer in for the final ball of his
That's
delivery,
whoa.
and that is through Warner,
Whoa.
missing everything, but that is another near miss, and Boomer seems to be all over the Australian batsman so far.
Matthew Cullen is with us. You still in, is it Mallorca, Matthew? I hope you're enjoying it. Says, morning, Gorillas. Hoping for both teams to lose somehow. Just not sure how that could happen, but I'm open to suggestions. Oh, yeah. I don't think you'll be able I know that feeling, though. You know, there's when England are playing the USA or something, I really want both teams to lose.
Can both teams be
ETA
disqualified?
Yeah, that's true. ETH on YouTube says, good morning, Gorilla Cricket Comms. Hope you're all well. Thank you for your commentary. Thank you, ETH. Good to have you with us again. I did notice that Sportsbet, which is the main Australian betting agency, offers 40 to 1 against Super Over, which is pretty interesting considering there are no Super Overs until the semi-final.
And Siraj comes in, bowling dead straight to Smith from middle stump line and just defended.
So are they hoping some people are just going to put some money in anyway?
Yes, that's it's a gambling organisation. If you can think of it, they will do it.
I mean, they should offer 1,000 to 1 if they're going to do that.
Exactly. But then probably people might get suspicious.
No, I think it's just ignorance on their part.
And the score predictor already is saying 233 for Australia.
Oh.
I think it's a little bit too early for that.
Based on what data?
As Siraj comes in, really good line and length, and Smith can only defend. So no run there.
So talking about scores and predictions, it was absolutely hilarious the other day. The Asian games were going on, and so India playing Afghanistan in the final, and Afghanistan plays a T20, so Afghanistan scored, I don't know, 115 or whatever in their 20 overs, but it rained and India couldn't bat, and the Chinese officials had Afghanistan winning because they had scored more than India.
Did someone have to explain Duckworth-Lewis' turn to the Chinese officials? As Siraj comes in, there's a bit more whip for Smith, and he tries to drive it, but just gets through to cover, and there's no run.
Oh, dear. Well, is it the first time they've played cricket at the Asian Games?
Second, I think.
I think it's the second one now.
Right. They're still getting used to it by the sound of it.
Look, trying to explain Duckworth-Lewis' turn to anyone in your own language is hard enough. Explaining it to a country that doesn't understand cricket is even more difficult. As Siraj comes in, really good line, and that is beats the infield by Smith. Very well timed, very well placed, and that goes all the way to a boundary for
She's real fine, my phone.
You got that done.
Yes. Russ has figured out how the stings are going to work,
That's
and
that's
it's made
beautifully
things up.
played between mid-on and midweek.
So, and this is where Smith excels, just picking his spots, picking his timing, and just blop. There you go. Nothing you can do there. That's going to be a boundary.
Yeah.
And Siraj comes in, and that's driven, but only gets through to the fielder in the inner ring, no run. So currently 4 off the over. There's 1 ball to go, and Australia's sitting on 10 with the loss of 1 wicket, being Mitch Marsh.
Well, Marsh was due a failure. He's actually had a really good run over the last few months.
He has. I mean, he's been in fantastic form. I mean, he's allowed 1.
Yeah, get it out of the way early.
Exactly. We got 9 matches to go. So.
And Siraj comes in, and that's a good line. And again, a really quick single from Smith for 1 run and 5 off the over.
Okay. So very quiet on Twitter at the moment. Oh, here we go. Sorry, I just got a couple more in. A whole lot more in fact. Farong says, greeting all. Hope everyone's well. Back in the middle of nowhere after an evening of torrential rain and good lightning show last evening. Gill on the bench. And let's hope for a team batting first can score 400 plus, and the team batting second gets rolled for 123. That's not going to happen, Farong. And Jay says, I'm just envious because Bruges was supposed to be my first non-UK stop on my Hanseatic League book trip. I genuinely love Hull and have friends there, but it's not a fucking fairy tale, is it? I've never been to Bruges. I would love to go there, I must admit.
It's a nice little place. So nothing, you wouldn't go to the other side of the world to see it. But if you happen to be in Europe, it's a nice place.
So we're back.
Wow.
I'm not sure if this is live. Might have been a delay from the host broadcaster. Oh no, this was the over from the last. There was a direct hit on Stumps, but Smith was well behind the line. So no loss there. As Bumrah now back into the attack, bowling to Smith, and that's driven by Smith cleanly and perfectly. Goes down to long on for another one of these.
The way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
But that was just absolutely in his zone.
Yeah.
Stepped out perfectly.
Yeah.
Came perfectly to him.
With the field as you had it, you don't bowl that line to Steve Smith. So that brings him to 10 on 10 as Bumrah in a game. Better line. Cramps Smith up and he has to just defend it down for no run.
Mog is dissing me, saying, are you too good to say hello to me on YouTube, Messi? You're not showing up on my YouTube messages, Mog. So hello, anyhow. That's weird. Maybe you're on a different channel.
I mean, the main channel's not broadcasting anything, is it?
No. Well, I don't think so.
As Bumrah comes in and driven by Smith to mid-wicket and no run there. So, useful little stat that just came out, or interesting little stat. 150th ODI between India and Australia this game. So, a lot of history there.
And I didn't see the stat, but I'm guessing Australia's won quite a lot of them.
Yeah, if you break it down by like games of 50, as Bumrah comes in and Smith just defends it, I'd say Australia probably won the majority of the first 50, and then the third 50 is definitely India, and it's probably been a balance in the middle.
That's a fair assessment. Yeah, and I think this is like the significant number of them have been played at this ground.
Yeah.
Something like 15 of them or something. Oh.
Boomer in again. That's angling in, and Smith, he likes his singles, so it just forces the strike to rotate as this just dropped into the infield, and that puts Smith on 11 and brings Warner onto strike for the last ball of Boomer is over.
India will be happy with this. 4.5 overs, 16 for 1. Not much to complain.
So Australia's the first side after winning the toss to not put the opposing team into bat this tournament. Everyone else has decided to chase.
I think the heat has got a lot to do with that.
And they took a look at South Africa yesterday.
As Boomer comes
Yes.
in and play and a miss by Warner again. So end of the over, that's
Oh, no,
16
didn't
for
miss
1.
Jay Grover's taking me to task. He said, "Yeah, fucking what, Jeremy? Getting annoyed with people on the internet is pathetic enough. Getting annoyed by people in Perth just redefines impotence." He also says the world is a better place when Bumrah is playing. That is undoubtedly true.
This is true.
Mog says, "Can someone give Smith some sort of anti-spasm medication, the twitchy little prick?" Matthew Cullen tells us he's at the gate at Mallorca to fly back to England now. Not sure why, as there's a notably less sand, sun and sangria back where I live. Shame that holidays cost money. Muttley's with us, says, "Well, morning, peeps. Let's see how long I last before I need an afternoon nap." I can relate, Mutt. Oh, dear. And Jay says, "When I last lived in India, there was an outbreak of dengue and people started to sell corduroy hats with lyric fonts saying dengue on them."
As Siraj comes in to Smith, who plays it straight, sort of walks down the pitch, thinks about a run, there's a bit of a misfield, thinks about a run again, and then decides, "No, I'll go back to my crease." I don't quite know what happened there, but it was not quite required.
No, but what I do know is Mog just made that up about the hat.
He said he wanted one so much. Damn my Neanderthal head, I think he means to say, or Neanderthal head. Yes. Because Jay spent quite a lot of his life in India, I think.
Where's he these days? Back in the UK?
And
In Yorkshire, yes.
Siraj comes in, and that's driven by Smith, but that's just collected by mid-off for no run. So Smith very eager to keep the run rate moving, but the Indian field and the Indian bowlers are bowling to their line, bowling to their plans, and constraining him quite a bit.
Ravi Nair would have enjoyed this World Cup. Yeah.
Oh, he would have.
Can't have anything. Yeah.
He would, yes. And correcting us.
Yeah, of course.
As Siraj comes in again, and that's goes bat pad to Smith, but again he's trying for a run, but there's no run there, and he decides to stay in his crease.
It is appropriate to mention Ravi Nair. I mean, it's very gratifying that so many people made contributions in memory of him to the Cat Haven where we're broadcasting on from today, and he would be very gratified with that, I have no doubt.
And I do know if he was around today, the conversation would have already steeped into colonialism. And,
Of course. And rightfully so.
as Siraj comes into Smith, whose only option is a forward defensive shot. And no run there, so it's no runs off the over yet, 2 deliveries to go.
One of the things I find really interesting is the adjustment from T20 to ODIs and understanding the amount of time that's available, and it doesn't matter too much if there's a maiden over or two in the power play. It's taken quite an adjustment for me.
But it's also the teams who don't quite know how to use their bowlers. Like, you can still use them for 2 over spells or 3 over spells and just keep things changing. As Siraj comes in, really good line, Smith's forced to defend, just through to mid-off for no run.
And the one who, for me, demonstrated the immediate switch and understanding of it was at the Asia Cup, Saqib Al Hasan for Bangladesh, where he was doing exactly to your point, very, very short spells, but he was very effective how he moved his bowlers around.
Yeah, like you don't have to tire your bowlers out giving them a 4 over stint or a 5 over stint, and use your part-timers, actually use them and try and get something out of them. And we saw that work for a few people over the last couple of days as Siraj comes in and Smith has a whopping cover drive, but it just goes to cover to the fielder for no run. So that's a maiden over for Siraj. And over to you, Mez.
Leah says the Chinese officials will nod vigorously and say they understand DLS now, no problem. They don't, but asking questions about a subject you don't understand is seen as a loss of face in Chinese culture.
This is very true.
Dave Wood says, morning all, bit early in the comp for a dead rubber, but hey-ho. Tony Bishop said, did they really just review for a run out when the batter was past the stumps and halfway to the stands? For fuck's sake.
I don't think
just crazy.
I don't think that was a review. I think it was an umpire.
It was an umpire's.
Yeah, but I mean, umpires have got to have some guts to actually call things when they see them.
Maybe they need the performance-enhancing glasses.
You know what I think, Matthew? Actually, they don't pay attention at all to things which they can get referred. For sure.
Yeah.
Like, when was the last time you had an umpire look down at a bowler's feet?
Oh, they never look for no balls.
Never, right? So that's the thing, that whatever they can refer, they just mentally take it out of their mind now. But this is ridiculous. I mean, to not look at the wicket when the ball is being thrown at it.
And we've got a new bowler into the attack, Hardik Pandya, who comes into Warner, who just defends down through the mid-wicket for no run. So, first bowling change of the day.
I think we have a change after this over.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
As Stephen Kelk says, as we just discussed on comms, it's a very different piece to T20 in terms of strategy. That's correct.
Which is why India's had this whole issue with Surya Kumar Yadav, who's mentally not been able to adjust from a T20 mindset to an ODI mindset. He's getting there.
As Hardik comes in, and that is full, and that is driven by Warner all the way down the ground, and that is another one of these. And so I would just say, if anyone's ever wondered if they can jump on White Line Wireless or Gorilla Cricket, you can reach out to us. And there's a 4-part application process where you write out an email and go, can I join the call? You hit send, and we reply back, yes.
And then you get to come in and serve drinks to Sapun. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, dear.
But you've got to love cats.
Yeah.
You do need to love cats. If you're allergic to cats, you're stuffed, actually.
Oh, and looks like Hardik's injured himself trying to stop that delivery. His finger's he's shaking it a bit. And so there'll be a bit of time here for Smith and Warner just to relax and do nothing.
It looked also as if Bumrah was suffering a bit from the heat after his bowling. He was on the boundary with a cold towel around his neck. So I expect short spells for all of the bowlers today.
Yeah.
And Warner is now at 1,001 runs in the ICC Cricket World Cup. So
that's worth celebrating.
Yeah.
Mm. He's remarkably consistent, isn't he? I mean, and you then go back to the IPL and the number of runs he's scored there. He's quite extraordinary. India's been very good to him.
I mean, quite a few of this Australian team has quite a lot of experience with the Indian grounds through the IPL, especially.
But they're by far the most popular group of players in the IPL. and there's no doubt about that.
Jay says, I haven't been to Chennai since 1986 when I was 8. I remember it being very hot and had an uncontrollable desire for thumbs up cola.
Thumbs Up is the world's best.
I think I've had that once. Right.
And he says, serious, as always, raise a glass to Ravi Nair. He were a good cricket and non-cricket friend to me. Top lad. Indeed he was. We miss him dearly.
And just seeing a replay of that boundary, it was almost a catch. Hardik put his hand out to it, and he made contact. Otherwise, I think he would have just hit the umpire full in the chest. And it's twisted. It's bent and pushed back his what are his fingers called? First two fingers on his right hand.
Yeah, his index finger and his
Middle finger.
His pointer. His long finger.
It's like, when did we last do what is it, biology? What are the bones that
Varun
make up
says,
the
whilst we have a non-English crew, the Bangladesh Rickshaw Drivers Union would encourage you all to keep planting the seed of doubt for England, as they could pretty well be knocked out of the tournament at Dharamshala on Tuesday should the mighty Tigers win. I do think...
Well, I'm rooting for them.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
think Bangladesh will actually be better than most people predicted.
Yeah.
But it's also worth bearing in mind, England got through to win the 2019 World Cup after losing 3 rounds in the league stage. So it's quite possible that they could do the same.
All that matters is how many boundaries England score. So as long as they have more boundaries than anyone else, they will automatically win the World Cup. That's the rules.
Including a few special ones.
Yeah.
Yes. Mark says, have we discussed the Sunny Gavaskar having a crack at the organisation of this tournament?
That was fake. That was completely fake. He never said anything like that. It was just one random guy making up stuff on Twitter.
Sunny Gavaskar on ODIs, particularly in World Cups, has always got to be a bit dubious after his... What did he score? 18 of 172 balls or something in 75?
Oh, come on. He scored 36, double. Don't do him disservice.
36 of 182 balls, sorry.
Overs. No, more than that, because it was 60 overs, right?
Yeah, but you only got them from one end.
Yeah, so 100 and at least 180 deliveries, maybe.
Yes,
no,
I'm
but
sorry,
he was talking about
the
organization.
Right.
But I don't think he was talking about it at all not because Sunny Gavaskar can't say, but because Sunny Gavaskar depends on the BCCI for his contract. So I don't think he would say it. Just being cynical.
Mog also says a serving of drinks to Sapun is part of why he's not there today.
we might need
is that
you
what you did on Friday, Mog? Is that all you were required to do, serve drinks?
As Hardik into Warner as play finally resumes, and that's bounced up uncomfortably by Warner, but defended and no run.
Well, that's the Marina Beach. I grew up in Chennai for a few years, and I just loved going here. Beautiful yellow sand beach.
Fantastic beach.
Yeah.
And
doesn't look too crowded either.
That's everyone's at the cricket.
Yeah. No, but it's middle of the afternoon, Messi. So
as Hardik comes in, and that is hoiked over backward point for 6 runs from Warner.
Back with square leg, I think.
Square leg, sorry. Thank you. Brings the number of tournament sixes up to 56, and
there were 53 of them were scored yesterday, right?
Yes. And I wouldn't say that was necessarily a bad ball. Oh,
that was a 4. That's not a 6. Yeah.
Just bounced short. Okay. How do I cancel it? Can't cancel this thing now.
Well. It looked like 6 to me. I must admit.
The umpires gave it 6 first up, and then they corrected it.
Yeah, then he changed there. Yeah.
Yes, Hardik in again, and that's leg stump line and just defended through to square leg by Warner for a single. So that's 9 off the over so far, 1 ball to go, and then We're going to have a bit of a change up here, I think. Russ is going to jump into ball by ball.
Has Ajit appeared?
And
Ajit has not appeared yet, but we'll figure it out, and I'll jump on socials from the third mic.
And Messi's on comments, right?
No, it's sort of changed a bit.
Tim's come on.
Tim's coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll be back in half an hour.
And final ball of the over, and that is driven down all the way to the boundary for 4 runs, and that is 13 off the over from Hardik. Australia 29 for 1.
Well, I'm off. Tim's in. He's South African.
Hey.
He needs to get rid of Steve Smith for obvious reasons before I get back.
And Jay Grover
Leaving
is
it
the
to you, Tim.
next tweet, Sapun, if you're still there. We'll fill in the dead air until he's in place. Russ is going to join us for ball by ball, I think. Welcome, Tim. Did you enjoy yesterday's game?
Thoroughly so. I'm just very sorry I wasn't able to join you guys, but thoroughly enjoyed the game.
Excellent. Okay, Ross, hand over to you. If you can tell Sapun, the next tweet is from Jay Grover.
Thank you, Messi. And Spoon, you caught that? You did catch that because you've got your headphones in. And welcome, Tim. Well, your thoughts on the first 7 overs? A little slow from Australia?
A little slow, which is opposite to what they did against South Africa in the recent ODI series, but I think they'll be reasonably happy. The fact that Warner is still there, they know that he can go through the gears should they need it. But India will be the happier of the two sides for sure.
You think that here's Ashwin, he's around the wicket to Warner and he's pushing out on the offside. They've got a deep mid-off and he'll just get the single, takes the score under 1 for 30. Yeah, Warner's he started to play a few shots where you sense he's starting to get his timing. Early on it looked like Bumrah was particularly troubling him.
Yeah, certainly. Bumrah is such an important cog to this Indian side. If he's not there, they definitely seem to be missing something, even though they do have such a good squad.
Yes, here's Ashwin again. He's bowling to Smith. He's going to be over the wicket to him, and this is just on a length, and Smith is defending out. Keeper runs around and picks it up. How do you... No, you go.
I was just going to say, one of these two Australian batters has got to bat the majority of the innings for me. I look at their batting order and it isn't that strong.
Here's Ashwin, short of a length, and Smith tries to cut it. It's almost an edge. It's a bit of an appeal from the keeper, but not given. A lot of bounce there from Ashwin. A little bit of a top spinner. Not sure it was a good shot. Here's Ashwin again. This one's short of a length, and again, really bounced up on Smith. A lot of top spin there, and he's kind of, I don't cut it, but he played it high on his body.
The second delivery was fine to cut widthwise, but not the first.
No, but even that one, he wasn't in the right spot to be able to cut it. We've got a slip in. Not a lot to turn from Ashman, but he's certainly getting some bounce. This one's on a length and Smith just turns it round the corner. He'll get a single or a square leg. Doesn't field it cleanly, but just keeps it 1 for 31 to score.
Quite incredible that people were thinking Ashford was not going to make the squad. Such a quality cricketer.
He's strangely unloved for such an amazing record. Here he is around the wicket to Warner. He's into the pads again. He'll turn him around the corner for a single 2 square leg. End of the over, 1 for 32 off 8. Sapun.
We've got Varong. Love or dislike him and his sandpaper antics, but pretty impressive ODI World Cup stats with the bat for David Warner. He's put a some nice little screen grab of data for us. And Leo Lavender Gorilla, he's hoping that Australia stuffed this up badly so Russ can unchain his filthy, sweary inner demons. Which, again, I've known Russ for a few years now. There's not many swear words in him.
It's the implication is that I don't care whether Australia wins. I enjoy an Australian loss. I enjoy the hubris.
Nothing wrong with that.
Are there Indians now, Tim? Do you think that are starting to think, oh, it's nice when India lose? They were so passionate in the past.
No.
No,
No,
just a hard no.
Absolutely not. No. They want to win everything in sight.
And Ajit's joined us in the commentary box, so we might bring him on as soon as he sets his screen. There we go.
I'm all right. I'm here.
You are here.
My sprint started next. Next was my stint, but I don't mind starting now. What
No,
will be
it's
my
all-
role?
You'll be on socials. His bummer is over the wicket to Warner, who's taken a ball from fairly wide outside of stump and still managed to get to mid wicket for a single. Gets 1 for 33. Yeah, your thoughts though, Ajit? I've already asked Tim.
Well, I heard the last comment. Indian fans, we can be sometimes a bit avaricious. Shall I put it like this, in a very polite way? But yes, we would like to win it all. I mean, who wouldn't? But then, yeah, it's a tough question, isn't it? Would we be too? Would we be wanting to be too accommodating? Yes. This is a world where there is room for everyone.
His bummer bowling into Smith, and he's just played it out on the onside. And there's a throw at the stumps at the bowler's end. Hits the stumps, but there's no chance of a run. Oh, actually, he threw it at the keeper's end, but direct hit. India's got their radar going. Smith 16 off 26, so a little bit of a slow start from him. Warner 17 off 18. He's hogging the strike, Smith, as well, given he came in about the third or fourth over. Here's Bumrah. Just short of a length, and Smith's going to drop that down through the cover, and he'll take a quick single. Takes the score on to 34.
This is the dangerous partnership, isn't it? The old firm.
Big one. And I was just gonna say, don't worry, Russ. This is not a 429 wicket.
No.
Oh, no.
I don't think it's a 429 bowling attack either.
Good one. Yes.
Here's Bumrah. He's bowling particularly well. And but this one to Warner is slogged out on the onside. He hasn't actually got a full piece of that, so it's going to be fielded off the boundary. And there's a thought that perhaps he could go for a third. Smith was a bit down the pitch, but good piece of fielding, keeps it to 2. Score goes into 1 for 36. Yeah, Boomer is the 1 for 9 off, well, 1 for 11 now of almost 4 overs, so he's been particularly troubling so far.
Arguably their most important player in their bowling unit. Having him back after his injury problems is a huge boost for them.
Here's Boomer again, and it's outside of stump. Warner goes to cut, and then for some reason walks down the pitch to kind of you push at it. I mean, it wasn't anywhere near his stump, so there's literally no reason to bother touching the ball. But Warner will do Warner things.
He's trying to get Bummer off his legs. Bummer's been so consistent in his opening spell here. But that's what Warner is trying to do. It might be to his demise, but at least he's trying something.
That is true. Here's Boomer with the last ball of the over, and Warner's pushed it out to point. It's got through the first fielder, but there's a backing player at forward point, Ishan. So there'll be no run. 4 off the over. Australia 1 for 36 off 9. Ajit, how are we doing? Socials?
Well, at least Jay Grover seems to have immediately caught on that I'm on. Ajit, avaricious, capricious, he says. And then more from Jay when he says, Russ talks sense on hubris and wears a shirt with a recognizable color, apparently. This is one of the many reasons why Russ is mint. Leah chimes in with, here's hoping that Straya stuffed this up badly, so Russ can unchain his filthy, sweary inner demons.
Yeah,
Russ,
simultaneously being praised and sledged. I enjoy the repartee with our Twitter followers. Keep tweeting into us, or whatever they call tweets these days on the shit show that is Twitter.
Exes. All your exes. Okay. Karong says, like or dislike him and his sandpaper antics, but pretty impressive ODI World Cup stats with the bat. He's talking of Warner.
Yeah, it's surprising how long he's been around, isn't it? and how many runs he's scored.
He came as a very young guy. And Jay finishes off. This is the first time I've heard Tim being remotely positive about South Africa. You effing fair weather star. So yeah, can't repeat those words. I'm not sure if I can, but maybe I'm getting used to these words. I don't use them on a daily basis. All right, over to you, Russ.
Here's Ashwin again to Smith. It's just short of length, and he'll step across and turn it around to square leg. They'll take another quick single. Doing pretty well at turning the strike over Smith. The score goes to 1 for 37. Tim, your thoughts on South Africa's performance yesterday then, if you're going to say something positive? There's not much bad to say about that, was there?
What's not to like about 429 with that batting lineup?
Here's Ashwin into Warner, and he's going to turn that round the corner as well, and again take a quick single to square leg. So both Australian players doing well to keep the scoreboard ticking.
I think I must apologize. I have seen a new rotor was put in place. I have missed the latest one. My apologies.
That's all good. That's because I am constantly changing it, and that I should apologise to you. Here's Ashwin to Smith, who's turned it around the corner for a single to deep square leg. The score goes to 1 for 39. Smith to 19. No, I've shuffled things on account partly that Sapun is on death's door, if you could tell from his husky voice. We're hoping he'll get through today and then come back on Tuesday. Here's Ashwin into Warner. It's into his pads. It's a half appeal, but it was going well down leg side from around the wicket. So, no run. Spoon's resisted the urge to pick up the mic and sledge me from the producer's desk. Can't use his voice. Ashwin to Warner, and it's short of a length, and he's cutting. He's actually cutting pretty well. There's a chaser there. I think they're just going to pull up. No, it gets all the way to the fence. And then he hits it and rolls over the Toblerones just as it got there. 4 runs to Warner. First boundary in a little while. Score goes to 1 for 43.
I need to save my voice, Russ, so that's why I'm not coming back in.
Here's Ashwin. Last ball of the over to Warner. It's fallen into his pads. He turns it, looks for a single, and changes his mind. Keepers around there quickly to field it. Warner picks the ball up with his hand because he cares not for the rules of cricket. End of the over, 1 for 43 off 10. End of the power play as well. Ajit.
Well, Mog seems to give me a tip. You swear like a sailor that's just hit his thumb with a hammer in all your emails to me, Ajit, he says. Well, the veracity of which can only be between me and him, so I'll leave it at that. Those was the only tweets I have. Meanwhile, I'm going to switch over to the super chats as well. I'm going to look for them. Chat among yourself.
Change of bowler. Hardick's going to come on. Sorry, go Tim.
Decent power play for Australia. It's, talking about South Africa, it's a very South African power play. Don't lose too many wickets in the power play. Make sure you've got a sound base, and then go big at the back end of the innings. It's a very South African performance so far from Australia.
Harding into his second over. None for 13 off his first. This one's short of a length, and Smith plays it to cover. It's fielded by Colley. No run. It's noticing there's quite a few shots of the stadiums. I feel like India's stadiums have just vastly improved since the IPL, and they're really putting a lot of money into them now, which is hopefully the viewing experience for fans improves as well as part of that.
Absolutely. I thought somebody put up photos of some of the urinals and other things in the men's rooms, and that's a far cry from where it used to be, is what I heard.
Here's Hardik. It's full, and Smith is driving down the ground. It's on the up and over Hardik's thing. That's going to run away for 4. Good shot from him, but too full from Hardik. It's 20. Takes Smith to 23 and the score to 1 for 47. So you're saying the urinals are cleaner now, as you?
Yeah. Now the whole setup has been revamped. The good thing we noticed with the the empty crowds is that how good the stadiums have been set up. The coloring, everything has changed. It looks nicely set up for a home World Cup, And apparently the facilities have also been improved in the background.
His Hardik is full again, driving, and Smith has got it straight down the ground, but Hardik's actually managed to stop that with his foot, I think. Very good piece of fielding. Probably was going to hit the stumps anyway, so not necessarily any runs saved.
I don't know if stopping with your boot is always a good idea. If it hits the funny bone or even anywhere there around the ankle region, it's very dangerous.
Yes, at the speed Smith hit that too, would have definitely stung, unless he's got it right on the inside of his foot. Maybe he's got a bit of a footballing background. He's coming again now, Smith. Fourth ball of the over. This one's short. Smith pulling. He's finding his form, Smith, and he's pulling really well through mid-wicket. Beats the fielder that's deep as well. Score goes on to 1 for 51. Smith to 27.
This was a long expected lines, I suppose, simply because 10th over done, batsmen sort of bedded in. They're going to try and pressurize the second and third string of bowlers, or second and third set of bowlers. No, Tim?
Yeah, that's certainly true. It doesn't matter whether you're first or second string. If you bowl, pitch it in the middle of the wicket like that, then more often than not, you're going to go to the boundary.
That was a filthy long up.
Here's Hardik, and this one is a better ball on a length, and Smith defends back down the pitch. Already none for 21, Hardik off into not quite the 2 overs. What's your sense of the depth of India's bowling attack, Tim?
They've covered all bases with their 11. It's a highly skilled, high quality side. It's just a matter of whether they get enough from the quality that they have. Australia could win this. There's no doubt about it. They could definitely win this game. But everybody would be saying that India would be favourites. India are played home. I just think if they can bowl to their potential, India win this game fairly comfortably.
It's the last
if
ball.
They have more performances like Hardik, then they might struggle.
Last ball he had from Hardik is driven and well stopped by Colley. He hasn't completely fielded it cleanly, but it's pushed it out to mid-off and it's no run. End of the over, 1 for 51 off 11. Ajit?
Well, Jay Grover is trying to get me to start swearing. Is that fucking true, Ajit? Meanwhile, he also asks, "What's on your shirt, Russ?"
Cats. It's it actually is somewhat like my house in the sense that it's a get faded, so I'm going to run out of shirts. It's a photocopier with cats just like becoming more and more cats, which is essentially what the
Jay is asking, by
copycats.
the way, is Tim slagging off South Africa while talking about Australia? Some rivalry there, Tim?
He's asking, say again. So asking.
Sorry.
Why are you slagging off South Africa while talking about Australia? Yes.
Here's Ashwin bowling round the wicket to Warner, and he's just turned it around the corner, but straight to the fielder, so no run. Warner on 24.
Not
Tim,
not not,
very
not
fast.
intentional. Not intentional.
In the meantime, PR Ramswamy asks, Ashwin versus Smith, is Ashwin any better in ODIs as compared to Tests versus Smith? Do we know this?
Here's the ball to Warner, and he's driving. It takes it out to mid-on. He'll get a single there, takes the score to 1 for 52. I feel he's such a good Test bowler. Surely he's a little bit better in Tests, no?
I mean, what he has to play with, I would say, in Tests, because he has more time, and mostly sometimes the pitches might be to his liking. Batsmen will definitely be more conservative against him in Tests. In ODIs, there is always going to be singles on offer, so you don't have to, you can't wait it out, and you won't. So maybe it makes him more effective in ODIs, frankly.
Here's Ashwin to Smith, and it's short of a length. He's turned it around to deep square leg. He'll take a single as well, 1 for 53. Yeah, I mean, I think the spinners who do really well in one-day cricket are the ones who can flight it and beat you in the flight, because it's so hard to attack a player like that. And Ashwin certainly is pretty good at that. He's not a spin off the pitch type bowler. Here he is to Warner. It's into the pads. Warner tries to slog it, but just hits the pads. No run.
Well, he looked to hit it halfway to, Bangalore, I suppose, the way he was hitting it from Chennai. Didn't get any bat on it, luckily. We are seeing the countdown for a DRS timer. It did look like it was going down leg, right? There was going to be
Rowett appealed for some reason. That was so far down the leg. He's around the wicket, Ashwin, and he's fooled Warner, and he's defending straight back down the pitch this time. So again, no run.
I mean, this is developing to be a fantastic battle, Tim. The way Ashwin is bowling, the length that he's bowling, and more importantly, there's a puff of dust, and the ball is gripping and turning off this pitch already.
You know, that might have been closer than it looked. He kind of pitched on leg and straightened into his chest, but here's Warner for the last ball over. Comes down, punches it down to deep mid-off. He'll take a single, takes him to 26 Australia, 1 for 54 off 12.
So on tweets, Jay continues to ask one serious question. He says, how's Hardik bowling?
Inconsistent,
Well.
that's what I see, Tim.
Nah, he's just bowling too many long hops, too many freebies, and it's easy pickings for both batsmen, really. And on this pitch, you can't be bowling short. If you're gonna bowl short, you need to be 145 plus, and you need to be accurate.
Is this a time for switcheroo, gents?
We started late. Let's do one more over, and then
All right.
I haven't.
Aha.
Kartik's not here yet, so that's hopefully he turns up the next over. We'll have to run it. Oh, he's in. Oh no, sorry, my mistake. I forgot we turned off people who aren't here into the thing. So we'll do one over and then we'll roll.
Okay.
Tim, you'll be on social,
it's
so
going to be
you
an
can stick
eventful
around.
over, right?
Actually, maybe we do
who's
change,
coming
because I think it might be a drinks break. We're seeing a lot of advertising and nothing.
It's too early for a drinks break, frankly.
Well, it's
Oh,
they're having
they are taking some drinks.
a refreshment. So let's change, and we'll switch around. So
See you all later.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are listening. Can you all hear me nicely?
Yes, nice and clear.
Perfect. My name is Karthik. Hopefully you're all enjoying the call so far, wherever you are listening. Guerrilla Cricket, White Line Wireless, even if you are in the stadium as well, in Japok, welcome. We're looking forward to taking you through to the next half an hour as new bowler to come to the crease is Kuldeep Yadav for the first time. This left arm Chinaman comes in Full delivery, hits on the pad first. Big appeal, but to no avail, and they take a scamper through for a signal. I think that might have been leg by.
Hello, sorry, I'm back.
As we welcome Anindya and Tim.
Thank you, perfect.
All good, all good.
On the replay here, did not opt to go for the DRS, but this looked like a full delivery, or it just fell short. It looks like that's going down leg stump. What are your thoughts?
Yeah,
gentlemen?
it was outside. It was outside the leg. Pitched outside the leg.
It's all right. Leg by to... Oh, yeah, it was counted as runs, interestingly enough. That's interesting call by the umpire, as Kuldeep continues over the wickets, and this time Smith nurdles it through down to deep fine leg. Deep square leg, I should say. I should get my positions correct. Need to brush up on that as he takes it for a single. What are your thoughts on the game so far, gentlemen? Australia's solid start?
Yeah, I think they've got the kind of start that they would have wanted, maybe a bit faster, but I think it's unfair to expect on this pitch that it's going to be much faster than this.
Kuldeep comes in again, this time straight down the ground by Warner, and there is a deep mid-off there, and so that'll be a single as he almost hobbles a little bit through to the crease for another single. Sorry, you were saying?
No, I was just saying that this pitch is nothing like yesterday's. So, you can't expect those kinds of runs anyway. So you're definitely, in my view, looking at less than 300 here. And anything more than 250, 260 is going to be tough to chase.
Kuldeep comes in again, and this time another expansive drive down the ground, but also has cover there, deep mid-off. As Smith picks up another single. 4 singles in the over so far. Very consistent by the Australians, but let's see how they can finish the over off. Yes, I think this is definitely going to be a sub-300 wicket. It looks quite slow compared to yesterday's record-breaking innings. But time will tell. Wickets in hand, anything can happen. Kuldeep comes in again over the wickets. Pushed him back, another appeal, but...
Beautiful ball.
Another one, I think, that's going down leg side.
Yep. Definitely went down leg.
Rohit's thinking about it.
It's the trajectory that Kuldeep's bowling. Right? I think it's with that trajectory, it is going to fall outside the leg.
Kuldeep bowls it again, and this time more outside edge. The second slip would have eaten that up, but nevertheless, another single. That's the end of the over. Good start by Kuldeep. 5 off. Australia 59 for 1 after 13 overs.
Nothing on socials at the moment. But that was a very interesting first over from Kuldeep. I think he could cause all sorts of problems if he can be as consistent as that throughout his spell.
Well, he's the leader of this attack from a spin standpoint over Jadeja and over Ashwin on current form, and he's not been easy to play since he's made his comeback over the last few months. He's in the form of his life. I just don't see why he should not be bowling well today and get the rewards.
Ashwin comes in and expansive drive over cover there by Warner and picked up a boundary. And Australia moves to 63 for 1. This is a new over, by the way, in case you're wondering why Ashwin's bowling in the same over as Kuldeep. Warner hits it over cover, comes down the wickets. Brilliant drive there. Looks in good touch, David Warner. And Australia moves to 63 for 1 of 13.1 overs. Racing through the overs here, the Indians with the spinners. Ashwin comes in again around the wicket, I should say, and this time it's a dot ball played out to second slip. Rohit picks up, and there's no run.
Well, Warner's turned his form around since the summer, right? So, it's he looks a different batsman this year.
Ashwin comes in again around the wickets, and another dot ball by Warner, 63 for 1.
He has South Africa to thank for that. he was very good in the ODI series against us.
Yeah.
Ashwin comes in again around the wickets, and this time nudges it down through to deep mid-on and picks up another single, and the score moves along to 64 for 1.
Yeah, Ashwin's been all over the place. He's not. I don't think he's other than the first 2 deliveries to Smith. He's not
usually
in the areas they should be.
He's usually a confidence bowler. A wicket early and he changes completely. But 4 overs in, no wickets yet. But this is his buddy, Steve Smith. So let's see. Over the wicket now to Smith and clips it across down to deep square leg, or deep mid wicket, I should say, for another single. 55 for 1. Australians ticking over the runs nicely now. They're not letting the Indian bowlers settle. But they're racing through the overs here. The final ball of the over, around the wickets to Warner, and another drive, I should say, down to mid-on for another single. That's the end of the over, 14 gone. Australia 66 for 1.
Jake Grover says, I've long past given up being the GC unofficial and unpaid historian, but I'd really like some historical evidence of Tim being pleased about a South African result, because it's made me happy. It's rarer than a hippie Bigfoot.
That must be some South African reference. I have no idea what that even means.
Well, it's me. It's me. I'm very pessimistic about South Africa and South Africa's chances for the World Cup, and in general. So it's a reference to my pessimism.
So you're very English,
well.
in other words.
Yes, quite.
As Kuldeep continues, a good first over. Let's see if we can back it up over the wickets. Comes into Warner. And solidly played not back to the bowler, to short cover, I think that is. I need to get my fielding positions brushed up a little bit. It's been a long time since I opened the rule book. But in any case, that's the dot ball. Kuldeep will come in again. Comes into bowler against Warner. A little bit short this time. We'll do a bit of a late cut, but I don't even know what that fielding position was. That almost a gully position there. That's another dot ball.
It's a dangerous shot to play against Kuldeep.
It is, especially the extra bounce he generates with his left arm Chinaman wrist spin. Comes in again to Warner, or a bit of turn this time, and Warner tries to do a bit of a dabble, is what you call that, the technical term, but straight to mid wicket and no run. 3 dots. I can sense a big shot coming up. I feel like Warner's going to try to go down the wicket here. Something's going to give very shortly. Kuldeep comes into ball again. And this time sprays down the leg side, not what he wanted. And that's easy boundary, easy pickings for Warner. Got to the boundary for 4. Another boundary score moves to 70 for 1.
All that pressure for nothing. Calder will be very angry
very
about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like it was a big shot coming, but he just gave him a freebie. Let's see. Anyway, Kuldeep back into bowl over the wicket to Warner, I should say. This one, leading edge there. Tell you what, as you said, Tim, a very dangerous shot there, trying to play off the back foot. That extra bounce could have easily popped up to hand. Warner very, very fortunate there. Another dot ball. Final ball of the over. Kuldeep comes in to bowl, and this time plays it down the ground, along the ground, I should say, out to deep square, deep cover. That's the end of the over. Australia now 71 for 1 after 15 overs. I think now this is the official drinks break, if I'm not mistaken. They seem like they're getting drinks break. It seems like they're getting drinks every couple of overs. The first 15 overs, gentlemen, 77 for 1. What do we think? What's the projected score you're thinking of? May as well take some bets right now, unofficial bets. I know we don't encourage and we don't condone gambling on these channels, but there's no reason why we can't have a casual question about it.
Well, if India doesn't
I'm-
manage to
I'm-
get a few, sorry, Tim, go ahead. Yours.
No, I was just going to say, I'm going to say 270 Australia. Slightly positive from an Australian perspective, I think, particularly with the pace and bounce we've seen in the last couple of overs. I'm going 270 for Australia.
On India?
I go with about 285 and an Aussie win if nothing happens from here in India's favor.
Tim, do you think Australia wins from here? I know it's very early to say, but we may as well go for the early crow.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, let's go for, as you say, full on. Yeah, I think if Australia play like this, they keep playing like this, this partnership grows exponentially for the next 10, 15 overs. Yes, I think Australia will sneak it.
Well, for those of you listening in on Guerrilla Cricket and White Line Wireless, thank you so much for tuning in wherever you are around the world. We are live from Chennai, but not really in Chennai. The India versus Australia World Cup match. My prediction, if you can't tell by my T-shirt already, I think India will win comfortably this game, and Australia will be lucky to score 250. But of course, anybody that knows my predictions in cricket, I am the eternal optimist. So typically they don't come off, but we'll wait and see.
Well, I'm happy to put money on yours, virtual money on yours.
I'm happy to accept
different shade.
Happy to accept Bitcoin. As well. I stand corrected. 71 for one is the score after 15 overs, not 77. My apologies. Smith not out on 31 off 39 deliveries, and Warner 40 off 45. So these two are the key run makers so far, and probably the big partnership for Australia, I'd say. If they can continue on like this, they will post a decent score. But like I said, I do think the spinners will come into play very, very shortly for India. The pitch is still good for batting, and probably will remain good for batting, I'd say, for the remainder of the match. It is slow, but the spinners should come in and I think restrict Australia to a chaseable target, but we'll wait and see.
Well, and also the pitch there's bounce in the pitch, right? So you've got the Jadeja factor to take into account as well.
Correct. That's right. It is a very hot day in Chennai, so the gentlemen are taking a bit of extra time. I suppose, especially the Australians, probably not used to this kind of weather. In the humidity is the biggest thing in Chennai, and that's what gives them not necessarily the heat.
They've been around for a while now in India.
They have
more
been.
than
So they have
more
been.
than
So
any
they
of
should
the other
be.
teams. Yeah.
They should be across this. They should be used to the conditions by now. But having said that, Chennai is one of the warmest cities, if not the warmest city in the country. Especially the humidity. I was there recently. I can confirm that it is very, very hot all the time, all year round.
I'm just having a look at YouTube. Mr. Steve says this will go between 285 and 315. He says, I haven't lost a cricket ODI bet in 2 years. Trust me.
Wow. I like it.
285 and 315.
I like it. As we're finally back into the cricket now, Ashwin comes back into bowl. 4 overs, none for 20. He's home ground. He's a local hero. It's probably about time that he takes the wicket now. And I think once he does, the crowd will absolutely erupt as he comes in around the wicket. Bowl to Warner. This time Warner, another expansive drive down the ground to mid-off, deep mid-off. Picks up a single, moves to 41. That's 72 for one.
This is the period where you don't want to lose concentration and lose a wicket after such a long break.
Correct. Ashwin comes back over the wicket to Smith and clips it out to deep square leg for another single, fielded by the great man Virat Kohli. He needs to get himself, he's taken a good catch firstly, but I feel like he needs to get himself and the crowd going. It's just starting to quieten a little bit, just starting to settle in the Australians.
His bowlers need to do something for him to do that, right?
That's true. Yes. Yes. Australia quietly ticking the runs over Ashwin around the wicket to Warner. Tries to charge down the wicket, but to no avail. Clips it to mid wicket, I should say, for another dot. Australia remain on 73 for 1. And Ashwin comes in around the wicket again. Another edge, and goes out to mid-wicket again by Warner. Another dot. As we see around the crowds, people using their 6 signs as hats. They probably should have brought a hat. It's a very hot day out there, so Ashwin comes in around the wicket again, and all played onto the pads. Oh, that could have gone anywhere, that ball. Well bowled. That's 3 dot balls. Ashwin starting to make things happen now, starting to get the batsman to have a break in concentration. Let's see how we go. Final ball of the delivery, final of the over, and another dot ball pushes Warner back, and that's the end of the over. Great comeback by Ashwin, just 2 runs off the over. First over after drinks, Australia 73 for 1.
Well, Ashwin, I think, is just the only thing that he's been able to do now is to pull back the length a little bit, which is what is making it more difficult to drive. I think that's why he's had a little bit of success, and probably that's what he needs to do on this pitch. He's been too full.
He has been. I think he's starting to find his length. If anybody knows his ground, it's Ashwin, obviously being the local hero. So he's starting to find his length. He's starting to cause a few doubts in the minds of Warner. He's obviously quite settled in it. But let's wait and see. It's Kuldeep.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be.
Rahul's been giving him some tips from behind the stumps.
Absolutely. Kuldeep comes in over the wicket to Smith. And just a casual nudge out to a deep fine leg. It's very square at the moment. That's Ishan Kishan has come in today for Shubman Gill. Big out for India. Unfortunately gone down with dengue. But was not did not recover in time. So big opportunity for Ishan Kishan at the top of the order today. The partnership Australia moves on to 69, 74 for 1. Kuldeep continues over the wickets to Warner. And a sweep. Oh, that was dangerous. Because if you missed that, that was absolutely plumb. But luckily got back on the ball.
Middle stump, yeah. But I think, as far as Shubman Gill is concerned, I suspect they will not bring him back for the next match, even if he's fit against Afghanistan. So they'll wait for the Pakistan match next weekend.
I think so. Probably not worth rushing him back. Kuldeep continues over the wicket, and this time he's caught straight back.
Yep.
Warner hits it straight back to the bowler, caught and bowled. Brilliant catch, brilliant reflex catch by Kuldeep. Warner absolutely smoked that one straight back to the bowler, straight down his throats. He's out for 41. Australia now 74 for 2. And India picks up a crucial wicket just as the partnership was really starting to be threatening.
Yeah, he held the ball back a little bit, and I think Warner was very surprised with that, and the ball went straight to him. Good catch.
Absolutely, Warner
Also,
gone. Sorry.
It was a little bit inside of Warner's bat, which is why it went so straight.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Big wicket for India. Very timely. Just after the drinks break, you called it. You said this is the time when you don't want to be losing concentration, and that's kind of exactly what Warner had happened to him. You could see the previous over against Ashwin as well. He was starting to just play a few loose ones, not really get into the middle of the bat again. He had to start again, but this time went for the expansive drive. Kuldeep threw it up, eyes lit up, and straight back to the bowler. Brilliant bowling by Kuldeep, and you're exactly right, Laminga. He is going to be the threat on this wicket for India. As new man comes in, mini Steve Smith, as they say, minus Labuschagne, comes in for Australia at number 4. Very lucky to be here. At one stage, he wasn't even in the squad, and then brought him into the South African series. Unfortunately for Tim, continued to dominate that series and scored himself a place in this Australia World Cup squad. So he's got a lot to prove, not only to himself but also to the selectors. But this is going to be an interesting battle.
Manas's career seems to have been made by the concussion rule.
Yes, correct. He is the epitome of the super sub for Australia.
And he delivers
but equally,
every time. I mean, every time he gets a chance.
Correct. He's had a lot of chances. He's had a lot of drop catches off his batting. So you can imagine if all those catches were taken, then maybe his career would be in a completely different shape. Who knows? But he comes in to face Kuldeep over the wicket, first ball, and forward defence very solid, as you like. You know this man's in form. Straight to cover, no run. As we see the replay.
Theoretically, Ashwin's got 2 bunnies at 2 ends. Theoretically.
Correct. He's had a really good time against Smith. Kuldeep comes over the wicket to Labuschagne again. This time, tried to do a bit of a dabble, but straight back to Kuldeep for no run. We've seen the replay. You're right. He did have a little bit more time, but because the wicket is a little bit slow, he did have a bit more time to take that catch. In any case, it was a difficult one, but Kuldeep comes over the wicket again to Manas, and another drive straight to cover. Another dot ball. That's the end of the over. Successful over for India. They picked up the wickets of David Warner. Australia now is 74 for 2 after 17 overs.
You've got some stuff on socials, Jim.
No, they're just talking about amongst themselves about an alcoholic drink, what I assume is an alcoholic drink. Leah and Farong.
If they're talking about a drink, if Leah's talking about a drink, then it's definitely alcoholic.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's very quiet. Mock does ask, can someone remind me how many times Steve Jones was declared clinically dead during his great Chennai innings?
Well, I mean that was some inning. I mean, in that kind of humidity to play the way he did, it's just an innings of a lifetime.
Ashwin comes in. Oh, what a delivery. Absolute peach of a delivery. Absolutely no idea, Steve Smith. Right through him on that one. That was what you would call the doosra. For sure. The carom ball even, as we're seeing on the replay.
No,
and that just was a doosra? Either or, whichever one you want.
Yeah.
Not sure what Jadeja was doing for the appeal there. I think a bit of tongue-in-cheek appeal for that one. Missed the bat by a mile, but brilliant start for Ashwin. Comes into Smith again over the wickets, and this time Smith gets bat on ball, plays it straight back to Ash. And for no run, 2 dot balls again. That's 5 in a row of dot balls now for Ashwin. Let's see if we can keep these dots up. No, he cannot. We've jinxed him. Quick single. Smith nudges it out to mid-wicket. Takes on the arm of Jadeja successfully. Always risky trying to take on Jadeja in the field, but he was fortunate on this end. At this point, picks up a single, and the score moves to 75 for 1. 75 for 2, I should say. And Labuschagne is now on strike, about to face Ashwin for the first time this innings. This will be interesting. What does Ashwin do? How does he approach this against Manas?
Your voice is breaking a bit, sorry.
I was just saying, how does he approach this against Manas?
Well, I think he bowls exactly like he did to Smith a little while ago.
Let's wait and see. Ashwin for the first time against Manas. Oh, tries the leg spinner. There's all sorts of varieties coming out for Ashwin in this 6th over. I think you start to see a little bit of sign of desperation for Ashwin. If he hasn't, he's doing all sorts of variations now. Still picking up dots. Comes into bowler Manas again. A little bit short this time. Manas easily clips this one off. Down through to deep square leg. And picks up a single. Gets off strike. And he gets off the mark as well. 1 moves to 1 off 5 deliveries. Australia now 76 for 2. And 1 more left in this afternoon over. There's a bit of change in the field now. We've got a point has gone to deep point. Interesting move. Ashwin comes in the final ball of the over to Smith and drives straight to mid-off and got no run. That's the end of the over. Australia at 76 for 2 after 18. Smith on... I missed how much Smith was on. Sorry, Tim.
No, I'm just going to go to socials quickly. So Jake Grover has responded to Mark. It said about Dean Jones and says he was going to die. Then he got threatened with going to live in Queensland to live. It's obviously a rivalry there between the two.
I can, having lived in Victoria for most of my life, I can confirm, yes, that is... being Dean Jones being a Victorian himself, that would be a punishment had he had to move to Queensland. Yes, so I understand the reference there.
Messi tells us that David Warner's last 5 ODI innings are 52, 53, 56, 48, 41.
Kuldeep comes over the wickets to minus. Labuschagne for the first time, for the first time in this over, for another dot, pushed off the back foot out to mid-off for no run. Kuldeep really starting to settle in now because mixing up with the variation, comes into bowl to minus again over the wickets, and this time just dabbed down another dot ball as Rohit jogs to pick it up. And gets it back to Kuldeep, racing through the overs now, these guys. Kuldeep comes into bowl over the wicket again, and this time Midas nudges it down to deep square leg for a single. And moves to 2. Australia moves to 77 for 2. Score predictor by Booking.com has dropped now to 256. At the end of the 50 overs. Another couple of wickets here, and I reckon that's probably going to go down south even more.
That would be right about your prediction, right?
Yep, I still think Australia get bowled out or get restricted at least to sub 250. And then it'll be an interesting chase in the evening session. We'll wait and see. So we've got 3 balls left in this over before we bring in the next group of commentators who are eagerly waiting to get involved. Kuldeep continues over the wickets to Steve Smith, and another back foot push, or dab, I should say. Both Marlis and Steve Smith known for the dabs to cover for no run. Another dot ball. Kuldeep's bowling really well so far. 1 for 12 off 3.4 overs. Comes into bowl to Smith again over the wickets, and exactly the same position. This time off the front foot, pushes it out to cover for no run. Steve Smith very busy as he always is. Now complaining about the side screen. Kuldeep comes in to bowl last ball of the over. To Smith over the wickets. A little bit shorter this time. Tried to nurdle it through, but straight to mid-wicket for no run. That's the end of the over. Australia, after 19 overs, 77 for 2. Not our batsman, Steve Smith on 34. And Miles Labuschagne just come to the crease, 2 of 8 deliveries. We're back now.
And thanks, Kartik. It's upon here, and we'll take over.
Before you leave, Kartik, you may want to check out your mic while you're on a break.
I will.
It's very, very rough coming through.
It's probably you can blame Apple for that. I will have a chat to them in the break with my AirPods. And next time I'm back, I'll make sure it gets fixed up.
I'll see you folks in the second half. See you, Matthew.
Excellent.
See you, and
Welcome, Ajit. Welcome, Messi. It's been interesting last 10 overs. I think Indy's done really well constraining the Australian run rates, and the wicket of Warner was really well done. I was expecting them to bring his couple of slips in and just crowd him around, but they didn't even need to.
Ashwin's bowling beautifully. I think Australia are really struggling here.
I mean, I'm going to wait and watch on that. Australia, I think as long as Smith is there at the crease, he's going to keep one end going. I think Marnus has a new mandate. He's going to look to score a bit fast. Let's see if he succeeds in that.
And here is Ravindra Jadeja into the attack. So first time for him today as he comes in, and that's slow pitched up, and Labuschagne gets behind it, drives it down through the covers for a single.
I mean, of the 3 spinners on display, he's the one spinner who doesn't turn the ball both ways, I suppose. So you can expect Australian batsmen might be keen to go after him, Jadeja.
But if Jadeja can use I haven't seen how much bounce there is on this pitch, but that's probably what he's looking for, as another soft delivery, and again Smith just gets behind it, just drives it down to the exact same point as Labuschagne. They're essentially the same batter for another single.
One is twitchier than the other? No, okay. You must tell me you come from down under yourself. Probably one is more twitchier than the other.
I think one is wider than the other. I'll let the internet decide who's
For
who.
sure. One is taller than the other. I was surprised.
As Jadeja comes in on the middle stump line, and that's worked away off his pads by Labuschagne, and that's actually been a bit of a misfield, and it's gone all the way down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. And I'm going to try a sting again. Yes. So I think the fielder got their hand to it, but getting their hand to it gave it just enough extra purchase. I don't fielder missed it completely.
Nah, it was very well played actually. The fielder tried his best, must be said, but exceptionally played from middle stump.
And this time just played onto square and for another run. So they're looking to make up for the constrained run rate by targeting Jadeja by the look of it. Not aggressively, just turning him over. And Jadeja in again, middle stump line, and defended by Smith. And the one thing about spinners and free spinners is barely any time for anyone else to get a word in.
Yeah.
Of course.
And this time it is pitched just outside leg, and Smith drives at it and only manages to get 1 run, beating the infield there. So that's 8 off the over. Very good work from the Australians there.
Jay Graver says, I've just read a biography of Roy Gilchrist, so I suggest he gives Labuschagne 4 bouncers, 2 beamers, and then burns his face off with an iron. Yeah, well, that's real old school, Jay. Over on YouTube, Willem Vettner is back with us. He was with us yesterday. He says, hello, I'm listening in from South Africa. It's good to hear familiar voices from all around the world. And he's asking Tim if he knows of any other Guerrilla Cricket South Africa people will be commentating on World Cup matches. I'm not sure whether Mpo's possibly going to do it or not. I know Simon's not on the radar, but Tim may know and let us know anyhow.
There seems to be a lot of not sure if that was an official drinks break or another just quick, it's end of 10 overs, just someone run out there with a drink bottle. But
yeah,
fair enough.
I think there's going to be a few of these. It's a very hot day from what I understand. I think it makes sense.
So I mean, to help me out, India, can you bowl Australia out for 40 overs? I mean,
makes sense.
I don't want to be calling this game at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, one thing I saw
dear.
The top of that previous over,
as Kuldeep comes in, and that beats Smith. He has a massive swing at it and misses everything, and just caught behind. Not caught behind, just well collected by the keeper.
Wow. No, but at the top of the over, when we saw, there you go. Look at that pitch. It looks like a 4-day pitch, test match pitch.
And Kuldeep in again, and this time Smith gets behind it and drives down to mid-off for a single.
I think it's also behaving like a 4-day pitch, no? The ball is gripping and turning.
It is. Do you think when Maxwell comes in, they'll tell him to go aggressive, or will they tell him to be sensible? Because
Depends what they got to bowl at.
Yeah, because Australia's always really bad at telling Maxwell what to do. They always give him the wrong advice, and that always ends up screwing them up.
I would say Zampa will do the aggressive work. Maxwell might do a bit of contain work, but who knows? What if it's his day?
Yes, Kuldeep comes in again, and there's a little bit of bounce there, a little bit of a turn, and Labuschagne just manages to defend it down leg side and no run.
That ball right there is a difference between a wrist spinner and a finger spinner. It was the same ball that was played to the boundary of Jadeja. You're saying something, Messi.
Oh, wait.
And Kuldeep in again, and that's driven by Labuschagne, but straight to cover, and no, they didn't run the singles, so it's no run there. Australia currently 86 for 2.
Messi?
I'll wait till the end of the over. It's too quick, man.
Then I'll get my point in. Just Hardik looks like an 80s disco star. From his get up of those head glasses.
Kuldeep comes in, and that is swept well by Labuschagne, but there's a sweeper out there on the outfield who just restricts it to 1. So 2 off this over so far, 1 ball to go. Australia's run rate's 4.2. So very well constrained.
A bit of cat and mouse, I suppose. They get some runs of one spinner, the other one pulls it back a little, and so on.
And for the final ball of his over, Kuldeep comes in, and Smith mistimes it, but gets a lot of power behind it, but that just goes down to the man on the, I'd call that mid-wicket boundary for 1 run. So 3 off the over there. Messi.
Mr. Steve on YouTube is very confident in predicting that Australia will get between 285 and 290. Over 300. He's bet on between 285 and 350 and hasn't lost a cricket bet in 2 years. Don't know how many he's made. So there's some optimism there.
Yes, we do need all the available statistics. So average win, number of bets placed, years the bets were placed, because if the bets were placed during the golden years of Australian cricket, they don't count anymore.
Would they back their own horse here?
God,
and
this doesn't take long.
Jadeja's in to Smith, who just defends that down. Back to Jadeja.
Sorry for interrupting you.
Well, no, I can't do it when Jadeja's on. He takes about 90 seconds to bowl over.
He's a regular Steve O'Keefe. As again, middle stump line, Smith gets behind it, manages to drive it down through to long off for a single.
Well, whoever this person is, would they put their money where their mouth is? Would they go into GPL and see if they can win today?
No, that's...
I don't know if they're running the GPL.
Good question. I'm not sure.
If they're so confident, they should give us a buck or 3 or whatever, right? And see if they can get the pot.
As Jadeja in again to Labuschagne this time, who just defends that down. No run. I know he's not really done in ODIs anymore, but I'd like to see a fielder at short point or silly
point.
Yeah, just
right there.
Just to constrain the batsman, as that's in again to Labuschagne, who does exactly the same and just defends it down to Gully for no run.
I noticed something. Yeah, Masi, you go.
I'm sorry, the GPL isn't open for this game today. We didn't get our act into gear.
So, I noticed something very weird. The slip is sort of standing back, and I see the length being a bit back than what is normally a good length for a spinner. All 3 spinners today, and they're bowling a little faster.
And final ball of the over, Labuschagne just defends that back to Jadeja, so 1 run off it. Jadeja 0 for 9, Australia 89 for 2.
Farong says, just to clarify the nationality of Mitch Marsh, if he makes a duck, he's definitely a West Australian. If he makes 1 to 99, he's still a West Australian. If he makes the Ashes 100, then he could be considered an Australian, except in parts of South Australia and Queensland. This is true. Jay Grover says he hasn't lost a cricket bet in 45 years. That's what abstinence will do for you, Jay. A wonderful thing. And Mr. C says if Australia gets 110 runs by the 25th over, this game will exceed 300 runs. He's placed bets on every ODI available for the last 2 years since I've discovered cricket, and I managed to get back £24,000 lost in fucking cricket. Cricket has changed my... sorry, lost in fucking football. Cricket has changed my life. There you go.
Okay, 115 in 3 overs. It's doable with these two out there, but change in bowling. Well, Siraj is back in. So
I must say, if Australia gets to 280 plus, they're going to win this game. It's a very tough pitch to bat on.
You're just trying to jinx it now,
after dark. I think it'll come on better after dark, particularly if there's a bit of dew.
For sure, as long as the balls are new. But the moment the balls get older, look at that state of that pitch, Messi. I don't think anything more than 260 is chaseable here.
I was going to say about the question of Maxwell containing. He bowled pretty well in the ODIs leading up to this, but a lot of his wickets were where people were trying to hit him, and he wasn't bowling to contain. He was bowling to tempt them as much as anything else, and it worked pretty well.
So Siraj had a really good opening spell, only considered 9 from 3 overs, got quite a bit of movement off the seam, and good delivery to start his second spell on a first stump line, and just defended by Smith, who was charging after it and realised he couldn't do anything with it. There's a cross seam there as well.
Yeah. I mean, the seams on these white kookaburras tend to erode very quickly. That doesn't make a lot of difference after 5 or 10 overs.
Also, I'm looking to see if the Australian batsman might take him on, because they're probably more comfortable with the steady nature of the pace of the ball.
And Siraj in again, and that's played late by Smith, down to that backward point for a single. So brings Smith up to 40, 10 away from his 50, and Labuschagne on strike on 9 off 18. Australia 90 for 2. So very slow scoring game. A lot of good cricket from India, and good response from Australia to not be reckless so far, aside from Mitch Marsh's wicket.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see them hitting out for another 10 overs at least.
And Siraj comes in, and Labuschagne plays that late down to backward point, and there's a sweeper out there who manages to stop the boundary. They run in for 2.
Well, at least the way they attacked Hardik, you thought maybe Siraj with the slightly older ball eventually might be something they might be looking forward to.
Yeah, there's less movement for Siraj this over than I was expecting.
He still bowls brisk, 140s, so maybe that'll still keep them on their toes, but look at the length, that I'm curious.
And that's a short one, and that's hooked away by Labuschagne. Only makes it through to the infield for 1 run.
This is what I meant. If he's any short, they're going to go after him. This is what I expect at least. Let's see.
But again, that ball didn't get up. He didn't time it. There's not enough pace in the pitch to make it easy to hit.
No. It's not coming on as well as you would like. Let's just say sometimes, for example, Ahmedabad is so much more coming onto the bat. This is staying low and slow.
And Sirajin again played late and defensively by Smith, who's almost halfway down the pitch before he decides to run back to his crease, so he doesn't get run out by the fielder coming in.
I mean, if Marnus runs Smith out, What, I wonder, would he do to himself?
Oh, God knows. Wouldn't mind a run out. My son has put a bet on for us for there to be a run out, a stumping, and a duck.
Well, we've had a duck.
Quite reasonable
Good one.
odds. Yeah, so we had the duck.
There's
Duck
free
stump.
spinners. There's bound to be a stumping.
Yeah.
Run out's going to be tricky. All from the same
Oh.
team.
But towards the end of the innings, it's almost compulsory to have a run out. I know Pakistan aren't playing, but yeah.
And last ball of the over, just defended by Labuschagne. Not by Smith, sorry. And that's the end of that. Anything on the socials, Bez?
Jay says, before you think I'm trying to be Godcore, I haven't been sober for 33. Dave Wood says, when it comes to betting, I always put money on my team's opponents. That way I don't feel so distraught when we lose. Yeah, it's a misery hedge, as we call it. At least you get something back. And if your team wins, you forget about that bet, as long as it's a nice small bet.
Yeah, I think last World Cup I put a $50 bet on Sri Lanka to win the tournament, which would have paid out at 17-1, and got nothing from it. So,
Now, Dr. S says, why do we completely accept the home team should be allowed to influence the preparation of the pitch? Seems safe to assume this one is tailor-made for India's very good spinners. Well, I think that's unfair. The ICC is in charge of the pitches. I think they've been pretty good cricket pitches for this sort of cricket so far, and they've been long boundaries. I actually think they've done a pretty good job with it.
And Jadeja into Smith, and that just goes on the pad, and they just get one leg by from it.
And this is very much a typical Chennai wicket, I would say.
Yeah,
Yes,
I think so.
agree on that.
It's usually... Yeah, go on.
And that one that was Labuschagne, the earlier batter, and this time it's Smith. Just works that way down to mid-off for a single. And Jadeja again to Labuschagne. God, he's quick. And that's just defended down, no run there. Give us a bit of time, Jadeja, please.
Yeah. By the way, what do we make of this outfield fiasco? We saw at least twice so far where people trying to slide into the outfield, their knee just got stuck in the mud.
And Jadeja comes
They
in,
got
and
stuck.
Smith cuts it. And they only managed to get a single there. It's a really good field placement, really good bowling tactics, bowling to your field, bowling to your lines. Like, India's fielding, out of all the games I've seen this tournament so far, best in the tournament.
I think New Zealand fielded very well against England too.
Yeah. So, as I was asking, what do we think of that outfield fiasco? Or do we know what that is?
And Jadeja in again, and just defended by Labuschagne through the mid-on, and no run.
I think it may be something to do with the season. Playing cricket at this time of year is not normal, really, in India.
Yeah.
And that's
It can
worked
be a bit
away
soft.
by Labuschagne for a single, and that's 5 off the over, surprisingly. 98 for 2 for Australia.
Sorry. Ariane Sarana says, that's responding to something else. Joe says, I know I'm an easily amused person, but every time I flick back to your YouTube, it reminds me of some unholy combination of the Marx Brothers celebrity squares and cubism. Yeah, well,
We make it work.
That's a fair way of putting it, really.
There's only so many ways.
Celebrity is a bit dubious. The squares bit's right.
Yes, no, we will let anyone on our stream.
No. Well, speaking of which, I was on a podcast this morning, and a couple of my co-hosts wanted to see if they could get in on the action. I'll contact the Parcel at B at the headquarters.
And Siraj in to continue his 5th over now, and that's well angled in, but Labuschagne picks it well and just drives it through, and they manage to run 2 there, and that brings Australia up to 100 after 24 overs. That's
Well,
It's a platform.
yeah, I'm still thinking they would still be able to get to around 250. They have some hitters to follow. right?
Yep.
I mean, there's no Popeye Stoinis, but Carey, Maxwell, Green, Cummins. That's not a bad lineup to follow from here.
No, there's batting deep. It's just how well they can handle the bowlers here. As a similar line again from Siraj, but beats the infield as Labuschagne smashes that through, but this time only 1 run. So bringing Smith back onto strike.
Must say, neither of the teams would be particularly disappointed at this stage. India, in terms of the number of runs conceded, the run rate. Australia, just 2 wickets lost. At 32, 35 over mark, if they can get to about 165, I think they have it in them to add another 100, 120 from there. So, yeah.
It's
The
funny
next
to
10
think
overs,
that, yeah, in the years before Sri Lanka changed things in the 90s, 100 after 30 overs was perfectly acceptable.
Yeah. I mean, 210 was a good target back in the day.
And Siraj it again, and Smith picked the line, decided he was going to do a ramp shot, missed it, and it just went through to the keeper for no run. That I
You're lost for words.
yeah, I have. I'm lost for words, and I've lost my voice.
It's Smith. Why does he need to do all this? He has every shot, a proper shot in the locker. If he decides to cut that, even though it's foolish, if he were to play it with a horizontal shot, he'll get 4 for it, I think. With Siraj's pace.
There was no need for that, and much better orthodox shot there from Smith, but that's just in defence. No run. But he's getting a bit
If
frustrated.
you're losing your voice, do you want to swap over?
Yes.
Okay.
More
I
than
can do
happy.
ball by ball. You can do ball by ball, Messi.
Yeah. Okay.
Go for
I'm
it.
happy to do that. So we have Siraj bowling right arm over to Smith. Field set well back as far as it can be in the circumstances. They're taking their time, the fast bowlers. They need to breathe. There's no slip. Pitched it on a slightly short of a good length. Smith plays defensively out to the short mid-on, and there's no run.
I'm jinxing him, but this is excellent spell so far from Siraj. I mean, to get
Not
as
bad.
many dot balls as he's still able to. As I said, I was expecting he'll be attacked, but he's holding his end up pretty well.
He's managing to keep the line and length fairly consistent, which really doesn't give a lot of room for the batters to take advantage. He's in again.
Indeed.
Oh no, he's not. Sorry, I'm on it. That's on a different
Not yet.
screen.
Wait for it. I know you have at least a local.
He is in again now. Just on middle and leg, pumped by Smith towards deep mid wicket, who falls over on his ass, but managed to restrict it to 1 run. And at the end of the over, the score is 102 for 2 after 25 overs. So I'll ask Steve Smith, over on YouTube to predict what it will be as a result of that after 25. Over to you, Supun. Are you able
I've
to
got the
read
tweets.
any
Yep.
socials? Yep.
So I've got Nitin Bajaj. Hello, folks. It's been a couple of years since I've listened in and can see that none of the verve, wit, and quality has been lost. Kudos. And Jay Grover's just saying, it's so sweet. You're all looking in different directions. It's like you've got an angel dangling doggy treats over the 3 of you. Bless.
It is true. I'm sorry. I'm looking off to the TV screen to my right rather than at the camera. So I'm sorry about not being
My
quite
camera is
in
there.
personal connection with you.
Yeah, I've
camera
got
is there, my
cricket
big screen is
there,
here, so.
camera there. So we make things work. And it's much nicer being on a video stream instead of just an all audio stream as the old White Line Wireless calls were.
So it looks like they're having a bit of a drinks break yet again. And I've got to say, if I'm Stephen Smith, I've been out there for probably an hour and a half now. And every time he hits the ball, you can notice the drops of sweat flying off him. The dehydration when you're batting in these circumstances must be massive. So I think it's fair enough in these circumstances to get drinks out there. It's when it's 14 degrees and they have drinks breaks that I'm a bit sus about it.
No, that's when you need to bring out the coffee.
Exactly.
yes.
And you need to bring up coffee spiked with something.
Okay,
All right.
Jadeja's on, bowling round the wicket to Smith, and that is he hits it towards deep mid-off, and it falls about 5 yards short of Siraj at mid-off, and manages to get a single. Scores 103
Looked like
for
a
two.
terrible miss hit. I thought it was going to carry to long off. I'm like, what has Smith done here? Luckily for him, it did not carry at all. I think that's what Smith thought as well, by the way, from the looks of it when he hit it.
And Jadeja again, this time to Labuschagne, just outside leg. It makes a bit of a muff of it, and it drops down for no run.
Just
Jadeja
to back up.
preparing again. Labuschagne is actually quite deliberately slowing him down a bit. He comes in now, bowls straight on middle stump, forward defensive from Labuschagne, fielded by the bowler. No run, and he's ready to go again. Oh,
Just
dear,
to prove
dear.
my point.
He's coming in now again on middle and leg. Hit a little bit uppership by Labuschagne, but back down the wicket straight to Jadeja, who feels and prepares to bowl yet again. This is going to be a 60-second over at this rate. He comes in, he bowls a little shorter this time on middle stump. Labuschagne is able to lever it out to deep mid-on and take a single. It's exhausting just commentating at the speed that Jadeja bowls.
I can imagine.
And he's coming into bowl to Smith now. Last ball of the over already. A little shorter on off stump. Smith goes on the back foot, just strikes it down to short cover, and there's no run. So that over quite literally must have taken about 80 seconds. 2 runs came from it. And we're on 103 for 2 at the end of it. 104 for 2, I beg your pardon.
So, one thing I want to see is Australia aren't really attacking the spinners all that much. Put in an extra slip, put in an extra silly point, just a short leg, just constrain them down, make them do something different. Smith and Labuschagne can just stay out there, turning the ball around quite easily. You need to force them with the spinners to start doing something else, and then start playing a bit riskier.
Yes, they're very much in control, aren't they?
Well, at least at this stage, India would be very, very happy, given that they are able to actually tie Australia down to 4 an over. Anything approaching 5 an over would be more worrisome if you are an India fan. But this is all right. As I keep saying, they still say after the 32nd over they can double a score. Maybe not on every pitch, but yeah, Australia would be
seeing some
particularly
really beautiful drone shots of the stadium next to that beach where Anindo grew up. And Kuldeep is coming in, left arm over the wicket to Labuschagne, who tries to dab it down through the offside, misses it completely and goes through to the keeper. It's very tidy taking it. It turned a bit too.
Yeah, turned beautifully into him. So, in the last over, the point I was trying to make, Jadeja, along with how fast he bowls, he was also bowling faster. He was 60 mph, around 60 mph every ball. That's even a little bit fast for him. I think they have identified on this pitch, this is the best way to go, the spinners. Something we might see Australia later replicating. Wow. Now, Labuschagne has given us some time. He seems to be pottering around in the crease.
Sorry, I missed that ball. There's a decision pending for LBW, I think. Is it?
Yes.
Oh, no,
for a catch.
No, it was the previous ball. They're looking
Is
for
there
a catch.
is there an edge?
Oh. No, there's no edge there.
Was this an umpire review? I don't think it was a DRS from the players.
No.
I didn't see any DRS from players. Yeah.
Maybe it's just a commentator review, which they sometimes do. But they did say decision pending. Oh, it's a stumping, yes. So the umpire review is stumping. He was nowhere near lifting his foot. Absolutely no chance of stumping there. Umpires are gutless sometimes.
Also, why is the stump at almost a 5-degree angle? Why is it not straight?
It looks like that. It's actually an optical illusion. I've seen that a few times. Yeah.
I see.
And Kuldeep is in again. Labuschagne reverse sweeps, gets it down to well, I suppose that's third man, isn't it? For a single. It's always confusing when with a reverse sweep in terms of working out the fielding positions.
So
it must become fine leg. So you become a left-hander, so it becomes the fine leg. But we are okay. We are okay with either.
a quick stat from the back of the box from Russ: 39 balls without a boundary at the start of this over.
Wow.
Wow.
That I can believe. Yeah.
That's good work.
Yeah.
That's solid work there from the spinners.
Good work
Well,
from
I mean,
Russ.
basically, the batters have got to make their own pace with these balls, haven't they? And, so this one is pitched on middle and leg. Smith goes to whack it out towards mid-wicket. Just gets the single. The sweeper picks it up there, I presume, although they haven't shown it.
Yeah. Bit of a mistiming there by the look of it.
Yeah, he mishit it, in fact. And Kuldeep is preparing to bowl again. Labuschagne is facing up. And this time he scoops it off middle stump, down to the boundary. Beautifully fielded there by, I'm not sure who.
Ishan.
Keeps it to 2 runs. Ishan, well done. Yes,
Ishan
that's a nice little mallet he's got going there.
Oh yes.
Probably the best mullet this tournament.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's better than most mullets, I must admit.
I think Rashid Khan I saw yesterday had the beginnings of one, but that looks a proper mullet. But yeah, speaking of eyewear, everybody seemed to be sporting very, very interesting eyewear. I saw Pat Cummins sitting with what looked like wraparound ski goggles. And
Yeah.
Kishan had some interesting goggles. We spoke about Hardik earlier.
Sponsors, I suspect. Kuldeep is in again. This time off the back foot. Labuschagne cuts it, but it's well fielded at short cover, and there's no run. Oh no, there's a single. They scuttled through for a single.
I dare say he stopped a boundary there, Hardik. That was
Yes.
hit well.
Yeah, they managed to single off the. It was a slight misfield, but you can't criticise him because he definitely did save the boundary. And the final ball of the over with the score at 109 for 2. Just doing a bit of field shifting. Smith's quite deliberately holding it up a bit, which makes a lot of sense when things are happening fast.
We saw that
and-
a bit in this over. Labushkagner did it as well.
So Kuldeep is in. Pitched on middle, a little short. Smith just nurdles it out to deep, long off for a single. So the score at the end of the over is 110 for 2 after 27 overs.
And we'll have a quick
By the way,
change.
were we
Are we having a
supposed to do
change?
switcheroo?
Yes.
You're staying on, missus, and I'm
Right.
jumping off.
Excellent.
I think I'm going to switch to socials now, if I'm not wrong.
Yes,
I think,
you're on
uh,
socials.
Yeah.
Russ is on ball by ball.
Has it changed?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, maybe I'm missing.
Oh
I
no,
thought I
I'm
was on
not. I'm
socials.
not here.
So,
My apologies. I'm not here.
oh, sorry. No, you're right. You're not. We'll see you in half an hour.
Thought I missed a change. Hopefully, you can. Or have I fixed up my audio? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, that's
clearer
much
now?
better, Kartik. Thank you.
I decided to go the old-fashioned way and plug it in directly into the computer, as opposed
Yeah,
to
yeah.
Bluetooth.
I think there's a lot to be said for old school in that regard.
Absolutely.
So, Russ, how do you see this going?
I think Australia's decided that since the only time they've ever won a World Cup in the subcontinent, that they've got to play like it in 1987. So successful at this point. But look, India spinners are killing Australia. They're just they're not. I mean, what are we now? 7 overs without a boundary, and they've still got multiple overs from Ashwin to come. It's very hard to see Australia breaking the shackles.
Absolutely. And also, when Australia comes to bowl, just having Zampa and Maxwell fundamentally is going to make them very vulnerable as well.
Yes, I like Maxwell, but he's not to the same class as the 3 spinners we're seeing from India.
No, that's right. Especially when you're bowling to batters who are very, very used to dealing with spin.
How do you see it, Kartik?
I think Australia will do well to get to 250 from here, to be honest. Although I did say par is 285 on every pitch for every match, but yeah, it probably is par, but I don't think they're going to get there.
Yeah. And that really takes a lot of the pressure. You know, you mentioned before how Maxwell was getting wickets because he was able to kind of contain them and force them to take a risk. But if they don't need to take as many risks, that really limits his ability to make inroads.
Yep. I should say we're paused for a few more drinks, and I think that's going to be the way of things for the rest of this innings, to be honest. Everybody's really feeling it. The temperature is still, I can tell you in a second, 31 degrees. Humidity is 73%. That's not pleasant.
Yeah, typical Chennai day. That it's very humid in that part of the world. I recently came back from Chennai and can confirm it is very, very humid all year round.
Not for me. I could not handle that. I really couldn't. Oh dear.
Still pausing. Looks like some cramps.
Massaging. Yeah. Who is that?
I'm not sure. No. Well, Coley was stretching. I think it might be Hardik down there, maybe.
Yeah.
It looks like his stunt double, actually.
Lying on his back, having his thighs massaged in a non-suggestive way.
Good crowding. There's been a lot of talk about not enough crowds, not enough people turning up to the games. Naturally, when India's not playing, it's always going to be difficult, but good crowding today.
Well, it's a shame that they've been in such huge stadiums for neutral games. I think that's inevitable. Here we go.
Jadeja's on and he's bowled him. He's bowled Smith. Whoa. He's pitched that on off. He's past the bat. Smith played the wrong line and that is the third wicket down. Smith out for 46 off 71. The score 3 for 110. Absolute ripper by Jadeja coming round the wicket, pitching it on the perfect line, and Smith. Well, now we get to see where Maxwell can turn up with the bat, I guess.
Wow. That turned a mile. Absolutely. It took a bit of dust when it pitched as well, didn't it? Took a little bit out of the pitch. That was the perfect delivery. It really was. It must have pitched middle and hit off stump. And Smith was playing as if it was going to go on and hit middle and leg. So he missed it by a mile, in fact.
Yeah, I wonder if that long break had broke his concentration or something. It was a very long period, but I mean, it didn't break Jadeja's concentration. He landed that exactly where he wanted it.
Well, the other thing is Smith didn't even get his front foot anywhere near the pitch of it. It was as if he was playing the wrong line altogether to start with, wasn't it? Anyhow, 46 from 71 might have been a decent platform had he stayed in for another 71 deliveries, but from there, it's really not good enough for Australia, is it?
No, it puts a lot of
huge load on his shoulders here.
A lot of pressure on the players coming in. Maxwell's surprisingly low average. It's only 33 in one-day cricket, and a strike rate of 124 though.
But when you're batting down the order, that's not so surprising because it's almost inevitable you'll get out, and quite often looking for quick runs. An innings of 30 off 20 or something like that.
That is true. He's facing up to Jadeja now. 1 for 15 off his 4.1 overs so far. This one's into Maxwell's pads. He's going to get a quick single. It's the square as the mid-wicket runs around to square leg. Score goes into 3 for 111. Smith
The thing about Maxwell is he carries an awful big load of expectation for Australia, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised his average is low. Kind of assumed that the expectation was matched by a big average. Here's Labuschagne facing Jadeja, and he's on the front foot and defending. Straight back to the bowler.
Maxwell recently became a father.
That's right.
Jadeja into the pads of Labuschagne, but he's defending again. Jadeja picks it up.
And here's a bit of trivia for you all. Those of you who may know, he has. I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that.
Today's just short of a length, and Labuschagne's playing off the back foot. He's going to get it out to deep point, take a single. Score goes to 3 for 112.
I was going to say Maxwell's partner is actually from, or her family is from this part of the world, from Chennai. So interesting to see who they're going to be supporting tonight at home. No doubt watching on from Melbourne.
Indy, but don't tell him.
Oh dear, that could cause some rifts.
Last ball over for Jadeja, just 2 runs off it and the wicket. This one's on a length and Maxwell's defending. There's a bit of an appeal. They might have thought of hit pad first. Jadeja wants to discuss, but there's no review forthcoming. End of the over. Kartik, you got the socials?
Yeah, bit quiet, but there was one comment I did want to call out. I don't know if this was mentioned before, but Mr. Steve did say all I want now is Labuschagne out, so that the big hitter's in. I suppose they got half their wish. Steve Smith is out, almost Labuschagne. You could argue that they're a bit of flipping the coin these days. So yeah, now it's all eyes on Maxwell. We'll see how he goes.
Extraordinary long tail for me as well, Australia. I mean,
Yes, I think the missing head is huge. It really is, and it's very hit and miss with both Carey and Green in my view at the moment.
yes. Hit and miss with Maxwell, Carey and Green perhaps. But
Yes, yeah.
Kuldeep's going to come on. He'll be in his 7th over, 1 for 21 so far. He's bowled very, very well. Labuschagne on strike. He's playing over the wicket and it's pitched into his pads. He'll take a single down to deep square leg, take the score on to 113. We actually saw yesterday Afghanistan was roughly this position and collapsed for about 150, so it's not impossible that you could see the same from Australia, given that tail and a couple more wickets quickly.
But then on the other side of things, teams have built from here and hit 300. You know, it's if Maxwell were to take off, I don't know that this is the pitch for him. Anything could happen there.
He is a good player of spin, or at least he can score quickly against spin, which is not probably true of most of the other players.
Yeah.
In
Well,
Australia's
that's another area they miss head, isn't it?
Kuldeep again. This one's into Maxwell's pads. He's sweeping pretty well, but he won't get a boundary. It's been a very long time since the last boundary. Just the single, 114 score ticks
Yep.
to.
The no boundary count is now up to 53 balls and counting.
Wow.
Yeah, it's almost 9 overs, which is a lot when you've only bowled 28.
Yes, it certainly is.
The spinner's applying the screws here. It's Kuldeep and it's full, and Labuschagne's sweeping as well, but again, there'll just be the one, I think, down to that deep square leg position. The score goes to 115.
You get the feeling that Labuschagne is very much set in this mould for quite a while yet. You know, he'll get to 50 off 80 balls or something, and then maybe consider whether he's going to be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I think Australia might need more than that somehow.
I think they might, but no signs of Labuschagne getting agitated.
It's Kuldeep to Maxwell. It's into his pads. He tries to sweep, doesn't get a hold of it. It plays off the pad into the keeper and no run. Trying to invent highlights for the highlights reel for the with 9 overs with nothing going on.
That's all right. I mean, the highlights are the wickets, basically, aren't they?
Kuldeep's into Maxwell's pads and he's turned that round the corner and he will take a single to deep fine leg. Score to 116.
Yeah, there's very much the boring middle overs type approach at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got 2 highlights in the last 42 minutes, and one of them was a pointless review. So it'll be a nice short highlights reel for those listening after the game.
Yeah, it's plenty of time to go. We're only about a quarter of the way through the game as overs go, so who knows what might happen.
One ball to come from Kuldeep. One for 25 off almost 7 overs. They seem to be moving both the fine leg and the square leg into the same line. That might be why they're pushing them around, swapping them around. Here's Kuldeep. It's into the pads of Labuschagne. He steps across his stumps and manages to ramp it. He might get away with this one for 4. No, he does not. It's very well fielded by Ishan down on the boundary. He'll take 2. 6 off the over. Scores 3 for 118. 29 overs gone.
Twice he's done that.
They're really trying to keep up this boundary count, or no boundary count, I should say.
Yeah.
Now gone past 14 overs without a boundary.
I noticed Mr. Steve said 270 is the worst case scenario, 285 most likely, but every over 300 I would consider a safe bet. Wow. You are, well, if you're Australian, I'd say you're an optimist. Australia would bite your arm off for 300 at the moment.
It's the cult of Maxwell. That's what.
Yes.
An interesting tweet from Jay Grover. I think the expectation is most people who aren't involved with the ACB or Cricket Australia seem to like Maxwell.
Yeah, they've had an interesting relationship with him, haven't they? You wonder if he could have made a good test player if he'd really been given the chance.
I feel he would have.
Yeah.
Particularly
that 100 in Sri Lanka. Was it in Sri Lanka, that 100 he made?
Or India, I think. But his Jadeja is just short of a length, and Maxwell will turn that away to the deep square leg, who runs in, keeps it to 1, 3 for 119. Sri Lanka, he definitely scored 100 against India in India, I think.
Right. Well, that must have been the 104 he's got. It's only played 7 tests, high score 104, and no 50s, average of 26.07, which is a bit unfair, really, isn't it?
Here's Jadeja around the wicket to Labuschagne, and he's caught. Is he caught? There's a huge appeal for him. He's given out. He tried to sweep that out on the onside. He's shaking his head. I think he wants to review it. But he's got a very fine edge to the keeper who's jumped up. He is going to review it. Adamant he didn't hit it. But
that's happened before, though, hasn't it? We know that one from Labuschagne.
Huge and immediate appeal from all the Indian players. They definitely think they've got him, and it'll be 4 for 119 if it's confirmed.
Does the batter ever think that they're out?
Well,
occasionally.
Maybe Gilchrist, but
you
actually, let me rephrase that. Does an Australian batter ever think that they're out?
You generally know if you've hit it, not necessarily. Sometimes other things can happen.
Well, it's certainly not hit anything other than bat if there was a sound coming, because he's nowhere near the ground, nowhere near his pads.
Yeah, you can't really pick it up from the seam of the ball.
There's
a little bit of an edge. So that'll be the end for Labuschagne. I'll play a jingle because we've got him working. Why not? Oh, that's not a run out. That's the wrong one. Let's try this one.
Well, Mr. Steve has got his wish finally. Labuschagne is out, and now time for the big hitters to come in.
This is India's mistake. They've got rid of the player who couldn't score. So,
ironically, Labuschagne going for a big hit got himself out.
It's interesting. As soon as he turned around from the shot, he slumped his head and went, "Oh no!" And yet he still reviewed it. I feel like he did know he was.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. There's something in his makeup that refuses to allow him to admit that he's made a mistake, I think. But at the end of the day, that was, again, a dubious value in the innings. It's interesting to look at. David Warner scored 41 at a strike rate of 78. Smith 46 at a strike rate of 65. And Labuschagne 27 at a strike rate of 65. I mean, that's just not going to get you anywhere, is it? You just can't afford to keep doing that and lose your wicket.
No, and you look at the Indian bowlers as well. All of this economy rates are 4 or less, except for Hardik, who bowled 2 overs for 21.
Yep.
So, assuming he doesn't bowl any more overs, where is Australia going to score a run from?
Yeah, it's a worry. I mean, unless Maxwell and Carey, or I don't know if it's Carey or Green that's coming in now, just make a decision to say, okay, this isn't getting us anywhere, this approach. We need to try and change the agenda by going on the attack. And if we lose our wickets, we lose our wickets. But anything else is just surrender, really, isn't it?
Well, you think so, yeah, because what's going to happen? They try and defend 220. They hope that Mitch Stark can rip through 4 players at the top of the order and cause some panic, but that's the only way you can see them.
Yeah.
Jay Grover's struck again. Labuschagne would review his own berth. I'm liking this, Jay Grover. Keep him coming.
Jay has for many, many years been the prime source of a lot of our amusement on Guerrilla Cricket, and I would miss him dreadfully if he wasn't around, I must admit. Thank you, Jay. And he's also a supporter of us through Patreon, which you could also be if you wish to, by going to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. There are a number of tiers of Patreon where you can choose to give us support on a regular basis to help us pay some of the expenses, which were not inconsiderable to get this out. Unfortunately, none of those expenses involve any money to anybody involved, which is a bit of a shame, but never mind.
It will be Carey. Strike rate of 88 in his career, an average of 33, so not known for scoring quickly.
He does have a more positive attitude, though, I think, than Labuschagne or Smith, generally speaking.
He's always busy. He reminds me of Ian Healy, right?
Yeah. Oh, I prefer him to Healy. I never liked Healy. But that was because I was a Gilchrist supporter and I resented the fact that Healy kept Gilchrist out of the Test team for so long.
I thought it was because he was a Queenslander, but or you're a Darren Berry supporter. That's the other reason not to like Healy, right? As a Victorian.
Yeah, it's true.
Yes, I was one of those. Up go the Victorians.
I mean, I've got added gripes now that he was such a shit commentator on TV, but that seems to have, generally speaking, finished now.
Here is Jadeja. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Carey. It's into the middle stump line, and Carey defends out to mid-wicket. There's a leg slip in, which is interesting. This is Jadeja, and he's hit Carey on the pad. He's stepping forward. He's been given LBW. Carey tried to turn that on the onside. It turned back, hit the pad, and it was probably running on to hit middle stump.
Yep.
He's going to have a chat to Maxwell whether he wants to refer it. But waiting to see his DRS time. He's got 1 second left. He's a bit late.
Maxie said, nah, fuck that. I need it.
He went to put his hands up, I think, and they went, yeah, you missed your chance, mate. Thanks for that. So score 5 for 119. Carey out second ball for a duck. Jadeja 3 for 18 of 5.4 overs so far. He's destroying Australia as he has done so many times in the Test arena. That one pitched on middle and off, and it was going on to hit middle pretty surely.
I don't know. I think leg, it turned a reasonable amount.
Oh, I think it was turning to hit middle and leg.
Oh dear.
We'll get a replay soon.
So that's 2 ducks. I'm still waiting for a stumping and a run out for that bet to come in.
At what point do we start hearing complaints about the pitch? Because that's what typically the Australian team does when they lose wickets in piles.
To be fair, it's generally the Australian supporters that do it. I haven't heard a lot of complaints from the Australian team about pitches for a very long time now.
Well, It'd be interesting to see how India bats if they chase down 180 or 210 in 30 overs. it'll probably be just put down to something other than the pitch. Cameron Green's in at the wicket. He's in at 7.
This is a good young cricketer.
He's a fantastic cricketer, but there's so much riding on this partnership.
And with spin, I think he's vulnerable.
Here's Jadeja. This one's outside of stump. Carey's edgily pushing it out to point. Jadeja thought he had another one there. We get to watch the replay here. It pitched on middle of the leg and it was going on to hit leg stump. Good decision by the umpire for Carey. Jadeja, it's again on off stump and Green is forward defending. End of the over. 5 for 119 off 30 overs. Can Australia at least double it from here as the rule goes?
Oh, they'd be happy to, frankly. You got anything for us, Hardy?
Sorry, I was just getting distracted there by all these wickets. Interesting, Mr. Steve has come back and said, I'm not Australian. I'm Eastern European living in London for 9 years. He's come here to fix a very expensive printing machine, but they've held him captive and doubled his money. So he's loving life at the moment, seeing Australians fall apart.
He's well ensconced in London then if he's enjoying seeing Australia lose.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Stephen Kelk furiously cooking a nice doomed burger on the barbie. Is what the Australians are doing at the moment. That's on our YouTube channel.
Oh, nice one.
India's moving away from spin. They're going to bring Bumrah on. He's bowled 4 overs so far, 1 for 11. Bowled really well, I think, in that first hour.
Dave Wood on Twitter says the Aussies will still win the Moral World Cup.
Yeah. You know what? It would be interesting to end up with semi-finals containing all Asian teams, wouldn't it? You know, you have Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and India in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I suspect New Zealand is going to be in the mix given their first game, but maybe that was against a poor English side.
Yeah, I think New Zealand will be up there. I can't see how Sri Lanka get that far, to be honest.
Well, they've got a big net run rate deficit after that loss to South Africa, don't they?
Yeah.
Although, I mean, they did remarkably well in the circumstances, I thought. Their bowling just isn't good enough.
Here's Bumrah. He's going to be bowling to Maxwell, and it's on a good length. Maxwell's defending. Straight back down past the bowler, but no run.
Good to see Jasprit Bumrah back into the Indian side. He's been out for a long time.
Oh, just to see him back in cricket generally, it's great, isn't it?
Such a fascinating bowler too. Short run up and the whippy kind of action.
Yeah, missed him, and of course Rishabh Pant's the other one. Would be great to see back.
He's again to Maxwell, and again he's defending from ball outside off stump. And again, it won't beat the mid off.
Yeah, he's still a few months away. They're saying likely won't see him until next year, I think. Rishabh Pant.
Broadcast is just showing us Bumrah's line away for this ball, and he's edged Maxwell. He's got that ball for short of a length outside of stump.
No.
Oh, that was a replay. Marsh, my back. I thought he was running in.
That's just how Marsh got up. And
It is.
That is Marsh.
Well, this one's short of it. This one's short and bouncer for Maxwell, and he ducks underneath it.
Oh dear.
Showing Bumrah bowling just when I'm expecting to bowl is tricky, but they were showing his lines on the broadcast before I got carried away, and they're all just, you practically had a dead straight line, just different lengths and some different seam movements. But
yeah,
such an accurate
bowler.
bowler.
I felt for the exact same thing. I was celebrating as well.
It's known in guerrilla cricket as doing a bishop, commentating on a wicket that's already been taken.
That last ball was a wide, actually, so one more to the total. Took it to 5 for 120. Here is Boomerang to Maxwell, and it's into the leg stump. Maxwell's tried to drive it, but he's moved away a bit on it. He got a bit of outside edge to cover safely. But, there's something going. There's a little bit in the pitch for Boomerang, just enough to make you nervous for Maxwell. I almost think about bringing a slip in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, given the state of the game, a slip would make a lot of sense, I would have thought. Because you really got Australia on the ropes, and you need to finish them off.
Here is Boomerang again to Maxwell. This one's down the leg side. He might get a wide for that as well. He does. 2 wides in the over. Scored 1-2-1.
What a good line he was bowling.
Well, the first one was a bouncer, so that was probably alright. But that one was, he's lost his radar there. The score predictor's down to 217, which is...
Wow. Yeah, they're not even doubling the 30-over score anymore.
It might even be generous. Such a long tail. Pat Cummins coming in next, and not much after that. They're stuck and slog a few. Here's Boomerang on a length outside off stump, and Maxwell defends to cover. No runs off the bat so far in this over.
There's no sense of wanting to score anything at all. Just survival seems the name of the game.
I was just going to say, sorry, just on the YouTube. Replay Russ takes a wicket. Mark it in the highlights.
Replay Russ. Yes, I like that.
Here is Boomerang, I think, again. Bowling to Maxwell, and it's full toss on the leg stump, and he's absolutely clobbered it, but it's straight to mid-on, so he won't get a run for that either. Bit of a missed opportunity there for Maxwell. Boomerang's lost all sense of line and length for the moment.
So that's really a state of mind thing for Maxwell. Because probably 3 times out of 5, he'd hit that for 6 over square leg. A nice juicy full toss on leg stump.
Yeah, maybe the score's worrying him, but he thinks he needs to play out the next 20 overs rather than attacking. Last ball he was into the pads of Maxwell. He'll get a run here. Possibly 2 as the sweeper comes around. It will be 2. Score goes to 1, 2, 3 for 5 end of the over, 31 gone. And we're due for a change, in fact. So Kartik's going to take over the ball by ball. I'm actually staying here for special comments, so we're just going to switch. But Ajit's back in the commentary box.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Hello all. So, I must do some social media, I'm told. And, well, Jay Grover is a bit angry with you.
Me?
Russ, he says you utter 4-lettered word starting from C, Russ.
Oh, geez.
VRA with those lines, Russell, he says. And then, of course, he claims, this is a bit of history to it, I've been listening so I know. He's alive for at least 45 years, Jay, and he's been fixing a printer for at least 34 of those. Farang claims that, and the good news for Australia is just that keeps getting better. Their bowling in SAF and warm-ups wasn't the strong point, apparently. And, well, Dave Wood says the AUS will still win Moral World Cup. I don't know if this was already read out. Jay says, Patreon does not begin to explore the idiotic purchases I've made in support of guerrilla cricket.
Jadeja continues around the wicket, I should say, and an edge out to, or I would almost say it's an edge to deep cover, deep point. One of the deeps for Green. He's off the mark.
Well, deep square
Australia
point.
moves to deep square point. Let's combine that all together. For a single, Australia moves to 124 for 5.
Do we see a bit of worry in that Australian dressing room just now?
I think the worries has arrived a long time ago. Jadeja continues around the wickets to Maxwell this time, and he clips it off his pads down to deep fine leg for another single. So they're starting to pick up some singles here. Pressure ever so slowly releasing, but still plenty
I would
on.
say they have plenty to look forward to. Look, if Maxwell, who plays enough in India, can hang on for the 10 overs, there's plenty to be had here.
Jadeja around the wicket again and pushed through to cover for no run. They're racing through the overs now with the spinners on. India well and truly on track for their over rates. JJ around the corner again. This time dug out and driven down to deep mid-off for another single. 3 runs off the over so far, 2 balls remaining.
I don't even try and get a word in during Jadeja's overs. There's no... By the time you've read the score out, he's ready to go.
He's very quick with his overs. He continues around the wicket again. Big expansive, almost like a bunt by Maxwell. And there it is, a boundary for the first time in, geez, not sure how long.
There's a jingle for boundaries.
Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
A short bunt, square cut, pull, whatever you like. Maybe not a pull, whatever you like. Out to deep cover, no fielder out there. That's 4 runs finally for the Australians. After almost 16 overs, Jadeja continues again around the wickets, and this time another dot ball to finish off the over. Yep, that's the end of the over. Maxwell moves to 11. Australia now 130 for 5 after 32 overs.
An hour and 3 minutes there was between those 2 boundaries.
Wow. Holy cow. Well, they bowled a lot of overs in between, thanks to Jadeja as well. But going to tweets, Mog says, I won't really trust any score predictor to get their date right, much less the final total. And then Jay Grover chimes in with, doesn't trust design roads. It's the cars, the ATE Paris, he says. I don't know if that makes sense to you, Russ.
It does. I don't design roads. I'm in public transport. Cars That Ate Paris is a movie about...
Cars That Ate Paris. Okay, interesting. Meanwhile, Farong actually tweets out another Dinesh Karthik tweet from earlier on in the day where DK seems to have predicted that Jadeja will have a super day. And Karthik seems to be on the take, apparently.
As Bumrah continues over the wickets and gets through the bottom edge. I don't think there was any bat on that. Go through to the keeper, Rahul. Dot ball. That one kept low for green.
Just to clarify, Farong didn't say he was on the take. He said he was on the taka, which is on the money in his part of the world.
We're seeing the replay of Jadeja's over to Smith. 3 balls, almost identical, and then the one that turned a little bit more is the one that got the wicket. Bumrah continues over the wicket to green and played down through to point for no run to that man Jadeja, who's the man of the moment for India at this stage.
I mean, not only does he run through the overs, he's also making sure, probably the pressure he sort of builds in the batsmen's minds will give the wicket to the other bowler, the bowler on the other end, Jadeja. We see his lengths today. I would give my left arm for that because I bowl with the right. I think he's pitched 4 balls outside the good length region and all of them bunched around the stumps.
Bumrah continues over the wickets and exactly the same delivery, exactly the same shot and exactly the same result as the previous delivery. We almost just have pressed a rewind and press play again. Another no run, another dot ball. Score remains on 130 for 5.
Still getting just that little bit of away movement, Bumrah. It just seems to be troubling green a little bit.
We saw a pensive looking Marnus there, and somebody had tweeted out, I forgot to read, he would even review his own berth apparently. But yeah, we'll leave that for now.
Bumrah continues over the wickets, and this time a lot more confidently driven. And the misfield has resulted in a single. Unfortunate there for Bumrah. He's bowled a brilliant over so far. Would have been 4 dots, but I think it's Ishan Kishan, slipped up there, and Captain Rohit giving him the death stare. He's definitely not happy. Shades of Captain Grumpy, Alan Border back in the day.
That would be double teapot, right? He didn't have that. Nonetheless, I think you can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to pressurize the new man Green. They're trying to build a dot ball pressure on him. Maxwell is more set and more dangerous as well.
Bumrah continues over the wickets and solidly played in defence by Maxwell for no run. This has been a good over so far.
What do we make of these bowling changes, guys? Fast bowlers coming in now and then, spinners rotating around them.
I think he's managed the bowls very well. He recognised that there's one bowler he shouldn't be bowling, and he's left Jadeja to do all the work. Ashman bowled really well as well. I think he's clever to bring back Bumrah at this point.
Oh, and that's beaten him outside the off stump. Maxwell absolutely bamboozled by Bumrah. And the end of the over, another dot ball. Brilliant over by Bumrah. 131 for 5, Australia. India right on top here.
Coming back to tweets. Well, Leah, Lavender Gorilla, clarifies that the cars that ate Paris is excellent. She's addressing me. A very early and rather untypical Peter Weir film. And then Jay says the worry has become a chat song, apparently. Does that make sense to anyone? Is the chats a group potentially? A musical group of any sort?
Spoon's going to tell us
no.
from the producing box.
That's the point I'm asking out loud. Next tweet for Jay will clarify.
Chats are a pub rock
Apparently.
band from I think they're either in New South Wales or Queensland, and they're very they've got a song called Chucking a Sickie, and that's the type of music they do.
All right. Meanwhile, Leah says there are lots of things in Guerrillaverse that can be called doing a bishop, not realizing it's a replay, making a very ill-judged dad joke that awakens the porn bot. These are some of the things that can be termed doing a bishop, apparently, after the more famous Tony Bishop.
They continues around the wickets and punched off the back foot by Green out to deep cover, and they pick up a single. Score moves to 132 for 5, and Green moves to 4. Maxwell not out on 11.
I think it's become a norm that most cricketers these days, at least from certain countries, wear a tracker. You can see the little bulge above Green's name here. You see a little bulge. It looks like he's wearing that activity tracker while he's at the crease and batting probably. Speaking of Green, he has long levers. Do you think he's going to bide much more time before he gets into the action? Maybe he tries to lift the run rate a little?
I think there's a big shot coming up soon. Around the corner, Jadeja, by Jadeja, I should say, another punch out to deep cover, deep square point, as we were often referred to it. Another single to Maxwell. He moves on to 12, and Australia now 133 for 5.
Green's a funny one. I'll wait for Jadeja to probably bowl 6 balls.
Around the wicket again, and forward defensive punch through to cover, no run. You can get a quick word in now before the next ball.
I think he always strikes me as someone who's very technically correct, but he needs to break the mould when he needs to actually score quickly, and that he can be contained.
Jadeja around the wicket again to Green, and this time driven down the ground through to deep mid-off for a single. Moves on to 5, and Australia 134 for 5. 2 balls to come in this over, and they're about to get started, about to run through just straight away.
If you can get a boundary now, this is a good over all of a sudden, right? So 3 in 4 balls is not bad.
Jadeja around the wickets to Maxwell. Oh, popped up. A bat pad would have been perfect there.
There's a lot of a lot of weight on that if you can get a boundary there. We've had 1 in 16 something overs.
Fair enough.
Final ball of the over. Around the wickets. Expansive drive straight to the man at short cover. Of course, that is Virat Kohli. The ball's not going past him. That's the end of the over. Australia 134 for 5 after 34 overs. Green not out on 5, and Maxwell not out on 12. And that's 8 overs gone for Jadeja so far. The figures of 3 for 28. Let's pick of the bowlers today so far.
Well, Jay Grover says on Twitter, I'd give both of your arms to bowl and bat like Jadeja. And he's referring to me in this case. So, GB says it's an ODI strike rate that's as important as an average, apparently, in current times. Do we agree? This is a reply to Messi's tweet where he totals David Warner's last 5 innings: 52, 53, 56, 48, 41. But there is a but, Messi said, and apparently he was also referring to the strike rate potentially. Do we think on such a pitch strike rate, at least at the top of the order, would be a big thing, guys?
Oh, it's still pretty relevant. You don't want to waste 30 overs knocking out 50. So I think it becomes less relevant the closer you get to the end, because at that point it doesn't matter if you get out as much. Matters obviously in chases, but so yeah, it depends where you're batting. That'd be my thought.
Fair enough. I mean, at the top of the order, the first 20 overs, if you can get to even 82 for 2, 85 for 2, you're in a decent position in such a pitch, simply because you keep wickets in hand, but you are in a position to then dominate, start dictating terms. But that's the one thing India have done really well, because Australia were there or thereabouts. But then in the middle overs, they're able to take these wickets. Mainly Jadeja, I mean, he came back pretty well. He was targeted in his first over, I meant. He's come back pretty well, and now I think they're going to look to play him out almost, if possible.
Yeah, a big cheer in the crowd as the local boy Ravi Ashwin is back into the attack. And he bowls over the wickets to Green, nudges it out to that's for the opposition. That point, and they pick up a single. It moves to 6. Australia 135 for 5. You do get a bit more time between balls with Ashwin. He's always moving the field. He's always doing something.
Indeed, very thinking, because well, he turns the ball both ways, so that's worth. In the meantime, Glenn Maxwell probably wants another bat. He's hitting bat. He's called for the other club.
This will be interesting to see what happens now.
Yeah, we see some speeds today, and looks like Indian seamers are averaging around the 138 kph mark, and they've both bowled around 140s to be the fastest, but also you can see that's a consistent good speed on such a tough, hot day. That's well done for the Indian seamers.
Maxwell has a look around, wondering where he's going to launch this. Ashwin comes into bowl over the wicket to Maxwell. Oh, full delivery, dug the Yorker out, so that's going out to deep mid-on for another single. And the score ticks along to 136 for 5. Maxwell on to 13, and Green still not out on 6. Straight into it is now facing Ashwin again, who's got a slip now. Oh, there comes the Curran ball. Played off the back foot.
Well picked. I think Green was also. There you go. Green confirms. Yeah. That was the one that was going to turn the other way.
Ashwin comes in again, and much more conventional this time. Full delivery, played back for no run.
He's watching the wrist, Green. Signalled that he saw it.
Well done him. And did we just see the ball being slowed up a little in the air by Ashwin here?
Ashwin over the wicket again, and this time launches down the track. Hit a bit of a miscue, actually. I thought that was going further than it actually did. And went out to deep mid-wicket, picked up by the great man Virat Kohli. In the end, only picked up a single. Bit of a miscue there. So the score moves to 137 for 5.
It's the first sign of intent we've seen in almost 15 overs. So obviously they've decided that they need to score something.
Ashwin over the wicket again, and this time big heave by Maxwell. That's 2 in a row by the Australians. Something's happened. There's some sort of message that's been sent out to the batsmen in the field. Another miscue, but another single nevertheless. Australia, end of the over. 35 overs gone, 138 for 5. Interesting last 2 balls.
So, there's nothing to add from the Twitter world or the X world. I'm always a bit careful while saying that. We've all had some X's in our past, so the X world. But anyway, coming back to the real world, what do you think is a good total, guys? Would Australia take 230 from here, or would they be disappointed?
Well, I don't think they've got a chance of getting a good total from here. but I think
there's still 90 balls left. I'm thinking with.
Yeah, I think they could get. I mean, if things went really well, they could get to 230, even 240. 100 or 15 overs is not a difficult thing. Maybe even 250 still. But and that maybe puts them in a position where they could potentially defend it. I think if they'd lost another wicket, they might be happy with 210 or 200.
Yeah, I at the start of the innings, earlier in the innings when I was on I said Australia would be or will be bowled out or restricted to sub 250. I'm now thinking that's going to be sub 200 at this rate. I don't know whether they'll get to 200 the way they're going.
I'm thinking even with 220 or 230, Australia will be fairly comfortable. It's this is not an easy pitch, and even if they don't get the initial breakthroughs, if they can keep the scoring rate down, this is going to be a tough pitch once the ball becomes older to score runs on, even in the evening, I think.
Agree. Kuldeep continues over the wickets, and this time Maxwell pulls, comes out to deep mid-wicket. Jadeja in the field there. You're definitely not running two on his arm. That's a single for Maxwell. The last three balls, there's been some intent, a change of intent from the Australians, and maybe we'll see some big shots coming, big runs, big scores coming very shortly. Let's wait and see. Something's going to happen here. Either it's going to go out of the ground, or the batsmen are going to go out of the ground.
Yeah, you can see it build up here. But speaking on behalf of the Mullet Appreciation Society, I saw Jadeja as the beginnings of a good one as well, along with Ishan Kishan, who sports a proper mullet.
Yep. Kuldeep continues over the wicket to green this time. Full delivery, pushed forward defensively to cover for no run. Short cover for no run. Score remains on 139 for 5. And of course, being a spinner, there's almost next to no turnaround time, so we're back in it again. Kuldeep continues over the wickets to green, and this time a dabble or punt, whatever you want to call it, down to deep mid on, almost Virat Kohli like, except he's a lot taller, so it didn't look as nice. Down to deep mid on for a single, moves to 8. And the score now is 140 for 5. And Maxwell back on strike.
Despite the lack of runs and the spinners being on all the time, we're actually not doing particularly well for the over rate, I don't think.
Kuldeep continues over the wicket. Oh, this is an interesting one. Maxwell walked down the crease, and was that a shot? I'm not sure that was...
I think he put his bat in front to resemble something like a shot, so that it won't be considered as a leave.
Well, I think he hit him in line. Did he get an inside edge onto
there
it?
You go. Inside edge, yep. Kuldeep with the flipper, or the wrong one. Brad Hogg style. He used to be the master of those, left-arm Chinaman. You could not pick him, even at 40. Kuldeep continues over the wicket to Maxwell. Oh, he's bowled him!
Oh, dear.
Leg stump out of the ground. Completely bamboozled. Maxwell, I'm not sure what he was thinking with that one. And not the shot that he should have played. It was a lot fuller than what he thought. Should not have played back off that delivery. Alas, he's been clean bowled, and Australia lose their 6th wicket. Looked like the top spin on the replay, and obviously the pitch doing the rest. Lose their 6th wicket for 140, and Maxwell gone for 15. Bowled Kuldeep Yadav. Australia has said 140 for 6.
Well, I think the ball was on the faster side, and the pace on the ball may have actually beaten Maxwell's shot. The length was there to be hit, from what I can see, but the ball was that much faster that Maxwell's shot was beaten, and he got bowled.
I think we mentioned that they'd started to look to play with more intent, and it was a bit of an ugly heave. Pitching on middle and off, and he's trying to. It wasn't short enough to play the shot necessarily, and once it turned, he's kind of played over the top of it.
So probably skipper Pat comes in a bit earlier than he would have liked. But look, we should also credit Rohit Sharma with these bowling changes. He's rung the changes around. He's given a go for Ashwin and Kuldeep, while Jadeja and a fast bowler was in action. So you see, he's sort of ringing in the changes, keeping the batsman also guessing, simply because the pace changes, the lengths and the lines that change all the time. So wrist and a conventional spinner together, that's a good go actually, if you ask me, on such a pitch.
Yeah, agree. The pitch has certainly helped the spinners today, as Kuldeep comes into bowl to the Australian captain Pat Cummins, and there's a false start because the side screen there, Kuldeep's decided to go around the wicket. to Pat Cummins. I think this for the first time in the whole game. Last ball of the over. Kuldeep around the wickets to Cummins. Tries an expansive drive, but digs out the Yorker. Dot ball. It's the end of the over for Kuldeep, and he's signaling to the change rooms that he wants to come off after a well-earned break of picking up a wicket at the end of that over. 2 for 29 off 8 overs. Australia 140 for 6 after 36 overs. Successful over for India.
Indeed. So, in the meantime, we have a couple of tweets. So, Farang says, India winning the World Cup would be equivalent of Liverpool winning the league. It may become unbearable. Already bad enough as Collingwood have won the AFL, apparently. Australian Football League fans.
It's pretty bad. I can confirm, living in Australia living in Victoria for many years as I did, and being a Carlton fan, Collingwood winning the AFL Grand Final was arguably the worst thing to happen for AFL in this country.
All right. In the meantime, Jay Grover says, I think this is the perfect time to sell Australian cricket team MLM or Chakra Insurance. Context is a bit lost on me.
Can't help you with that one. Ashwin continues over the wickets to Green, and that's a dot ball for no run.
So, we see a replay of Maxwell's wicket.
Ashwin continues again, and this time he's caught. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Green is now gone, caught at short point. Ashwin, I think that was the Karen ball or the Dusra or something. It was definitely not his regulation ball.
No, it was a Karen ball.
Karen ball, yep. Short, wide, outside the off stump. Green went for the slash and top edge straight down the throat of a short point or a gully even in Hardik Pandya. Australia lose their 7th wicket at the score at 140, and this could be over very, very quickly at the rate things are going. Green out for 8 and 140 for 7.
Australia now lost 5 for 30 in the past 9 overs. So it's a proper collapse.
I'm just thinking, we may see some fireworks now if Stark comes out. As much as he may understand or may not understand the ball.
We might see one firework and then he gets bowled,
one
right?
At least. No, I'm just thinking
one way or the other we're seeing fireworks, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm going to say that's the best approach if you are the Australian batting team at this point in time. There's no point in hanging around too long. They both play test matches, Stark and Cummins, so they know what it's all about if they have to take time out of the game. But I think they are both tall, strong men. Big levers, long levers, right? And big arms. So why not just, if the ball is in your range, that's the best way to make a spinner uncomfortable. Hit him out of his length. Australians have allowed spinners to settle in on this pitch, bowl that length, the length that they want and the pace they want. You have to make the spinner think a little, hit a couple down the ground straight back over their head. The spinner start thinking. So, and as well, you might be 150 all out, you might as well be 161 all out. If you get in a couple of shots, who knows, you might get to 200.
Agreed. Yeah, now's the time they may as well hit out because the pitch is not gonna. They're not going to survive playing for another 14 overs on this pitch. So they may as well just get hit out and get as many as they can.
They are showing us those 2 balls of Ashwin where he set Green up with one that turned as a leg break, like a carom ball, and then the other one that went straight wrong.
Ashwin continues to, or not continues, first time to Mitch Stark. Around the wicket, digs out the Yorker and straight back to Ashwin for a dot ball.
Green really reached for that, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Ashwin ready to go again around the wicket to Stark. And this time gets a similar delivery, but forward defence by Stark back to Ashwin for another dot ball. 4 dots
3 spinners.
and a wicket.
The 3 spinners have worked for India.
Ashwin continues around the wicket to Stark and another dot ball. This could very well
All
be
3
a wicket
spinners.
maiden.
Well, he's considered a run, I think, this over already. Oh, no, he has not. You're right. What I was going to say is all 3 spinners will end up with less than 4 runs an over if Ashwin doesn't go for a big boundary or something this ball. So that's really well done. 8 overs each, and in between them, they have picked 6 wickets and conceded like 67 runs. 87 runs, 88 runs. That's well done.
And yep, around the wicket again, nudged to mid-on, another drop ball, and that's the end of the over. Wicket made it for Ashwin. 140 for 7.
We're due a change.
37 overs, Australia in all sorts. And we are now due for a change. Coming into the commentary now will be...
Me.
Messrs.
And Sapun, do you want me to do the ball by ball, or is your voice recovered sufficiently? All right, there he is. Have you recovered sufficiently to do the ball by ball, Sapun, or would you like me or Ajit to do it for you?
It feels like I've recovered, so...
Well,
Right,
give it a
go
whirl.
for it. Otherwise, let us know. I can take over for a bit. No worries.
I have to channel my inner bear by saying that Australia are in a dis-a-fucking-ray.
Ah.
Right.
So you're going to be the predictor of the bear game today.
Absolutely. I think India will have won this probably after 25 to 30 overs.
I hope so. I need some sleep. As
I got to get to work at 9 a.m.
Kuldeep comes in, and
wow.
that is beating Cummins, and pretty sure it's hit the stumps by the keeper, but no actual wicket there. But that's a very good first delivery to Cummins by Kuldeep. Good bit of spin, turning in, just missing the edge.
You can see where I am coming from. There's only so many balls these two will look at, then they'll have a go, I think.
Yeah.
Kuldeep in again, straight a line. Cummins manages to get pat on it and drops it down by his feet, but no run. Yeah, it's amazing. Like the whole captaincy and the whole Indian team, this innings is just everything's played off exactly as they needed it. Kuldeep comes in, and that's angling in, hits Cummins on the pads, but it's outside off, and no
It's well outside off, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, no chance of an LBW. But the DRS timer is just ticking down, just in case.
Nah, you really don't see them. You really don't see them. He's well outside the line. By the way, I had not seen the White Line Wireless pin tweet. That kitten looks amazingly cute.
As Kuldeep in again, and Cummins just works that through to cover, but no run. Yes, there's a lot of cats around, and if you do want to help Russ foster these cats, you can donate to the Sugar and Spice Cat Rescue.
Very nice. Oh, cutie.
As Kuldeep comes in to Cummins, who plays it late, just off his pads, and he finally manages to get a run, taking the Australian total to 141 off 7 after 37.5 overs. Which
looks a bit pensive, eh, Mr. Vettori? He's not happy about the goings on. Maybe he's fancying a bowl here.
I mean, if Vettori is your spinning coach and you've only got one spinner, there's your problem.
Why not?
I'd rather have Victoria in the team, to be honest.
I mean, he can probably do a better job. Just sub him in. Can you make him your super sub?
Sorry.
As Kuldeep into Stark, and that is curving in, but Stark manages to get some bat on it. That goes down to long on, and they only managed to run one. But that's 2 off the over. Australia 142 for 7.
Kuldeep dropped that. I wonder if Kuldeep dropped it. It was a rough chance, hit straight at him. I wonder if it was a drop. Sorry.
Jay Grover says, bother. Back to supporting the country of my aunties then. And blimey, a game of carom might be more fun than this toss carnival.
Carom is a lot of fun. I will not hear a bad word said about carom. Carom is a lot of fun.
What Warren says, morning all. Got Gorilla Cricket in my ear. Australia losing on my iPad, and the nail biter that is Japan versus Argentina on TV. What's the score
Rugby,
there?
I assume.
Yeah, that's the only match that really matters at the moment. So what's the score? Japan 7, Argentina 12. Whoever wins that goes through to the semi-finals.
And Ashwin in to Stark, who just plays a defensive shot. Cummins wants a single, but gets sent back by Stark, and there's no run. So run rate of 3.72. This is a insurmountable target for India to chase in 10 overs. As Ashwin into Stark, who just defends that in. And I think you're right, Ajit. Australia just, if they bat out the overs like this, they're going to get another 10 runs.
That's right.
Ashwin to Stark, who manages to get a single here, plays it deep, rotates the strike, gets Cummins back on. But it's just just go for it. If you get 2 sixes, and then you lose your wickets.
They're getting their eyes in. They're getting their eyes and their their reading of the pitch in. Shortly, you're going to see some big shots. I mean, that's what I would do, right? There's no point in hanging around for too long. Take 10
come
balls,
on, you
get the reading
buggers.
of the
Sapun needs to go to bed.
Yeah.
pitch. Aw.
Ashwin in again, and that's a very well played sweep by Cummins, almost Maxwell-esque.
Yeah.
And all that for 1 run. So he swept
I
it
was
down
not so
third man.
sure. I thought if he had missed it, he was dead duck right in front of the wicket.
I was like,
It was a premeditated sweep.
yeah, he was premeditated. I'm like, is he going to try to ramp it? Because it's not.
Yeah.
Ashwin into Stark, who plays it off the pad, and that beats the infield, but there's a sweeper out there on the back fence, and there's only 1 run there. So 3 off the over so far. One
India will
to go.
take it any day of the week. 3-4 runs and over. They are not going to be bothered even if Australia get to 190 or 200. So it's that other 20 runs. So let's see if Australia can make the difference.
And Ashwin comes in, and that's just defended by Cummins through the mid wicket. No run. And that's the end of the over. Australia 145 for 7.
So Jade says, serious question to Jeremy. How has the bowling been? Tactical genius? I think they have bowled beautifully. Hardik bowled a couple of ordinary overs, but apart from that, everybody, I think, has bowled really well. And Ashwin and Jadeja and Yadav have all just been so consistent. I mean, it's a pitch suited to them, obviously, but, Australia's just been like cats.
There hasn't been a bad ball from any of the spinners. No. There hasn't been a ball that wasn't the right ball for the field they'd set. Like, everything about their bowling attack has, aside from 1 over of Hardik, has been amazing. And Australia haven't had an answer. They haven't been able to get on top of the spinners. They haven't been able to settle. And this is the Indian spinning side. There's spinners from Sri Lanka to worry about, even though Sri Lanka has its own issues with bowling. As Kuldeep comes in, straighter middle stump line, and Stark just works that on to cover, but no run.
Look, maybe they might be sort of setting themselves up to play the spinners out, because between the 3 spinners there are only 4 overs left and 1 ball is done. But what I am thinking, not every pitch will be as supportive to spin as this.
No.
And Kuldeep in, and Stark gets a decent amount on it and hits that down to a deep hold, and that's 1 run there.
And of course, this is the only game that India gets to bowl at Chennai, to play at Chennai.
I see.
Actually, I'll have a look at the venues.
And Kuldeep in again, and finally there's an explosive hit there from Cummins. He's hit it from the middle of the bat, and that's gone all the way to the boundary for 6 runs.
Hey.
And I got this one.
6.
So there we go. That's finally what we've been waiting for. And good work from the...
Somebody took a good catch.
Yes, and just dropped by first slip there, edged by Cummins. He carried, but did he just mistime it? So Kuldeep spinning in, edge past the keeper, dropped by the feet.
Didn't carry.
Didn't carry.
It's a very tough call to say it carried, right?
Yeah. caught it in again. That's middle stumps turning onto off stump line and just defended by Cummins. No run.
Interestingly, there are only 4 more games to be played at Chennai. 2 of them with Afghanistan against Pakistan and New Zealand. New Zealand are playing twice there as well.
And edged again by
man.
Cummins, and that's going all the way behind the keeper for 5 runs. Pretty much dead straight. Just for 4 runs, pretty much dead straight behind the stumps. And that's the end of that over. And what's that score? 156 for 7.
Not bad over, right? If you're an Australia fan.
Better than we were expecting, I think. 11 off the total over, so double the run rate. More than double the run rate we've been achieving.
Yeah. Jay says, not slagging off Karam, it's a cracking game. Mog says, vital stat, 56 sixes in this tournament thus far, which proves nothing. But Brian Barris says in relation to Karam, it's no crokinole. I've never heard of crokinole.
Yeah.
Crokinole? What is
Never
it?
heard of that one either.
I reckon Brian made it up just to get us going. Stephen Kelk says Australia have really gone to town on the Doom Burgers. There is no super chat on this YouTube channel, I'm afraid. I've spoken to the bear about it, and at the moment we don't qualify for it because we don't have enough subscribers on this channel. So subscribe to the Gorilla Cricket 2 channel as well as the Gorilla Cricket 1 channel, and we might be able to get super chat.
And Bumrah into Stark, who plays it late, a bit of a top edge, but he goes down to backward point for a single there. And bringing Cummins back on strike, who's currently on 12 off 12. Probably the best strike rate of the Australian batters so far.
Well, look, Cummins is up to run a ball. It's a good thing to go, right? He's, well, the first batter to have a 100 strike rate so far. I mean, it might be aided by a big 6 and a nicked 4. It was keeper's catch, really, that
Yeah.
4.
And Bumrah into Cummins, and that's a middle stump line, and he just gets behind it to defend, and no run. I think Cummins was a bit surprised by the pace there.
Well, at least what we had predicted is coming to pass. Cummins is actually going to go after it, and so will Stark, I expect, once he has seen a bit more. They both played 12 balls each. You get a reading of the pitch now. It's time, I think they'll go. And sensing that Rohit Sharma has pulled back his trump card, Bumrah.
And Bumrah in again, middle stump line, and just defended by Cummins. I'd like to see Cummins advance against Bumrah, though it is a very risky technique. But just if Bumrah keeps on that line, Cummins isn't going to be able to do much. So 4 men out, deep point, deep third leg, deep third man, deep fine leg, and deep square leg. So expecting a boundary and expecting it to be mishit. And that is, I'm not sure if it's edged or just past Cummins, but it doesn't carry through to the keeper. So no runs there, but Bumrah's got Cummins' number. It's only a matter of time before Cummins gets out.
Indeed.
Like,
It remains to be seen if, well, there are not many overs left from the fast bowlers. If they play out a couple more overs, 43rd over onwards, Australia may have it easier. And they might still make it to 210, 220.
and that's bottom edged by Cummins, and it misses the infield, and they managed to get, I think they got 2 here. Yep. So managed to run 2. Yeah, I would say, look, there's not many overs left from fast bowlers, but you've still got another 3 from Bumrah. That's
Right.
That's a scary number. And I think there's Siraj still has 4. So, yeah.
Oh. Look, I just think on this pitch, if the ball is not slow and turning, they'll be able to deal with it a little bit better. The Australian team.
And Boomer into Cummins, who gets it with the toe of the bat, works it down to point for a single. So ended the over free from it, 160 for 7.
So I have Crocodile intel for you. Crocodile is a disc-flicking dexterity board game, possibly of Canadian origin, similar to the games of Pitch Nut, Carom, and Pishonet, with elements of shuffleboard and curling reduced to tabletop size. Players take turns shooting discs across the circular playing surface, trying to land their discs in the highest scoring regions of the board. Blah blah blah. So there you go. That's that. Mog says Carom is also no Trugo either. And Jay Grover says, "What the fuck is Crocodile? Oh Lord, damn you, thou Cayman fucking pervert, Brian. You're on one today, aren't you, Jay?" And Tony Bishop takes some offence at being told there are lots of guerrilla things in the guerrilla verse that can be called doing a bishop. Yeah, well, it's all with great affection, Tony, you know that.
As Jadeja in and Cummins forward defence and misses it completely as it's collected cleanly by the keeper. So no run onto first ball, and I think this over's probably going to be done in 60 seconds. And Jadeja in again, and Cummins reverse sweeps it to suppose that's a silly point. I always get confused when they reverse it, but no run there. He tried to be fancy and couldn't do anything with it. And this time just forward defence and no run. So free deliveries done already in this over.
He's so good.
Jadeja in, that's on a leg stump line, and Cummins manages to get bad on it, tries to go for a run and realises, oh, he just hit it to short mid-on.
It looks like he's doing the right thing here, sort of not forcing the pace against Jadeja, but looking to just nudle him around, not looking to really take a lot of...
And that's a big swing and a miss, and I'll give myself a cliche jar for that.
I had to say that. And Cummins would prove me wrong. Right?
Completely mistimed it, missed everything, and exactly what Jada wants to see. And this time it's gone down leg, missed everything. Don't think there was any bat on it, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4 byes, I think.
No, 4 runs.
No, 4 leg byes.
Oh, leg byes. Sorry,
4 leg byes. So.
All right. Can I just say one thing? I fucking love Jadeja. I just think he is brilliant. Warren says, Jap 14, Arj 15. Is it wrong that makes me think, Pearl Harbor 14, Falkland Islands 15? I don't know. It's my old brain. Jay Grover says, my only issue with Carom was I were introduced by people who've been playing since birth. I got wiped out by toddlers. I think the Tibetans let me nearly win once just before I left for the south. I shall never be a man. Oh, you're a man. Just if winning Carom is what it takes to be a man, then none of us qualify. Most of us don't qualify.
I've won a few games of Carom, but it does get very you feel it in the fingernails after a while. Depending on your technique. So mine was always a flick like that.
There has been some chatter on YouTube about the lack of super chat there, and I've tried to explain that we need more viewing hours and or subscribers to qualify for super chat there. But you can go to the Guerrilla Cricket site and click on the PayPal contribution button.
Boomer into Stark, who works this off his hip and just gets a single. So that's 1 run there. So it looks like the idea is give Cummins the strike as much as possible and just hope there's a good enough ball or bad enough ball that he can get that away to the boundary. So They might get to 200 at this point. But it's
They got
not...
25 in the last 5 overs, which is about as fast as it's been at any time.
There's Boomer into Cummins, who hits it well, but it is caught down at mid-off. And that is the
Did he take
end
that?
of Cummins.
Oh, he has.
Yeah. So that is Cummins out 15 for 23. Australia now 165 for 8. So that's very well done. And 2 wickets for Bumrah. So, good idea from Cummins, but he obviously forgot about the fielder that's right there waiting for him.
I just don't think he got hold of it as much as he expected.
Correct.
It just stuck a bit in the pitch, I think.
Again, that's the dual nature of the pitch, where the ball will not come onto the bat as well as it would normally. It's just stuck in the pitch for a second longer, and that meant the ball probably went in the air and went much shorter than where he would have went.
Yeah.
So,
Well, Bumrah deserved a second wicket. He's bowled that well.
so who's left? Zampa.
Yep. Number 11, Zampa is there, but also, look, Zampa can also bat a bit, right? We don't want to.
There's no
sell-
swimming
undersell
pool near the
Australia.
pitch, is there?
Sorry?
Zampa did have a bit of a mishap with the swimming pool a couple of days ago.
You see that mark on his nose? It looks like he got. That's what we call it, is it?
Yeah.
Mishap at a swimming pool these days. If somebody punches you on the nose.
Yeah.
Look, you can see the marks. I mean, yeah, that's what I was about to ask. But outside of the jokes, look, these both can hold one end of the bargain very easily. So
I'm expecting either a bouncer or a Yorker here from Bumrah as he comes into Zampa, and that is neither of those, but it's a good line, good length, and Zampa misses it completely and it's collected cleanly.
By about a foot. It just cut away a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah.
The saving grace was Zampa played in such a way that if it had cut back towards the wicket, he might actually have hit it.
Oh, and he's just done the tradition. Oh, I'm not ready. I'm just need to step away, and just to annoy Jasprit's.
but Jasprit seemed to know what's going on there. He was laughing when he turned his back.
As he comes in, and that's angled down leg side. Zampa does manage to get a bit of bat on it, and they'll probably run 2 here as it goes down through to square leg. Yep, 2 runs. So every run's important at this stage because there's not much to defend.
Certainly is. It was a very good catch, actually, that got Cummins from Shreyas Iyer.
Indeed. Very, very impressive. That's strange,
to
right?
reach a long way forward as he was on the move and just got under it.
And Bumrah in again on a middle stump line and just defended by Zampa. No run.
Well, it's a cat and mouse game by the looks of it. Zampa is sort of setting himself up, but you see Bumrah knows that dink into the leg side, it could have gone anywhere, frankly, but it went in a gap. So Zampa, I think he would do well to take a little bit of time to take a assessment.
I mean, he's got 7
Stark.
overs. Got
Yeah,
6
Stark
overs.
can do real damage here.
As very good Yorker left, just dug out by Zampa, manages to get bat on it, and they managed to get a single through there. So that is the end of the over. Australia now 168 for 8.
Dave Wood says, I bet the Indians are shitting themselves at the prospect of facing Zampa on this track. Jay Grover says, quote, Tony Bishop takes offence, unquote. News just in, at some point in the last 24 hours, I farted. Oh, dear Jay. I love that you share everything with us. Jay, he also says, I beat people in Goa, Karam, not so much in Mandawala. The Tibetans are a hard school. Warren's asking for a link to the YouTube 2 channel, which I shall send. And Jay says, fuck, I want to have conversations about carom techniques now. There you go.
Next time there's lockdowns, we might do a guerrilla cricket carom game. I think I've still got a board somewhere.
Well, we were going to try and do some commentary in Kabata, but we just couldn't understand it.
So Jadeja into Zampa for his final over, and Zampa just works that away, but no run. So I can't even pick who the best bowler today's been. They've all been excellent. As Jadeja angles this into Zampa's pads, and he just gets his pad in front of it and just defends. And that's a little bit faster, pitching up, and Zampa's well behind it, well in control, and just defends it down. And that was straightening up a bit on middle, but again, he's got his eye on the spin very quickly.
No, I think they want to just play Jadeja out. They know the damage he could cause, so they're looking to just keep him out.
And that is edged by Zampa and dropped that second slip.
Very nearly.
So that is it edged. It went very high, and second slip was first slip was quite close. And it bounced off the keeper. It's actually a keeper's catch from Kehu Rahul. And finally, turning away in the air from Zampa. He's asked for a wide, wasn't given it. And that's the end of Jadeja's over. It's 3 for 28 off 10. And Australia...
I think it's a bit hard to call that a keeper's catch. It got a very thick edge and went onto the keeper's thigh before heading off towards first slip.
I mean, his hand was right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
It's more a keeper's catch than a slip's catch, that one.
Yeah, yeah.
I think the deflection of the keeper's gloves. Sorry, go on.
No, that's all right. We're up to date on YouTube at the moment.
That's what I meant. The deflection of the keeper's gloves could have distracted Rohit because the ball went suddenly higher.
I don't think it even touched the keeper's gloves. It just went straight off his leg. Yeah.
Oh, leg, sorry. Not the glove, sorry.
Yeah.
The leg. So suddenly the ball jumping so high, he was sort of slightly unsettled, but you would expect he would be able to take such a catch.
So Bumrah in for his 9th over. To Stark, was fairly pedestrian delivery there. Stark's completely in control of it. He's got a nice smile. He's like, I got to bat on that. I'm happy.
Yeah. Well, Jadeja will still take 10 overs 28 for 3 against Australia in a World Cup game, no?
Yes. Yes, definitely.
Kuldeep Yadav 10 overs 42 for 2. He'll take that as well. Ashwin has 1 more to go and he's 9 overs 31 for 1.
And Bumrah in again. And that's angled in, and Zampa just manages to defend that off his pads. No run.
There's a lot of smiles on the faces of the Indian team, which is hardly surprising. And it does look like it's considerably cooler than it was, doesn't it?
It will get cooler with the breeze, the breeze from the sea coming in now towards the middle of the evening, and then later in the night as well. So it's not a bad. It's not a bad way.
Bumrah into Zampa, who swings at it, manages to get some pat, goes down through to backward square point, and they manage to get a run there. So Stark back on strike, facing Bumrah.
He's doing the right thing, Zampa. If Stark can get a couple of big hits away, even 200, I'm thinking, right? So always batting first on this pitch, 250, 260 are in the game. Even if you make anything about 200, you give yourself a chance. And Hazelwood also can use the long levers well. He's a lefty, so that remains to be seen.
Boomerang in, and that's Stark completely missing everything, and somehow the ball missed the stumps there.
Did that scoot through though? Was that a grubber? I think so. It hardly rose, I think.
Yeah, I think. I don't know how it missed everything. We need to wait for the replay, but I would have. It didn't bounce that high. I would have thought it would have hit the top stump or the top bail.
Yeah. He was nowhere near it, that's for sure. I can tell you that it's still 31 degrees and 75% humidity there.
Yes, Boomerang in, and that is hit down the ground by Stark, but there's someone down mid-on sweeping around and collecting it. So very well hit, but only one run. So Australia slowly moving to 171 off 8.
4-8.
4-8.
I'd be happy with 171 off 8.
I mean, that's probably what India are going to do in the chase.
Right. I mean,
Although-
India, I expect, will make use of the new ball a bit more. Try to come hard.
As Boomerang comes in, and that is a full toss above waist high. Is that getting... It's given wide. I would have sworn that would have been no ball. That's...
KL Rahul seems to think it hit his thighs. The batsman's thighs.
That was like... just fell out of Boomerang's hand.
Slow ball. I think a slow ball that missed. Yeah, I don't think it touched anything though. Umpire's call is right.
Speaking of fast scoring the first few, I'll wait for this ball.
As Boomerang tries to finish the over off. Much better line, much better length, and just dug out and defended by Zampa. No run. 172 for 8, Australia.
So I should tell you that there was a world record set today in a one-day match between South Australia and Tasmania. Tasmania scored 435 for 9, and South Australia, chasing it, made 398. So there was 833 runs scored in the day. But the record breaker, after 10 overs, South Australia were 160 for no wicket. The opening batter was... where is it? Jake Fraser McGurk made 125 from 38 deliveries.
125 from 38.
He made his century off 29 deliveries, which is a world record. It's the fastest 50-over century. It beat, I think it was De Villiers. 29 balls. I think he beat De Villiers by 2. 129 balls. That's crazy stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
6 fours, 12 sixes.
And Ashwin in for his final over into Stark, and Stark gets well behind it and plays it off the back foot down to log on and for 1 run.
The question remains: Will they attack Ashwin? Maybe look for a big hit in this over, or will they play him out?
If they don't attack Ashwin, who are they going to attack? There's another over from Bumrah, then there's Siraj, and to finish off, like there's no one to really attack in this team. They just have to go for
I'm
it.
surprised to see Ashwin bowl this over actually. Purely from a tactical perspective, if Siraj has 3.
As
Now
Ashwin
Rohit
into
Sharma have to
Zampa,
bowl.
and there was some leisurely running between the wickets there, but a attempted run out from the fielder at deep mid on. A very quick throw, but everyone's safe. So there's 2 runs off the over.
Sorry to interrupt previously.
But
Oh,
nothing
that
major
would have been
happening yet. As Ashwin into Stark, he goes for a slog sweep and completely mistimes it. But the ball doesn't really go anywhere to threaten him, so he's safe for the moment.
Was that worth an appeal? I thought he was crouching.
Armpit before wicket, maybe. As
I think it came off the pad first. It would have gone down leg if it hadn't touched the pad.
Okay.
Ashwin into Stark and just defended. No run. As he comes in, that's a bit of a leg stump line, and Stark manages to get behind and just plays it short. And there's 1 more run there. So So 175 for 8. Zampa's on strike to Ashwin's final delivery.
Ooh.
And they're taking their time with the field placement here. As Ashwin in, and that's just 4 defended by Zampa. No run. End of Ashwin's innings, 1 for 34. Australia 175 for 8.
Jay Grover says, Jeremy, the point was not my farting. The point was Tony takes offence at such regularity. A singular fart in 24 hours would seem like a unique occurrence in comparison. Yeah, point well made. And that's it on socials for the time being. So you're not, even though they're scoring bugger all, they're still stretching out for the full 50 overs. They're not letting
Not
you
bad.
get out of here too soon, Sapun,
Yeah.
although
No,
that'll be
yeah.
up to India.
Yeah, so there's 4 overs to go.
I missed Sapun's perspective. I'm sorry. I'm like, that's not bad if you're Australia. And I realize what you mean.
It's already 11 a.m. It's already 11 p.m. Like, if they go for the next 4 overs, like, I just need India to get 2 quick wickets because Australia aren't going to get it. Not going to end this any easy. Bumrah into Stark, who plays a late defensive shot. No run there. It's an amazing shot of the mulleted man. So far, best mullet of the tournament.
Undoubtedly. It's got some body to it, hasn't it? I'm generally anti-mullet, but that one I'm prepared to put up with.
Boomerang again, and that is hoiked by Stark all the way into the crowd. That is 6 runs coming at a very well needed time for Australia. So just finally got his eye in the middle of the bat and just knew exactly where he wanted to put it. So this is what we wanted to see about 5 overs ago. So we'll see what it does now and how Bumrah reacts. And that's full of delivery. Stark's not quite ready for it, but he managed to get bat on it and just defend it down.
That was only the second 6 of the innings.
And the last 6 went to Cummins, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah.
No 6 from the established batsman in Australia. And that was a big 6 as well, 82 metres.
Yeah.
And Bumrah in, and a York, and missed by Stark, and missed the stump somehow. I couldn't quite see exactly what happened with the ball there. We're just getting the replay now. Good length, bounce, and just past the off stump.
By a smidgen.
Very good line. Very good
Indeed.
response to the 6. Another Yorker, but Stark's well behind it and just digs it out down to mid-off for no run.
So I think Bumrah has bowled beautifully.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll end up with, 2 for 33, 34 off 10 overs. And he's deserved that.
Final ball of Bumrah's over. That's down leg side. He's being given a wide.
Yep.
So there'll be one more.
Bumrah losing his radar a bit after that big hit, no?
Well, every time we praise him, he does something different. Because I know last time Russell was saying how straight he was bowling, and immediately he bowled a wide.
Yeah.
So we're having an impact.
So, and Stark's taking his time, getting himself back to the crease, making sure his laces are done nice and properly. As Boomer for what should be his final delivery. Yorker length, dug out by Stark. Pretty sure there was bat first on that, but there's a half-hearted appeal by Boomer for an LBW, which was no one else entertained at all. And 183 for 8, Australia.
Dave Wood's got the line on mullets. He says mullets for when you can only afford half a haircut.
Aw. I thought it was more like a hippie statement, no? Or a
I
hipster statement.
Mullets were never hippie in Australia. They were very much the bogan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Working class, a stock standard haircut was the mullet.
A lot of footballers with mullets, most of which look fucking awful, to be frank. You may get the idea. I'm not a fan.
Siraj in to the attack now. So 0 for 17 off 5. He's got some great movement earlier into the innings. We'll see what he can do at the depth here. So he'll have 2 overs. He'll have over 47 and 49.
Yeah, that means Hardick doesn't need to bowl again at all, which is probably a good thing for India's point of view.
Does Hardick need to do 1 over? Maybe.
This is what I was also thinking, that they may have missed this by
Hardick. Somebody will have to bowl another one, won't they?
Exactly. When I saw Ashwin bowl the 45th, I'm like, what are you doing? What went wrong? Because I would have.
Well, they were
bowled,
trying to finish
Siraj.
them off.
Ah, okay. They're going for the best option. That makes sense. Makes sense.
Siraj in, and that is a bouncer, and Stark manages to get behind it, but just hits it down to the infield, and they get 1 run there, putting Zampa on strike.
Well, they
But
may
does
well
that
not
mean,
need the 50th over now, anyhow.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, does it mean maybe he was not ready to play safe? He went all out for it, for a wicket, Rohit.
Yeah, maybe Australia should just declare, save us the next 2 overs.
And you can go to sleep, you mean?
Yeah. I've got to do the second innings as well.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well,
Some Red
your
Bull
voice
time
is
then.
holding up better, Sapoon.
Yeah. It's the spin overs that kill it. As Siraj comes in, and that's a horrible line down leg, and that should be given a wide. Yes, it is.
Well, Rahul saved Siraj's flushes and probably 4 runs there. That was a terrible ball.
It looks like the ball's picking up quite a bit of moisture.
Yeah. Although that ball actually cut away quite a lot from the angle they just showed.
Yeah.
Surprising.
I mean, there's still maybe some moment to be had under the lights. Maybe that's what we're hinting towards.
Yeah.
With the moment on the ball.
And that's a much better line, angling in to middle stump and defended by Zampa.
This is what you might see. Zampa sort of just changing the strike. Zampa can hit. He's hit a couple of sixes previously. Maybe this is not the bowler of his choice.
All right. Sorry about that.
No, we didn't hear anything from your side, Messi. Unless you were referring to the silence.
Siraj into Zampa again, who managed to get a bit of a bottom edge down to mid-wicket, but no run.
Nah, Zampa will continue to play, hold one end, and let Stark do whatever damage he can. Yeah, but we are still heading towards a potential 300, just short of 200, just short of 200.
I was about to say, if there's no way there's 300, it's going to happen.
Yeah,
I think mathematically it's impossible now. As Siraj comes in, and that is hooked by Zampa down to third man, but only 1 run.
The long leg.
To long leg, thank you. Thank you, Messi.
Yeah, it looked like it was a planned thing, that he purposefully bowled that short length. But no.
I mean, it's a passable T20 score, isn't it?
Oh, come on. On this pitch, it's better, slightly better than that.
Which means I expect India to get this in 20 overs.
Good luck. Yes.
Come on, Kohli. Rohit. You can do it. Siraj in, and that's probably about a shoulder length bouncer. And it's been called a wide.
Ah, that's a bit harsh, I thought. But okay. It
That-
was a slower
Right.
ball bouncer.
And it was also down leg side.
Ah,
Oh, he's a lefty, no? This going across him, but okay. It was maybe too far, too wide.
Oh, sorry,
see?
yeah, it was.
Now,
Yeah.
Hardik is warming up. You see, they're now forced to sort of bring him on later. But
Yeah.
that's okay. That's he's still a good bowler at the death.
and it's better line from Siraj and just dug out by Stark down to deep mid on for a single. So 5 off the over with 2 wide so far. So Siraj has lost the control he had with the ball earlier on today. And Australia currently sitting at 188 for 8.
Well, I mean, it's more than we were thinking at one stage. We were, I was thinking 150 looked a good score for a while.
Well,
And middle stump line from Siraj and just dug out by Zampa. No run, and that's the end of the over. Australia 188 for 8.
Jagover says, to be fair to Tony, if Hendo tried to sub-edit one of my pieces, I think I'd cry. I'd do other things first, mind, but I've always felt remorse and shame for my actions. Indeed you have, Jay, but it hasn't stopped you acting, has it? Kieran Roseblade says, surely the score is nowhere near enough. How do you guys think they are against par? Well, given the state of the wicket, I would revise my par down from 285 to 250 maybe, but even so, I agree with you. It's a long way
Yeah,
short.
50 runs short of par. Australia doesn't have the spin bowling attack to put the pressure on. Stark's bowling,
would think
I
that.
haven't been impressed with for the last few years, so whether he'll be
Maxwell.
Maxwell will do. Maxwell will get wickets, but he won't be able to contain a run rate.
Yeah, that's okay. I think in this case, it really depends on Cummins and Hazelwood, who are more they can have the control, while Stark and Maxwell can attack. And Zampa, you don't know, he's a leggy. I mean, they can run through bowling in their own day. So we are seeing why Hardik is sort of probably stayed out of bowling. He injured his finger when he tried to take a cotton bolt in his
That's
early
right.
spell today, and they are trying to bandage his finger now to try to allow him to bowl. That's the whole delay while we are going through these discussions. Meanwhile,
Is a bowler
Australia's really
allowed to have
disappointed.
bandages on the fingers of his bowling hand? I didn't think he was.
I think if you
No.
are a spinner, they are more they object a bit more. So if you are a spinner, they definitely object. I know.
Yeah,
But
looking
if
at
you're a
that,
fast bowler, you might be given a.
as Hardy comes in, middle stump line, attempted a slog by Stark, but only managed to get it down to ground through to mid wicket for a run. And looking at how he's got everything done, I'm surprised the umpires let him bowl with that.
Yeah.
He's
it's
wearing
all right.
I suppose you'd call it a strap around 4 of his fingers, and there seems to be a bit of a band-aid on it. But
I mean, you're allowed to keep those sort of finger guards these days on, and people have been taping their fingers the whole time. Usually, bowling hand, I think there are some exceptions. So, this is going to be interesting. Hardik is used to bowling at the death, at least in the IPL and other T20 forms. So, he's going to be a formidable opponent. He has some good slower balls at his command. Let's see if he can unleash them, or whether Zampa has his measure. Maybe gets one big shot away this over.
I'm really surprised at them allowing the tape on his middle finger, on his bowling hand. It's
is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is well done. And that is caught. Yes, it's edged
Catch
by
taken
Zampa straight to Kohli, and that is out. Yep, not that one.
Go OUT the window, go OUT the window, go OUT the window, 'cause OUT spells out.
Nice.
So Zampa's gone. Hazelwood to come in, and Harding's going, well, after 2 deliveries, can I bowl another 4?
Yeah. Well, I mean, no surprise really for Zampa to get out. He wasn't looking what you might call comfortable.
No. So Australia 189 for 9, 1 wicket to go. And I think pick of the bowlers would be Jada, but everyone's played their part really well.
Jay Groves says how much he's missing the pawn bot, and he's having to fill in with him by saying manipulating balls with a strap on.
Oh, come on. So, speaking of bowling, right? So, 3 spinners, 104 for 6 in 30 overs. And if you add Bumrah, who took 2 for 35, that'll give you 40 overs and 139 for 8. So, that's the whole story right there for you.
And Hardick into Hazelwood, who just plays a conventional shot and gets one run.
On, guys. We might be underestimating Hazelwood. He can bat. Come on, guys.
One shot does not 11. Mean he can bat.
Oh, yes. He is a proper number 11. But these days, everybody is told which end of the bat to hold and maybe dink a single here and there. Come on.
Although it must be said, his one-day batting average is 23.6, believe it or not.
There you go. For a number 11, that's a fantastic average. That's not just a good average.
And his highest score is 75.
That's a good
high score. He
high
has hit
score.
a few runs in the past. I remember it.
There's Hardwick into Stark, who swings, I think, at the bottom edge of it, but it doesn't carry through to Rahul. So that's keeps Stark on 19 or 30.
I can't remember if it was in a relevant situation where maybe he got the team to a safe place, but he has hit some runs, some big runs.
Well, he's had 26 ODI innings. He's played 74 ODIs. He's batted 26 times and been not out 21 times. So that does help with the average.
And Hardick into Stark, who placed this off his pads and somehow manages to get it all the way past square leg for 4 runs. So another boundary. Mitchell Stark, the highest boundary getter in the Australian side. Oh no, sorry.
Wow.
1416, I think. Cummins got 1416 as well. So
Warner did better, surely. If you just count the number of boundary shots.
Yeah, Warner had 6 fours.
Oh, yes.
And Smith had 5.
Oh, that's so long ago, though.
Yeah. So yesterday. Well, it is in your terms.
As Hardick into Stark, and another single down. That's the end of the over. 6 and a wicket off that over. 195 for 9 with 1 over to go.
Well, not all bad. So, yes, we're up to date on tweets and we're up to date on YouTube as well. Pokey Bungfinger comes in with how much tape will be on the Aussie fingers next innings? A suspicious amount or shitloads?
Well, it depends if the tape's hiding any sandpaper.
Oh. It didn't come from me. It came from a person with an Australian accent. Let's be clear on this. Yes.
No, I still remember the White Line Wireless calling that live, and then the next day, I think we had the most listeners we've ever had in our lunch break, where we had three people, none of whom were white, talking about Sandpaper Gate.
Kartik says that they're going to take the ball.
Yes. See, that's a practice in certain parts of the world. The ball will swing much more. I've played with that. Tape ball cricket, it's quite something. The ball swings around no matter what the conditions. Because you make one side of the ball heavier and shinier. It's going to swing like hell. It's fun to play with it.
Good practice.
Oh yeah, it's good practice to play spin. Seam bowling. So it gives you a good chance to practice.
So Siraj in for his final over, the final over of the innings. Fields a bit on the onside, as that is Yorker length and smashed by Stark straight to long on for no run.
Oh no, I think they took a single there.
No, he declined. decided he's got
I
a better
see.
chance of hitting it than Hazelwood.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, yes. Come on, Hazelwood. Look at his average, guys. Look at his strike
Yeah.
rate, and so on. Yeah.
Look at his high score. He's got a chance.
Yeah.
6 sixes.
Come on. I mean, at least 1 6, if not 6. Right. All right.
Yeah, Stark's average is only 13.
Siraj into
Hey, look.
Stark, who hits this one down the ground. That's well timed, and
he's
that
got
is
it away.
4 runs.
Good decision.
Yes, I've got 4. 1, 2,
He's followed up. There you go.
And Australia 199 for 9. I don't think anyone expected them to get to 200 in the last
Yeah.
2 hours of game.
Oh, they've done well. Come on.
It
I
might actually
always
be a
said-
defendable total.
Rohit Sharma is really pissed off. He's telling his bowler, think a bit before you deliver. Why are you bowling it so full and so on?
And Siraj is going, I'm bowling it like
How
you
does
said. It's not my fault. They just
Yeah.
don't,
There's
they
a
just
lively
don't care now.
discussion. Bowler is fighting back. He's saying, not my fault really, and so on. Which every bowler will after delivering bunch of shit. But yeah, it's not to happen.
So there's a few more people going back on the boundary. Rohit himself.
I'm assuming they're not having a overrate penalty, seeing as this innings has
Are
taken
they
nearly
over?
4 hours.
And that's top
yeah.
edged by Stark. It's in the air, and it is caught
Well caught.
Well done.
by, that's not Kohli, but a very good Kohli lookalike.
It's Iyer. Shreyas
that-
Iyer.
So Australia all out for 199. That is the end of the Australian innings. Stark 28 off 35, and Hazelwood not out, 1 off 1. 49.3 overs. So, I'll bring the card.
The pawn bot is with us. He says, a reminder, I have my duct tape waxing kit on sale.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
And Jay says, Hardik looks like some annoying, oddly tattooed prick from Door who tries to buy speed wraps from you to impress his 13-year-old girlfriend in 1995. That's a oddly
gosh.
specific reference there, Jay.
One that didn't land actually, for me at least.
So let's we'll go through the card. So Australia won the toss and decided to bat. Wanted to set themselves a nice big lead to use the bowl India out. Unfortunately, Mitch Marsh was out for a duck in the 3rd over, and then David Warner 41 off 52. Stephen Smith 46 off 71 through some excellent bowling from Jadeja. Marnus Labuschagne 27 off 41. Again, Jadeja with a great catch by Rahul. Glenn Maxwell 15 off 25, trying to get some movement happening, trying to get some run rate happening, and just couldn't manage to convert it. Alex Carey out for a duck, so there's 2 ducks in the innings. Completely bowled straight by Jadeja. Cameron Green.
No, it was LBW.
Oh, sorry, LBW. Maxwell was bowled by Yadav. That's the one. Cameron Green 8 for 20. Bowled by Ashwin, caught by Pandya. Cummins 15 off 24. Bowled by Bumrah, caught by Iyer. And Mitch Stark just lost his wicket, 28 off 35, bowled by Siraj, caught by Iyer, and Zampa, 6 off 20, bowled by Pandya, caught by Kohli. And Josh Hazelwood, not out, 1 from 1 with a strike rate of 100, which will do wonders for his stats. And the bowling figures are just amazing here. Jasper Brummer, 10 overs, 2 wickets, 35 runs, economy of 3.5. Mohammad Siraj, 6.3 overs, 1 for 26 with an economy of 4. Hardik Pandya was the most expensive, 3 overs, 28 runs conceded, but still a wicket, economy 9.3. Then the free spinners, Ashwin, 10 overs, 1 for 34, 3.4 runs and over. Yadav, 10 overs, 2 for 42, 4.2 runs and over. And Jadeja, probably my pick for the best. 3 for 28, 2.8 economy, and amazing work from the Indian bowling attack. I think that's the standout today.
And very ordinary batting from some of the Australians, it has to be said.
Yeah.
I do agree, though, that Jadeja bowled superbly, but Ashwin, he and Ashwin together are a formidable force, aren't they?
So
Well, from 110 for 2, Australia would be very disappointed where they got to.
Yeah.
Especially they had two set batsmen, Steven Smith and Manas Labuschagne, and how it transpired. They'd be a bit disappointed in their middle and lower order. Do we think this is how it's going to transpire if there's a turning pitch later on in the tournament for Australia, or do we think they're just getting into their work?
do they need to call Lyon up to get a better spinner? He hasn't played one days in ages. Like they don't have the depth of spinning, and they haven't developed the depth of spinning attack at all properly. Not in their tests, not in their one days, not in their T20. They haven't put the time and emphasis into spin that they need to, especially for subcontinent pitches.
Yeah, although I do think that this pitch will be the outlier in terms of taking spin. I think the majority of pitches will be much like those we've seen so far, where they'll take a little bit of spin, but not like this one does.
It will be interesting to see how Australian bowling innings goes. So Sri Lanka, after their horrible bowling innings, put up a fight with the bat. And they made 326, which no one was expecting from them. Australia will have to do a lot to constrain the English batters very early on to have any chance of staying in the game and keeping a net run rate. That's a reasonable target. Otherwise...
I think... suffice it to say the game will not go for a 50 overs. If the game goes anything above 40 overs, India will win the game. This is my thinking, right? So it's going to be how quickly Australia can take the wickets. Messi?
I agree entirely. I mean, if Stark can do a Stark and get a hat-trick like he did against the Netherlands the other day, it could change a lot of things. But it's hard to see anything other than a comfortable Indian victory on this pitch in their conditions. Just a couple of tweets. Muttley says, thanks for the coverage so far. Have avoided the afternoon sleep so far. How many overs do India need to chase this down? I'm predicting 25 to 30. Who was it that had never lost a cricket bet in 2 years? Is this the lowest World Cup 23 score to date? I think not. I think Afghanistan... Oh, yes.
Oh, no, you're right.
Afghanistan
made 150. You're right, sorry.
That's right, yeah. See you for the run chase. Leah says, holy shit, I predicted Australia not getting 200. Got one right. And she says to Tony, all in good spirit, you know I love you.
All right.
Okay, well, we'll catch you in about 25 minutes for the Indian innings. Sapun, your voice is sounding like it's starting to crack again.
Yeah, so I'll be resting up. I'll probably stay on the socials or comments for the next stints.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day. If you need somebody to fill in, let me know. Message me, call me. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thanks, Ashid. See you later. Is there anything you're going to play from that end, Sapun?
Also, sir.
There we go.
Just one click to hear it all. Boba, bloody bo. The vein of every true blue fan is the Vadex cricketer anchorman. It's the same old words in the same old voice. Long past time there was another choice, like the white line wireless, white line wireless.
attack that India has, which
Yeah.
is very good. I mean, you look at the guys that you have now, the Shamis and the Bhuvaneshwars and the whatnot. I mean, these guys. But you're still looking for that one guy who can swing it and do the kind of things that Zahir Khan did.
Yeah.
So that again, consequently, does historically come back to the kind of pitches that you grew up on.
Yeah. Now, in the research papers, so just to go on the soil content, because it's not just clay, it also depends on how much organic matter is in the soil, the moisture level of the soil, which is related to the organic matter. The more organic matter, the wetter the soil.
Okay.
And that has more impact on the variation of the type of grass used. So all cricket pitches use loam. I'm not going to get into that because that's boring. But these all have, so some cricket pitches use a soil with a high organic matter, which leads to a damp, soft pitch, which results in low pace and high topspin. Whereas there is another type of soil that has a low organic content matter, and this results in more pace and less spin. So there is actually, the dirt used matters. The clay content, the organic matter content, the type of grass will all affect. So maybe getting back to what we were talking about before, how do you even it up? Maybe different grasses.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, what's also interesting, another question that you can throw up in such a case is that let's talk about, say, the BCCI. How much does the BCCI monitor each and every pitch that it has chosen to hold test matches around the year? So say you have a test, say India has three home series lined up,
Yep.
one in March, one in September, and one in December, hypothetically. So just before these test series start, let's assume that they're all 4-4-4 against Australia, England, and South Africa. So before each and every single test, the BCCI will probably send its officials to inspect each and every pitch,
Yeah.
and to maybe speak to the captain and speak to the coach and speak to the BCCI officials, and then everyone sits down and figures out what kind of pitch they want. Maybe they take a horses for courses sort of approach,
Yeah.
or maybe they take depends on how our opponent is sort of approach, and
Yeah.
it depends on that. But the question I'm asking here is that, are they looking at these pitches year round?
Yeah.
When there's no test series going on, when there's no ODI or T20s being played.
Yeah.
So that's something that is worth probing.
Yeah. So what are they doing with the pitches in the meantime? Yeah. So maybe there could be, again, getting back to quality control, and maybe there needs to be some sort of independent quality control coming from the ICC.
Yes.
But
yes.
I'm not sure how much faith you have in the ICC at the moment, but I have very little. And I think most of us involved in cricket have a very little faith in
It would be hard to disagree at
Yes.
this point.
That's enough science. I think that's enough science for one day.
Yeah.
So let's talk about some pitches.
Okay.
So as I mentioned at the start, this all began about looking at the WACA, so we may as well start there. The WACA ground, which I love the name. It's one of my favourite names of a ground in the world, WACA. Because in Australia, a WACA is a silly person.
Okay.
You WACA, what are you doing?
Yeah.
So it's the West Australian Cricket Association ground. It's located in Perth, the capital of WA. Now, Perth is actually one of the oldest cities in Australia, although the exact date depends on how you designate the beginning of the city. But essentially, there's been a European settlement there since 1830 or so, when the English decided they need to put some people there to stop the French from building a fort there and taking the western side of the continent.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a few stories about Australian history that are like that, where it's like, oh, we better build a city so that someone else doesn't claim it. That's why Darwin exists. Like Darwin is essentially, let's claim this area so the Indonesians don't take it.
Don't take it.
Yeah. So Perth's early strength was its strategic value. You have to sail past it to get to the rest of Australia from Europe, unless you want to risk going through the Dutch colonies of South Asia to the north of Australia. So the next 20 years was essentially all used up clearing the local Noongar people out of the area, so getting into the Aboriginal genocide, that'll bring it down. But so I don't want to play that down, but I don't want to talk about it here. But if you don't know about it, look into it, it's horrible. So by 1850, most of the other Australian colonies had stopped the transportation of convicts. So everybody thinks of Australia as the convict place. But by 1850s, everyone had sort of said, no, we don't want any more prisoners, please. We're trying to build cities here. Perth were saying, well, we really need people to work for really cheap. So we'll take the convicts. So they do that. Now then in 1880, William Henry Wise had made his way to the still sleepy town of about 15,000 people and laid down the first turf wicket in the colony. This patch of earth would go on to become one of the most feared 22 yards of dirt in the sporting world. Dirt that Wise had imported from the eastern colonies. That's right. The famous Wacker wicket isn't even Western Australian.
Is that even today, or are you talking about?
Not today anymore,
Okay, yeah,
but for most of what you think of as the Wacker wicket,
yes,
it was made out of Eastern Australian dirt.
Okay. I mean,
but distance is still the killer. So while
so which year was it when they changed the wicket?
2000.
Okay. So you're trying to say that the Kirtley-Ambrose spell, the 7 wickets, was all on Eastern Australian soil? Is
Yes.
that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
In Western Australia?
Yes.
That makes a big difference.
Yes, yes, because I couldn't. If I wanted to do a PhD on it, I'd probably know why he chose to do that. But I'm doing a PhD on something else, so that's what happened. So distance is still a killer. So the Westralians they'd go over to the eastern colonies to play intercolonial cricket, but the rest of the colonies don't come over until 1899. South Australia goes over there for the first time. And just to put it into perspective, South Australia, like Adelaide to Perth, is about 2,500 kilometres, and there's nothing in between. There's just desert. Even now, there's barely any towns. It's just one road.
Like a highway, basically. I mean,
dead straight, 2,000 kilometres long. Right, and so if you think about this is before we had the railway line built over there.
Yeah.
So to get there, you had to sail there. I want to give a window into what life was like back then. Because I found this news article, and it's hilarious. So I'm going to quote here from the Perth Daily News on the 27th of May, 1887. It will be remembered that a few weeks ago, a number of performances were given by certain ladies and gentlemen in aid of the West Australian Cricket Association, owing to the excessively extravagant way in which the money was expended. Instead of there being a sum to hand over to the Cricket Association, there remains a debt balance.
how much are we talking about?
So, I won't bore you with the details, but my favourite item is that they raised £125 out of all of their ticket sales, which is a decent amount of money then.
Back then, yeah.
But they spent £38 on dresses. And so they made a loss. Anyway, in 1897, George Giffin's 11, which is, so at this time there's 2 English 11s.
Okay.
Because this is still the stage where there's no one really organising international cricket. It's just dudes going, let's go on tour. So George Giffen organises an 11, and there's a whole interesting story behind that when there's 2 English cricket teams playing in Australia. Now they stop off and play the Western Australian 11. Now this starts a tradition of visiting teams making Perth the first stop on the Australian tour.
Okay.
Which is also why what you would do between... So England, essentially, you'd sail out of England through the Mediterranean, through the Suez Canal, down, you'd stop off at Sri Lanka, and you'd play a game in Sri Lanka, just against their local team, not test match at this stage, and then you get back on the boat, you go and you have a game in Perth, and then you sail around to the east and you start playing proper cricket. And it was the same with...
So that's the tradition that's just been passed down, over the last 2 centuries, say.
Well, it's just where the boats went.
Yeah.
And because you either came through the Suez Canal and played Sri Lanka, or you came around the Cape of Good Hope and you played South Africa.
Yeah.
So that's the way it was. So this starts the tradition of visiting teams making Perth the first stop on an Australian tour. This is unsurprising, as that was a common shipping route whether you were coming from England, South Africa, or India. All right, so, like for example, the very first game that India played in Australia is at the Wacker.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you think about it geographically, you got to sail across the Indian Ocean, past Perth, down the bottom, to get to the rest of Australia. So they stop off and they play there. And it's also around this time that WA enters the Sheffield Shield, but the sheer distances involved made it impossible for teams to tour regularly there. Even though there's a rail connection, it still took days to get there. Now, this is one thing that I really want to highlight, because most people will... So the point I'm making there is that Test cricket doesn't start getting played there until really late, just because it took a week to get there and a week to get back over to the west. So they're just over to the east. So there's just no time to play a test match there, to get both teams over there and everything. So most people say that the very first test match played in Australia was Australia versus England in 1970.
No.
Those people are wrong. So the very first test match played at the Wacker was Una Paisley's Australians versus Cecilia Robinson's England. The match being most notable for being Betty Wilson's last test match and Cecilia Robinson's 96 not out being the first time a woman carried a bat in a test match. So it's another one of these things. I keep coming across this in cricket where it's like, this is the test match record. And then you find there's a better one in women's cricket.
Yeah.
So we need to start saying, this is the record in men's test cricket. You can say Don Bradman's batting average is the record in test cricket, because there's no woman with a batting average who's played 20 innings over 99.94. So it is the best. But there's a lot of things, and I've talked about, if you're interested, go and listen to the Women's Cricket podcast. There's quite a few things in that are like that. But perhaps the reason the Wacker has the mythological status that it does relates to when men started playing test cricket there. So the Wacker is fast and it's bouncy and it's scary and it's dangerous, and Englishmen, they soil their pants at the thought of having to play at the Wacker.
Battered and bruised, walking in and out of the pavilion with monotony, then just...
Yeah. So the 1970 match was a draw, but the Australian side in 1970, it didn't really have firepower. It had underappreciated Australian quick Graham McKenzie, who took 4 in the first innings, but all the other names, unless you're a real cricket tragic, you're probably not going to know them. But the next time the English get there in 1974, they've got Tomo at one end and Lilly at the other.
Double trouble.
And then behind the stumps, you've got the angry wombat, Rodney Marsh, harping at them. So
And there was this very interesting anecdote that my dad gave me about Rodney Marsh a while ago, was that when they asked him what was it like to field or to keep taking balls from Lilly and from Thomo, he said it's like getting nails hammered into your hands. So it just you got two guys that are bowling at 150k all day long. Yeah, it would have been fair enough. Bruised hands. So Australia's first test loss at the ground comes at the hands of the 1975 West Indians. Yeah.
Right? So, sure, Australia's got Lilly and Thompson, but the West Indies have Roberts, Holding, Julian.
Gibbs.
And then, like we were saying before, there was a whole lot that didn't even get to make the trip. That just, even though Australia loses that game, it just reinforces the idea that it's a fast bowling paradise. The only time England have ever won there, and this is why it's England's bunny.
Bugaboo.
Yeah, exactly, is 1978. And that's because all of the good Australian players were off playing for Kerry Packer, and it was the Australian B-side, essentially.
I mean, sorry if this is a dig, but I think everyone, the English would be very happy if if Kerry Packer was operating today. I mean, because they'd probably
splitting the Australian team in two.
Yeah.
The English. Yes, indeed. So since then, we've seen Mitchell Johnson, Craig McDermott, Glenn McGrath, and Big Merv take 8-fers at that ground. Now Pigeons was 8 for 24,
and he got that hat trick.
And then another series gets the hat trick. Dennis Lilly took 5 for 18 against Pakistan. Michael Holding took 6 for 21. And then, most unforgettably, in 1993, Curtly Ambrose took Australia from 2 for 85 to all out for 119. So, he didn't get the last wicket. Shane Warne got run out. But other than that, he took 7 wickets in the space of just a few overs and completely demolished Australia. Now, even Mike Whitney has 7 for 27 at the ground. Now, do you know who Mike Whitney is?
No.
Yeah, exactly, right? So the reason I know who Mike Whitney is because he hosted a TV show in Australia called Gladiator. It's like, if you've ever seen American Gladiator, it was the same thing.
Okay.
He hosted that.
Yeah.
That's why I know who Mike Whitney is. It's easy to see where the fear of the whacker comes from. In 44 test matches played at the ground, Australia has lost only 11 times. But interestingly, it's not even the strongest fortress in Australia. Now, Supersport Park in South Africa is the ground with the best home advantage in the world.
Yeah.
South Africa has won there 77% of the time. But the rest of the top 5 reads like this. Bellerive in Hobart, the Gabba in Brisbane, the MCG, and the Wacker. So, with the exception of the Adelaide Oval, which I think is 7 or 8, the Australian Test grounds have the biggest home advantage of any grounds in world cricket. And Australia hasn't been that dominant. You know, they've been dominant at times, but other times they haven't. So Australia, maybe the dominance has a lot to do with the facts about our pitches.
Yeah.
And we have these home ground advantages.
I'm not so sure if, you know, a lot of other Australians will be very happy with what you've just said right now.
Yes.
Especially given the pitches. But that, again, could definitely be true in terms of pitches, of course. But like you said, if you want a good game, then it would definitely, again, contrary to what I have said earlier. I mean, when your argument about why we should not have say a standard for the pitches, and why we should allow the home side to decide exactly what to do with the pitches.
Yeah.
So you had a very interesting insight with that. What
Right.
was that once again? I mean, you gave me your argument saying that
I think that the curator should be most interested in preparing the best ground.
Yeah.
You know, they should be just... So if the whacker plays fast and bouncy, prepare a fast and bouncy wicket. Make sure 20 wickets are going to fall. Make sure the quicks are going to be terrifying. Don't end up on day 3 with a road. You know, it's...
Yeah.
And you can do that. And if you have a spinning wicket in India, make sure it's not falling apart on day 1.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely not asking, even if you don't want to get, say, the World Cricket Body involved with every single individual pitch and every single individual series, what you've just suggested is absolutely not asking too much of pitch curators around the world.
Exactly. Yeah, and that, you know, they should just take pride in their job.
Yeah,
and not be a partisan. So, here's a thought. We have independent umpires, independent curators.
Yeah. That would maybe help.
You know?
Nothing wrong with having a foreign curator at all.
Yeah.
But then that would again bring the argument of what happens to the rest of the year. I mean, if there's going to be 5 test games in say Mumbai at the Wankhede, and the ICC nominates a New Zealand curator to come and wonder about and to figure out the pitch for those 5 test games, what happens to the rest of the year?
The curator has to live there.
Yeah.
The curator, it has to be their pitch. And you know, I'm gonna respect people enough to believe that they can be non-partisan in that kind of thing. I think people can be genuinely just interested in not having the home ground advantage. Like when you get a great commentator who can commentate their own. So Richie Beno, for example, listening to Richie Beno commentate, there was never it was never pro-Australian.
Never.
He was always calling a game of cricket.
And considering that he was one of the more prouder and more, nuanced Australians.
He was a captain of Australia.
Yeah. I mean...
Yeah. And then you've got Bill Lawry, who I love. He is very biased for Australia, but he's just super biased for Victorians more than anything. 80,000 Victorians. What a Christmas present. But to get back to the whacker, to think of it as a bowling paradise, is to miss that if you don't show up with bowlers that can use the bounce of the wicket and the swing twist.
We're coming back to you. I don't know if we're going to air, but the players are on the field. Yes, Kartik is with me.
I assume we're back. We are back, yes. Welcome back, everybody, to Chennai, to the India versus Australia World Cup match 5 of the ICC Men's 2020 World Cup. Australia, if you've just joined us, we're all out for 199 on an absolute rank turner, more or less. Indian bowlers did brilliantly well. The spinners leading the way with Ravi Jadeja, Ravi Ashwin and Kuldeep Yadav. And now it's Australia's turn to see if they can do the same with their spinners, or lack thereof, or will India chase this total of 200 down pretty quickly. As you can see on the coverage there, Rohit Sharma's wife, very, very nervous, naturally. She wants her husband to do well, and sitting next to her is a lot more chilled out Ravi Ashwin's wife. As we kick off, Mitchell Stark grabbing the bowling for Australia, comes in, left arm of the wickets, and that'll be a wide first up. Great start for India. A wide first up, 1 for none, with a legal ball yet to be bowled. No misses.
Yes, Stark, I think, is going to be the key for Australia having any chance in this. He does have the capacity to bowl some absolute pearlers early on with the new ball. But if he doesn't manage that, then they're really going to be pushing uphill. And Rohit, well, I've got him nailed on for at least 50.
Stark comes in the ball over the wickets, and a bit of a stifled appeal, but to no avail. They are thinking about it, are they? No review there.
It was going down leg. It was swinging a fair bit. It came in from middle. I'd say it hit him probably just outside leg, didn't it?
I think so. It looked, well, yeah, it did look quite clearly outside leg stump, so never in doubt there. The beauty of Stark bowling is we get a few more, words in between balls. Stark comes into bowl to Rohit, and this time much better by Stark, much more line and length, very much on the money, but very well dug out by Rohit as well, and that's another dot ball.
I'm surprised to see Australia only with 1 slip. I don't think they've got any choice but to go out on a full-out attack in this situation, because wickets are going to be everything.
Agree. The only way they're going to win this game is if they take wickets. They're not going to bowl. They're not going to restrict India to 200 or less than 250 overs. They have to take wickets. Well, let's see. Stark continues over the wicket to Rohit, and this time they sneak a leg by. Well kept there by Carey. Stopped a boundary for sure, but it did take the pace off, so he may not have made it. But in any case, 1 leg by. Rohit still yet to get off the mark. And Ishan Kishan comes in to face Shawley. Umpires today, Richard Kettleborough and Chris Gaffney, both from England, I believe.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, very, very experienced umpires, and quite fit too. They look like they've been hitting the gym.
I reckon you need to be fit to be an umpire. You're standing there for 8 hours a day. Hard work.
Starting the ball to Ishan Kishan. Wide swing. Gone. First ball. Caught it first slip. Very loose shot there by Ishan. He did not have to go for that. It was going to be almost called a wide. He decided to give it a go because that's what he knows. That's the only way he knows how to play. And he's given it away. He's given it away. The whole crowd in utter shock and silence in Chennai. Australia have picked up that early wickets. Very, very loose shot there.
The sucker ball. It did swing a lot, and Australia did actually have 2 slips in for the left-hander because of the fact that it's swinging away from him. But it was an easy slip catch straight into the first slip's midriff. Was that Green at first slip? Someone very tall.
Yep, Yep, definitely green. Big wicket there for Australia. Great start, exactly what they needed. Ishan Kishan gone for a golden duck. India, I should say, 2 for 1 after 4 deliveries.
So that's the difference between having Shubman Gill and Ishan Kishan opening, I guess. Uh,
Absolutely.
So we don't have any new stuff on Twitter, although I did tweet in a link to an article I did about the Wacker, given that Ant's discussion about the Wacker at the break was very interesting. I really enjoyed that. Over on YouTube, Stephen Kelk says Cricket Info has declared match over after 1 ball of the Australian innings. And Suda Who says bucket hands. Yeah, I mean, Green is so big and it's got such big hands. It really does look like bucket hands when he's catching like that.
He's taken some amazing catches already in his career too.
Oh, his gully fielding is just, some of it's just unbelievable, isn't it?
Indeed. Here we go. The king has arrived. Virat Kohli has come in.
Oh, I thought you meant Russ had arrived.
Stark in the bowl and very well left outside the off stump. That's experience there for you.
If I was king, I wouldn't let teams take an extra half an hour to finish an innings. It causes chaos.
And we see the replay of Ishan Kishan. Very loose shot, inexperience there. That's all. You can put that down to youthful exuberance.
Well, it's not necessarily youth. It's the sort of shot Warner might well have played as well.
It's the sort of shot he did play.
Yeah.
First ball, he could have got exactly there.
Yeah.
He could have easily hit that for a 4 and we'd be singing his praises as well. So what do we know? Stark, last ball of the over, comes in, full delivery, played defensively by Virat Kohli, and that's the end of the over. Dot ball, great start for Australia. First over gone, India 2 for 1 with the wicket of Ishan Kishan gone out for a golden duck, caught at first slip by Green. As I said, India 2 for 1, chasing an even 200 to win.
Plenty of swing from Stark too. It won't last long, but that's the thing he can do is get those balls hooping in.
Got to make the most of it, I suppose, and he's done that so far.
Yeah, last about 4 overs, I reckon, and that'll be it. So I think, YouTube's still here with us. Pokey Mungfinger says, is reverse swing going to be a big deal on these pitches? I doubt it very much because each ball only gets 25 overs. So it's not the sort of ball that really suits reverse swing much. And yeah, Sudahu says mainly because they always change the balls when they're discoloured too. So if you hit a few sixes, you get a different ball. You never know what you're going to get.
New bowler for Australia is Hazelwood. Comes in over the wicket to Rohit Sharma and just punched out to mid-wicket there for no run.
We're getting a bit of a ball-by-ball almost from Lee 11 Degrees. She says, now let's see how young Kishan fares at the top of the order. I'm in the market for an Indian Gillies opener. And follows up about a minute later, says, my arthritics hips could not do the ump's job. Also, fuck off, Ishan.
Who was that?
That was Leah.
Oh.
Jay Grover says he's utterly fascinated by Kartik's hair.
Yeah, I've gone for the Virat Kohli look. And as Hazelwood comes in, and another dot ball I should say, punched through to short cover.
I think a few years back we were speculating almost whether Kohli had his personal barber just travel with the team to keep his beard so immaculate. And I think Kartik's the same mould.
Yeah, I wish I had a personal barber. About how quickly my hair grows.
You were clean shaven at the start of play, I think, were you?
Just about. Hazelwood comes in again.
Ooh,
and that's a big shout. That's very close. That's him. Wow, what a start for Australia. That's a big call. And I don't know if they're looking to review. Looked very straight. That looked very straight. Have they gone for the review? They have reviewed.
That's plum. That's a waste of review.
I'm not sure that was a good review. I think that looked dead straight, and even Rohit knows himself. I don't think he's too confident. This could be a terrible start for India. and exactly what Australia needed. We knew this game was going to be tight. For anybody who thought it was going to be a walkover, had another thing coming. Hazelwood always on the money. Let's see the replay here. Oh,
That's
maybe
plumb.
height is probably saving him.
No. It's only just above the knee roll. And he's not that far forward.
Seemed in
I'd
a
be surprised.
fair way too, didn't it? It was
Yeah.
2 or 3
Umpire's
inches.
call is not going to help him here.
I think it's going to be hitting top of leg stump. Definitely no edge involved.
Definitely in front of the stumps too, which is probably what could have saved him.
There you go. Umpire's call, not good enough. And India lose their second wickets, and they have been absolutely rocked here by Australia. Not the
Wow.
start that all Indian fans in the crowd were expecting, and those listening in at home. Rohit Sharma gone for a duck as well.
Leo will be ropeable.
His wife doesn't seem as nervous anymore, but looks like she's heading home early. India, remarkably, 2 for 2 after just 9 deliveries. Australia right on top here.
Ooh, leg before wicket.
This game has turned on its head, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be in for a really interesting run chase, I think.
I don't know what I've done. Joe Grover says, Jeremy, you know you did. What did I deny doing? Leah says, I will from now on refer to Green as Grabowski, which is common German name of German moles. Graben means to dig in this context. And Jay says, I reckon Russ would be a dark horse dictator. The populace would assume he'd be a fair and just ruler, and then he'd force his neurosis and micromanaging tendency on all of us. I, for one, welcome our new Russell overlords.
I am the least micromanaging person you've ever. I'm too lazy to be micromanaging. Ask my staff.
New batsman comes in. That was really quick. The changeovers seem to be really quick these days. Hazelwood bowls to Shreyas Iyer as he defends the ball out to a point for no run. India 2 for 2 after 1.4 overs. As I said, Australia right on top here. Hazelwood and Stark have both started exactly how Australia wanted.
Maybe someone sent a message out and said, you better hurry up, we're going to turn the lights off at 11 p.m. if you don't, we're already half an hour behind.
Yeah, they're making up the time. Hazelwood comes into bowl to Iyer and punch off the back foot to point for no run as well. Him and Kohli basically opening the innings. They've come in pretty much at the beginning. I'll tell you what, this is all set up for Virat Kohli here. He's the master of chases. He thrives in these sort of situations, pressure situations against Australia, the old enemy. Let's see what he can do. Hazelwood comes in to Shreyas. A slash, and it's gone as well. Oh my goodness. What is going on here? That's straight to cover. Warner has taken the catch. Another wicket gone down. India all at sea here. 3 for 2 after 2 overs. 3 ducks. Australia have not conceded a run off the bat yet. It's been 2 extras. And this is, you'd have to say, terrible batting. That was a terrible shot.
Don't know if it held up in the pitch a little bit.
This is insane. Like,
yes,
they just need to get through the first 10 overs and milk Australia's not very good spin attack, and they've just decided to flay at balls. I mean, Rowan got a good one, but 2 terrible shots.
Oh.
They're putting pressure on themselves for no particular reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as if they were batting first and looking to get a big score from the off. They don't need one. That's craziness, isn't it? And I've got to say, my prediction with respect to Leah was spot on. She says, I don't fucking believe it. What a shit show from the Indian openers. She has always loved and admired Rohit Sharma. She says, fucking believable. Dave Wood says, India, superpower number one. Josie Oak says, ropeable, a term used in Australia but never in the UK. Always wondered what you're meant to do with the rope. I'm buggered if I know. I just know what it is. So it's not used in England, isn't it? That's interesting. What are you when you're ropeable then, Josie? What's the equivalent term, apart from being angry or pissed off?
Remarkably. Sorry.
Go on. No.
So remarkably, KL Rahul's coming to bat, and Stark continues over the wicket to Virat Kohli, who classic leg glance, and finally some runs off the bat for India, and finally somebody off the mark as they take 2 runs. Yes, of course, Virat Kohli's batting. There was always going to be 2. Score moves on to 4 for 3 wickets in the space of 2.1 overs. Virat Kohli off the mark with a 2. I'm still in shock. I don't know about you guys, but I'm still in shock. I can't believe what I'm saying. Stark continues over the wickets to Virat and confidently defended. Somebody finally looking a bit more confident with the bat for India, but no run.
So I've done some quick Googling of ropeable, and its first use in Australia was in the 1870s, an Australian term. It's equivalent to fit to be tied, meaning fit to be tied up or into a mental hospital. So I'm not sure how that translates to angry, but that's where it came from.
Oh, thank you for that. You see, these are the things you learn by listening to Gorilla Cricket and White Line Wireless, the things you would never hear anywhere else.
Absolutely. Stark comes into bowl over the wickets, and it's let go through to the keeper outside the off stump. Good leave there by Virat Kohli. Of course, if you're just tuning in to us at Gorilla Cricket or White Line Wireless right around the world, thank you so much for tuning in. Australia in the first innings bowled out for 199, when most people thought that was below par. But they've come out with the ball and it absolutely rocked India. Currently now 4 for 3. First three batsmen all out for ducks. Stark comes into bowl to Virat Kohli, and that's a wide one. He's doubled as well. Luckily, did not get an edge there. But Indian fans' hearts in their mouths. Imagine if Virat Kohli goes cheaply as well. This could very well see a lot of people leaving the stands very early.
Oh, that's such a sucker ball. I mean, what is he doing? I know they've been coming in and therefore he expects to play at it, but as soon as it starts to move out, like he's 2 feet away from his body trying to get at that. The only thing he's going to do is take it to slip.
I love Kohli and Cummins smiling at each other after that ball there.
Stark comes into bowl, and this time it's driven down the ground for a single to mid-off. Kohli gets off strike, much safer at the non-striker's end. Picks up a single, and the score moves to 5 for 3. We're seeing the wickets so far. Apart from Rohit's got a good one. Loose shots there by Ishan and Shreyas. Did not need to play those so early on in their innings.
Yeah. Nothing to do with the pitch either.
Absolutely, yeah. It was just poor cricket shots.
Yep.
Pitch is still very good for batting. It just did not get to the pitch of the ball. There we go. We'll see how KL Rahul goes against Mitchell Stark. Last ball of the over. Comes in over the wickets to Rahul and leaves outside the off stump a full delivery as well. And that's the end of the over. 3 overs gone. India 5 for 3.
Lots coming in on Twitter. Butley, I'm still here. Fancied a takeaway, but no Indians were open, so ordered it in a shop bought one and heated it through. It's all on. He sends a picture of his lunch, which looks delicious. Jay says, Russ, that's what a man running a genetically modified feline super soldier farm would say. With a wee bit more relevance, what the ever-loving fuck is going on? Yeah, what the fuck is right? And Colin Sauter sent a meme that says exactly that. Leah says, time for Ash's maiden ODI ton. India's last best hope for victory. Josie Oak is outraged. Jay says, never heard Ropeable in the UK. Lots of politicians in the US who want to bring it back, mine. And the Cricket Slide says, this is in response to something previously about Ashwin. He might actually hit a useful 50 or so. Can't discount his effort. Game on, though. This is exciting cricket.
Hazelwood back into the attack. Balls to Virat Kohli for no run. Another dot ball.
Another one of those balls just short of length seaming back into the batter. They're getting you on the pads. He's got it just moving enough, Hazelwood. I think that ball to row. It might not be the last one. He managed to sneak past the batters.
So he seems to be getting some a bite off the pitch there. Hazelwood comes into Virat and another dabble outside the off stump. Living dangerously. I think they just need to see this spell through from Hazelwood and Stark. Australia have started well. They're right on top here. And a little Indian batsmen, all the Indian batsmen so far, very fidgety. Some have held out, some not so much yet.
Yeah, and that ball didn't come back in, but Kohli kind of played it like he... it's a terrible prod.
Well, I've got to say this has all brought a degree of interest in the game that I wasn't anticipating at all.
Exactly. I was going to say, is Supun still awake?
Supun's in his car, heading back to home.
Martley says perhaps they heard Supun wanted to go to bed, so trying to get it done early. It's exciting.
Supun not to bowl. Hazelwood comes into bowl and leaves that one outside the off stump through to the keeper.
I don't know. If Bear thinks he can bowl in the IPL, I don't see why Supun can't bowl in the World Cup.
Don't know that I've seen Supun play cricket.
Do you play cricket much anymore, Russ?
Oh God, no. Not for years.
Yeah. What about you, Kartik?
No, I'm happily retired.
Safest place to be, isn't it?
Yeah. Hazelwood comes in to bowl and Virat Kohli races through for a single. And if any man on the planet's going to make that single, it's Virat, that's for sure. He knew there was going to be a single. As soon as the ball hit the bats, he was off. Moves on to 4. And India, a mammoth total of 6 for 3.
I did go down to the nets about a year or two ago to play with a mate's youngest son, and I was surprised the next day that I was not as sore as I was expecting.
Oh dear, you forget you got muscles in some places, don't you?
Yes.
Hazelwood comes into bowl to Rahul. A cover drive, beautiful shot through the covers. That's going to get to the boundary, the first boundary for India. Much more convincing. That's exactly what they needed to break the shackles and finish off what was a good over for Hazelwood. India moves to 10 for 3. Rahul not out on 4. Virat Kohli also not out on 4. Much better for India there.
Martley says, maybe this is in regards to Roper, but I don't know. He says, maybe it's angry equals mad, mad equals crazy, crazy equals time for the men in white coats. Jay says, I mentioned I just read the Roy Gilchrist biography this morning. It's jolly nice when players smile at each other. There was a collective sigh of relief around the whole of Chennai, I think, when that 4 got hit. And Stephen Kelk reckons that India is having some of Australia's Doomburgers.
Stark continues over the wicket to Virat, and Nutt played forward defensively through for no run.
Just a slip and a short mid wicket in, not as attacking a field as you'd expect, given the circumstances.
No,
Yes.
I'm surprised too. Although he did have a second slip when he got Kishanat.
I think the way
I think it's just horses for courses sort of thing. And obviously the threat of Virat Kohli.
the way Colley's been wafting to them outside off stump, I'd have 3 slips in.
Yeah.
Stark bowls over the wickets to Virat and forwardly defences. Defences forwardly. That doesn't even make sense. Forward defence off through to mid wicket for no run.
Over the course,
Who says mental hospital, very guerrilla cricket, and Stephen Kelk says the Box of Dreams does have a kind of 1980s closed institute vibe. You shouldn't take that too personally, I don't think, Russ.
I don't own this house, so that's fine.
I've been in the Box of Dreams many a time. It's certainly, you do start dreaming there. There'll be many dreams in the box. Stark continues over the wickets, and that's left outside the off stump for no run.
This is the most palatial Box of Dreams I think we've ever had. The some of the previous ones were more like a small dungeon or a basement.
I was going to say dungeon. That was the last one I remember many years ago. Since I left Melbourne, but some good times. And there's a nice pizza place down the road as well. I remember.
Where are you now, Kartik?
I live in Sydney now.
All right. You defected.
Unfortunately, yes. Yeah. Still Melbourneian at heart. Stark continues to bowl over the wickets, and this time cut through to short point for no run.
Yeah, when we were in the lounge room of Jeff Lemon's condemned house, that was an interesting venue, but nice and big. Had a big couch.
Yeah, I never met at Jeff's house. I did actually see him at a pub a couple of weeks ago, and then I saw that he's made it to Chennai as well. So shout out to Jeff Lemon and Adam Collins doing great things at the Final Word and all sorts of other places actually.
I'll wait for this.
Stark continues to bowl over the wicket to Virat, and this time pushes it down to mid on for no run. Went really quickly there, couldn't pinch a single, and still remains on 4.
Anybody interested in the history of white line wireless and guerrilla cricket and much else besides, Adam Collins and Daniel Norcross did a series called Calling the Shots during lockdown, and they've just re-released the director's cut, and episode 4, I think it is called The Disruptors, which gives a fantastic history around exactly how white line wireless and guerrilla cricket and test match sofa before it came into being. I highly recommend it.
Absolutely. Stark comes over the wickets and Virat nudges it down to mid-off for 1. Picks up a single. One more ball to come in the over. And Rahul back on strike. Yeah, it was. I haven't listened to that, but I certainly recommend people to check that out. I will myself as well. I know Adam and Jeff have done amazing things, have gone on to do amazing things, and continue to take the world by storm in the various platforms that they think of themselves involved in. Stark over the wicket to Rahul, and defensively plays that through to cover for no run. End of the over, 5 overs gone. India 12 for 3. KL Rahul 4 not out, and Virat Kohli 5 not out.
Josie Oak says, earlier I was laughing at Australia. Now I'm giggling at India. And Jay says, I'm just happy you are all looking in opposite directions. I have no clue why this gives me joy, but I'll take what I can get. Yes, we've all got our screens in odd places, and we don't look at the camera at all most of the time.
I don't even know which camera I'm supposed to be looking at.
Well, presumably it's the one on top of your computer. Leah says, was it one of the nice dungeons? You know, the ones where you go for a weekend with a leather and vinyl dress code.
Hazelwood continues over the wickets and pushed back down to himself, Virat Kohli, for no run.
Australia's definitely managed to slow the scoring. It helps when you take 3 wickets. But just the 12 runs in 5 overs. And only the 1 boundary, I think.
Yep, only 1 boundary for the innings. I think it's going to be a bit like that. I think this is going to be a slow run chase, by the sounds by the looks of it. Hazelwood continues over the wickets, and another defensive shot by Virat Kohli, defends it for no run, back to Hazelwood. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be Test match style cricket.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
I say that, but Rahul has 4 off 3 balls. But I guess he hit 1 4 and has only faced 2 other balls. Kohli's really hogging the strike.
Isn't he?
Playing the long game, it seems like.
He might be trying to protect the rest of his lineup from playing stupid shots.
Could be. Hazelwood continues over the wicket to Kohli. And exactly the same result. Forward defensive shot. This time goes a little bit further past Hazelwood to mid-off, but still no run. 3 dots in a row. Somebody's going to give very shortly, I think. Typically, Kohli in this situation would try to just get off strike and take a single. Somehow manufacture a single. I think that's probably what he's going to do here if he can't get a boundary away. Hazelwood continues over the wicket to Kohli. And a big swing outside the off stump. Bit of extra bounce. Everyone's hands on their heads, Australian fielders. And Virat Kohli gets away with another one.
They have got the 2 slips in now. The first slip at a wider third.
Your influence is strong, Russell.
It's that dictatorial part I've got going, apparently.
Yeah,
Tell
micromanaging from a distance is amazing.
Sending the vibes through the airways. That's fantastic. Hazelwood comes into bowl to Virat Kohli again. This time, beautiful shot down the ground. That's what he wanted to do the previous ball. Got to the pitch of the ball this time. Straight down the ground for 4. It picks up a boundary. India moves on to 16. And Virat Kohli moves on to 9.
That was a glorious shot. It really was. It was pure Kohli, wasn't it? Are we jingleless at the moment?
Oh no, we've got jingles. I'm just lazy. There you go. I always forget. It's after midnight.
Yeah.
Hazelwood over the wicket again to Virat Kohli, and this time nudges it down the. Oh, fine leg. Was that boundary?
No,
or saved on the boundary there by Mitchell Starc, but probably should check the replay. Did he have his body in the ropes? He doesn't seem too phased. Either does Kohli.
I think it was okay.
Looks like they called it over. Yeah, it's 2 runs. And end of the over. 6 overs gone. India 18 for 3. Virat Kohli moves on to 11. And Rahul remains on 4.
Jay says, when I were in the Burbage ward, I asked to go into the padded cell because of very boring, loud people. With the right amount of drugs, it is the box of no dreams, and I was very thankful. You make light of everything for us, Jay.
What keeps us going, I suppose.
Stephen Cook says, I was starting to wonder whether White Line Wireless really is hosted at a cat asylum.
It's a change of bowling for Australia. The captain is bringing himself on, Pat Cummins. It's be interesting to see how he goes. So he's going to be coming into ball to KL Rahul right arm over the wickets, and defensively played for no run.
Would you change at this over? I think Sapun should be online. I can't see.
I'm here.
Very good. Kartik, if you want to stick around though, because I think we skipped the your first stint, and I'll finish my dinner, which I was trying to squeeze.
No worries. Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to keep going.
Messes. Why don't you guys work out who wants to do what? I don't
I'll
mind.
keep going. Be ball to ball if you guys want. No problem. Cummins comes in over the wickets. And interesting shot there by KL Rahul. It was a late cut. Down to third man, picks up a single. Played that very well in the end.
Close to the body to be playing that, but he played it really well.
He did play it really well. Moves on to 5, and the score now is 19 for 3.
It's also the sort of shot that you inside edge onto your stumps, and we talk about how stupid it was because it was so close to.
Or you hit wicket as well.
So I just want to check with you, Russ. Kartik and Sapun are going to be on. Do you need me up for this session or not?
I think so. I think we're at the 12:30. We're just going to do it as time, so you can stay on. If that's
good,
all right.
I'm on solidly, I think, to the
Cummins
end.
over the wickets to Virat Kohli. Quick single out to mid-wicket, moves on to 12, and the score moves on to 20 for 3.
Is Arjit still logged in? I'm sure he'd be happy to help.
I'm not sure because I can't see the Zoom screen. Maybe if Sapul wants to jump in, I'll see if I can wrangle some things.
Uh,
I just need to have a short break. I can always come back in if you're still short.
I can go solo if you guys like. I can for a couple of minutes. I can do it all if you like. Cummins comes into bowl over the wicket to KL Rahul, nudges it out to square point. Let's go with square point for no run. It's fielded by David Warner. As I said, India absolutely rocked in the batting innings. Came out, first 3 players all out for ducks. Bang, bang, bang. Hazelwood, Stark absolutely run amok. The top order there. 1 LBW decision for Rohit Sharma, and then 2 really poor shots between Ishan Kishan and Shreyas Iyer. All 3 of them out for ducks, reduced India from 3 for 2. And Cummins comes into bowl over the wicket to KL Rahul. Try to do a bit of a back foot nudge, but out to cover for no run. These have settled out a bit with Kohli and Rahul. They've now moved the score on to 20 for 3. So I told you guys I could do this all myself.
Don't worry, Kartik, I'm here. I'll handle socials and extra commentary.
Perfect. Yeah, Russ, enjoy dinner. Great over from Cummins so far. 2 runs off. Captain leading by example. Comes into bowl to Rahul over the wickets. And another nudge out through to cover for no run. That's the end of the over. 7 overs gone. India 20 for 3. Virat Kohli 12 not out. And KL Rahul 5 not out. Anything exciting on the socials?
Just having a look. Leah Lavender Gorilla. She's setting up a German leg of Gorilla Cricket, and she's decided not to go with Wicket Schanzer as the name for the studio. It's a bit of a Nazi joke in there, and that's a bit iffy in Germany. So I think that's relying on a few comments from yesterday's call as well. So you should listen to us every day of the World Cup, because we will be coming to you every day, and you will miss out the in-jokes if you're not listening every single day. And if there's 2 feeds at the same time, you need to listen to both of them.
Absolutely. Yep, right around the world. White Line Wireless and Guerrilla Cricket collaboration, bringing you the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup for 2023 for the next month. We're only in match 5 of 45. Hazelwood continues over the wicket to Virat Kohli, and defensively played off the front foot out through to mid-off for no run.
What do you think, Kartik, made 3 of the Indian openers, well, 2 of them play absolutely stupid shots? Do you think it's just arrogance that they could, well, we can just walk this in, we're not worried about Australia? Or is it just pressure from hosting the World Cup and all the pressure on being expected to win the tournament?
A few questions there. We'll come back to that shortly. Hazelwood over the wickets to Virat Kohli, and again, defensively played out to cover points there for no run. Look, I think it's a combination of, I mentioned it before, I think it's a combination of youth and excitement. but also, yeah, probably a little bit of arrogance there. But also, I think mainly probably wanted to be positive, have positive intent, get off to a flyer, and really shut this game out really quickly. But that was always a risk, right? Play a loose shot and a couple of loose shots and cause the wickets. Hazelwood over the wicket, and this time straight up in the air. This is going to be out. This is a poor shot, is it? Oh no, has it been dropped?
That was dropped. That was a keeper's catch.
Oh my goodness, what is going on? That was not a good shot by Virat Kohli. Straight up in the air, should have been taken. There's a bit of confusion there between who takes the catch, whether it was Carey or Mitchell Marsh. In the end, looking at the replay here, I'm not sure whether they got a hand to it or not. You could argue that it was perfectly placed. Let's just wait and see the slow motion replay here. Mitchell Marsh, oh, that's a drop catch. He should have taken that. Oh, that's
straight through to us. Hands weren't even close together. It was just so wide apart that was going to be dropped any day like that.
As Hazelwood continues over the wickets, and this time Virat Kohli smashes it through, not through, smashes it to mid wicket, and Mitchell Marsh holds on to it this time. As I'm sure he gets a lot of jeers from the crowd. It's amazing how many times that happens. You drop a catch, and the next ball you come straight to you, pick it up, and then the whole crowd cheers.
I think the ball hit him in the nuts when it went through his hands too, just to really add insult to injury.
Absolutely. Yeah, the one man in the Indian team you don't want to give a life to is Virat Kohli. So, have they just dropped the match there? We'll wait and see. But Hazelwood comes over the wicket to Virat Kohli, and this time edges it out through to third man and picks up a single. Just going back to what you were asking before, Supin, I think it was a combination of arrogance, a little bit of arrogance, wanting to get off to a good start. I don't think the pressure of India winning the World Cup at home this early on in the tournament is a thing just yet. I mean, that's just a lot of media hype. It will get more and more as the tournament progresses. Traditionally, India have been very strong in the round robin games and then they end up not getting over the line in finals. So we'll wait and see. Hazelwood over the wickets to KL Rahul. Forward drive through to cover for no run. That's the end of the over. 8 overs gone. India 21 for 3. Virat Kohli 13 not out. And KL Rahul 5 not out.
Joel Falconer on YouTube's doing quite a bit of we'll call it a stream of consciousness about everything that happened in the last over. Piss off Kohli, don't spoil another party. 4.5 runs and over needed, starting to get a game. Get fingered. Drew Carey, whose ball is it anyway? And a few more there, but a lot of frustrations, but also excitement happening with this game. And India are 10% of the way to their target.
Certainly come alive, hasn't it, this match?
It would have been very interesting. They lost that fourth wicket.
Cummins over the wickets to Kohli. Ooh, inside edge there. Very lucky not to go back onto the stumps. And they picked up a single. And the score ticks along to 22 for 3. Virat Kohli on 14. Not out.
Getting some updates from Leah Levin-Negrilla about her German commentary on select World Cup matches. She says she's decided not to go with the Wicket Schans as name for studio. Nazi jokes are a bit iffy in Germany. But the Beschwertes Kurzesbein, I'm going to mangle that, is also cooperating to bring you German commentary on select messages.
Cummins over the wickets to KL Rahul and thought about leaving there, but in the end, all hit the bat and it's gone out to third man and they've picked up a single. Bit of a lucky streak there. And the score moves over to 23 for 2. And
Is that a bit of a misfield in the slips?
Yeah, straight through his hands from green, was it?
I don't think so. I thought it went just right past him. Just an unfortunate ricochet. Maybe. In any case, it's single. Nothing, no harm done to either side. Cummins continues over the wicket to Virat, and this time punches it out to mid-on. And a quick single And the score moves across to 24 for the singles starting to come now. This is typical of Virat and Rahul's innings. They can't get the big shots away. They typically make sure that the run rate ticks over. So maybe they're starting to some resemblance of settling in, especially after the drop catch.
I love that the broadcaster uses a fire rocket still, even though the ball went straight up in the air and was dropped, rather than the one they typically use for sixes.
Cummins over the wicket to KL and nudges it down, and they pick up a quick single. That's brilliant running between these two. They are very quick between wickets.
Yeah, it's slight hesitation there from Rahul, but well worth it.
Yeah, Rahul first wanted to make sure it didn't hit his stumps.
Yeah, Steve Smith had plenty of room to cover to pick that ball up, and in the meantime, they scampered through for a single. There was never in doubt there. The scoreboard's ticking along slowly now. 4 runs off the over so far, with 2 balls remaining, 4 singles. As Cummins continues over the wickets to Virat, and this time he's let that one go through a bit of a short pitch delivery over the shoulder, and that's been called 1 for the over by umpire Richard Kettleborough. Yeah, clearly above the shoulder. The atmosphere in Chennai here is absolutely electric. It was a bit quiet there for the first couple of overs when India were rocked 3 for 2, but the drums are out, the dollies are out. Everyone's a lot more calm now. And Cummins over the wickets to Virat, another nudge through to mid-on, and picks up another single. End of the over, 5 off the over. 9 gone, 26 for 3. Virat Kohli moves on to 16, not out, and KL Rahul is on 7.
That middle drum is rocking some real kind of Hall & Oates style glasses, and I thoroughly respect that. We've got a couple of tweets. Hombra Nuovo, who says, "Afternoon, wonderful GC. Guerrilla cricket, our Southern Hemisphere brethren, missed the first innings. Is it a difficult wicket or just some stunning bowling, comedic batting?"
A combination of all three, I'd say.
Yes, I would say that
the
too.
wicket shouldn't be this difficult, but bowling, amazing bowling from India, and also Australia now. And I'll let you announce the next bowler, Kartik.
Yeah, change of bowler is Glenn Maxwell, also known as the Big Show down under. And of course, probably recently become one of the locals here by association. I shared this earlier in the first innings. Fun trivia for you all. Glenn's partner's family is actually from this part of the world, from Chennai. So you could almost argue that he's probably one of the local boys. That might be a bit of a stretch, but he's changed bowling and first time Australia's introducing some spin in the first power play. This would be an interesting move.
It's a bit generous to call it spin.
Over the wickets, or slow bowling, punched back for no run.
This isn't a tactic I was expecting this early.
Maxwell over the wickets to Virat, comes forward, tries to nurdle it, but no run. It gets out to mid-off. Another dot ball. Good start by Maxwell. 2 dots from 2 balls. Over the wicket again. And this time, Virat Kohli takes a quick single. Is he going to make it? Yes, he makes it comfortably. Never in doubt there. To the side of mid-on, the side of Marnus. Always a single on Marnus's arm. Moves on to 27 for 3. Virat Kohli moves on to 17, and KL back on strike. Unfortunate thing about these spin bowlers or slow bowlers is we don't get much time in between deliveries. Maxwell continues over the wickets to KL, punches it back to Maxwell for no run.
Yeah, I was expecting a Red Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood.
Maxwell over the wicket again. Forward defence for KL. Very solid out to point again for no run. Very good start by Maxwell here. 1 run off. Can he finish off the over? Over the wickets to KL. Yes, brilliantly bowled. The quicker one pushed back to out to cover for no run. End of the over. End of the first power play. India 27 for 3. Virat Kohli on 17 and KL Rahul on 7. 1 over gone for Glenn Maxwell, and just 1 run from it.
I was about to say I was expecting another over from Mitch Stark, but he's already done 3 overs, and you only want to bowl him in 3 over spells. You need to give him quite a bit of time to rest up. So it's yeah. So I suppose after the 3 paces, you had to bring Maxwell in.
Almost sounds like your voice. So couldn't have to give you a 3 over spell. Come back in 3 overs time and give us some more, so you see out the game. Got a long night ahead, it seems. Doesn't think this one's going to be finishing early.
No.
That's a shame. I just remembered I was supposed to be at a site visit at 7:30 tomorrow morning.
Oh, jeez.
I don't even want to think about the work I have to do this week.
Yes, oh my goodness. I know. I'm much the same.
But Tuesday and Wednesday are completely out. Yeah, Sri Lanka versus Pakistan.
Big games this week coming up.
Yeah.
And you can hear it all on White Line Wireless and Guerrilla Cricket, live and exclusive. Well, maybe not exclusive, but certainly live.
Not at all exclusive.
Cummins over the wickets to Virat Kohli, punches it out to point for no run. Yeah, certainly not exclusive. Maybe exclusive from our homes or the
exclusive commentators. How about we put it that way?
That's exclusive. Yeah, exclusive commentary. You won't hear this kind of commentary, alternative commentary, anywhere else around the world. But it certainly will be live. Ball by bloody ball, as they say. I can confidently say there are all 3 White Line Wireless folks on the commentary box right now. Comes over the wickets to Kohli, nudges it out to third man, and picks up another single. Moves on to 18, and the score moves on to 28 for 3.
Yeah, I think it's been 4 years or maybe more since you and I last called a game together, Kartik.
Yep, yeah, the last World Cup I think it would have been.
Yeah, I think. And
actually, no, well, not last World Cup. It would have been, or maybe it was the last World Cup. Actually, 2019. Yeah, that rings a bell.
That sounds about right. And I remember you were talking because you set up the Swami Army in Australia, pretty much.
Well, that's set up is a strong word, but Cummins over the wickets to KL, out to cover, out to point for no run. Setup is a bit strong. That's a bit unfair for the rest of the guys, but I was heavily involved at one stage. Yes, it seems a lifetime ago now, but it was all good fun. We're seeing some highlights of the first power play, some interesting shots, some brilliant shots, and then some not so brilliant fielding as well. So a bit of a mixed bag, but the match is evenly poised right now. Comes over the wicket to KL. That's a much better shot. That's a brilliant shot through the covers, and that'll be a boundary. Amazing by KL Rahul. Picks up another boundary, moves on to 11, and India now 32 for 3, starting to settle down a little bit after the initial bombshell. Kohli and Rahul seem like they're getting their eye in and starting to become a lot more comfortable with the pitch and the bowling.
Yeah, there's been a couple of mistimed shots from both of them, but they've been lucky enough that it hasn't resulted in wickets.
Absolutely. Cummins continues over the wickets, and this time, no, not so good by KL. Probably starting to get a bit too confident. That one's gone out to cover though, but no run. This time cut shot there. What do we think, guys? Evenly poised at the moment. Is this sort of starting to even up a little bit?
India advantage.
Yeah.
I give it 15 overs. India wins. So.
If Australia can't get another wicket in the next 5 overs, I think this will start to flatten out in a way that's very favourable towards India.
Yeah, certainly they've started well, Australia. They probably need another wicket right about now.
They needed the one that Mitch Stark Mitch Marsh dropped.
Yeah, Cummins over the wicket to KL, and this one's been glanced out to deep square leg for a single.
He might want to get some wickets, Mitch Marsh, because his record at the moment is a duck and a drop catch, and that's his total contribution to the entire game.
Yeah, he's had a shock on the Bison so far. Yeah, he needs to step up with the ball, but you know he may not have that many runs to play with by the time he gets on. So.
That's true. A few tweets. Jay Grover says, "What on earth is Sapun wearing? Because it looks proper lush." Leah says,
Cold and naughty.
Leah kindly says that was one of the better pronunciations by an English speaker. Russ, damn it, with faint praise that I think. And Jay Grover says, in Indian cricket grounds, people going totally mental is a sign of calm. It's the quiet when you need to get worried.
That's actually spot on. Yes, correct. Yeah, it went quiet. We can assure you because we are in the commentary box inside the ground here. It went quiet when those first 3 wickets fell. It was pin drop silence in the stadium. But the crowd is electric now. Don't you worry about that. There's Maxwell.
Is there a chance we'll see some Steve Smith bowling?
God, no. Maybe a lavish.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think they're that desperate. But we'll see how we go. Never say never. They say 11 overs gone. Australia 30, India 33 for 3, and Maxwell to continue over the wickets. The pseudo local boy. So KL tries to nudge it out to mid wicket for a run, but he'll be no run. It'll be dot ball. Excuse me. Maxwell continues over the wicket to KL, and this time the outside edge through to short Birdman. Again, no run. 2 dots from Maxwell. He's bowled 8 deliveries for 1 run. This is a great start by Maxi. Big Show certainly stepping up so far with the ball. Didn't do as well with the bat today, but let's see if he can make amends with the ball. Maxwell over the wicket to KL. Oh, it's a quicker one as well. Very, very dangerous shot there by KL. Rahul played that off middle stump. Late cut off middle stump, that one. Straight through to short third man.
Maxwell's got a good smile on his face. He knows he's getting what he wants out of this pitch. And he's getting what he wants out of the batters.
Maxwell over the wicket to KL. A fast spinning delivery that's punched off the back foot down to deep mid-on for a single.
Pirate Badshah says you can call yourself exclusive in the Republic of Ireland as there's no radio broadcaster here. So we'll call ourselves exclusive in Ireland and maybe like American Samoa or something like that.
There you go. There you go. Maxwell, it's just a bit of a change in the field now. Comes in over the wicket to Virat Kohli. Foolish delivery and glanced exactly the fielder that was pushed out to deep mid wickets for a single. Score moves on to 35 for 3, and Virat on 19 and KL on 13 not out. Final ball of Maxwell's second over the wickets to KL, and principally played to short mid wicket for no run. That's the end of the over. 12 overs gone. India 35 for 3. Virat Kohli on 19 and KL on 13. Maxwell 2 overs, no wickets, no maidens for 3 runs.
We're miles behind on tweets, but I'll try and catch up. There was a bit of chat about Glenn Maxwell's wedding. Jay Grover says Glenn Maxwell looked fucking boss in his wedding curter. And Leah Levin Gorilla says she can't wait for Maxwell to play for India someday. Maxwell's a wasted on Australia. Hurlen Fur Dessau, which I had to look up to make sure Leah wasn't just trying to get me to swear. Means pearls before swine. The Jersey Oak says, is the Sydenham Gorilla Cricket Studio closed on Sundays? No, we've decided to split the games between us. So we're doing Australian games Friday night and the early Saturday games. And the Guerrilla Cricket guys are doing almost all the rest, which suits us because it's very rough doing a 3:30 finish from Australia on a work day.
Change of bowling for Australia. Cameron Green comes into the attack for the first time. Over the wicket to Virat Kohli, pulls it down through to deep mid wickets for a single. Sorry, keep going. Any more tweets? Russ?
Jay Grover says, is there any friction between the Swami army and the Bharat army?
No, not at all. I don't think so. I mean, look, as I said, I haven't been involved in that in the Swami for a few years now, but look, at the end of the day, they're all supporting Team India, so that's the most important thing. As a diplomatic answer there for you. As Cameron Green continues over the wickets, this time to KL Rahul, punts off the back foot out through to deep cover and picks up a single as well. Moves on to 14, and the score moves on to 37 for 3.
Yeah, I was looking at the available bowlers for Australia. So we've got Green in now, and then Mitch Marsh, and at some point, presumably Zampa will have to bowl because he's the spinner.
Green over the wickets, and Kohli almost did a little bit of late cut, bit of extra bounce. Luckily, there was no slip there, but it's gone out to deep third man for another single as well. He moves on to 21, I should say, and the score moves on to 38 for 3.
Zampa's Australia's last chance of winning this, isn't he? Which is a worry for Australia, given how India's spinners performed.
Yeah, just the risk is they come on too late to make an impact. Green over the wickets to KL and tried to pull that, didn't get all of it, and tried to sneak a single, but not on Maxwell's arm.
Yeah, you sneak it on Labuschagne, you don't sneak on Maxwell.
You don't sneak it on the Victorians. Queenslanders, different story.
Yeah.
Interesting comments on the Cricket Info page. Someone called Bez. Whoever wins this match will win the World Cup. They will come out with an unbeatable mindset. Cameron Green over the wickets to KL. Oh, that one stayed low. Too low to be cutting that. Too close to the stumps to be cutting that by KL, and he's missed it completely. Luckily, no bat and he's missed the stumps. And therefore gone through to the keeper for no run.
It's the second time Rahul's played a late cut, probably a bit too late. So maybe Green just needs to keep that line and length and just up his pace a little bit.
Over the wickets, and this time, completely opposite there. Similar sort of area. That one kicked off the pitch, extra bounce. And KL missed that one as well, going through to the keeper for dot for no run. End of the over. India 38 for 3 after 13 overs. KL Rahul 14 not out, and Virat Kohli 21 not out.
No need.
Right.
Sorry, go.
I was going to say, are we right on the switch, or are we going to go one more?
We can probably switch if you want. I don't know who's supposed to be in. Let me shut it down and see who's there.
I think it's you, Russ.
That works. Let's keep
We're
going.
happy to go one more over if you like. But...
No, we're good.
All right.
Ajit and Messi can jump in. And
Yep, I'm here. I think I've got ball by ball, haven't I?
You do.
Perfect. I'm going to happily go to bed, gents, and hopefully I wake up to the news that India's won this comfortably.
Thank you, Kartik. Great to have you in the studio again.
Right. Thanks, Kartik.
Speak soon. All the best.
Well, so Maxwell's in right arm over the wicket to Kohli, who just sends it out to square leg for no run. And we're just
Messi, I don't know if you're... Yeah, all right.
Sorry?
I see it now. Now we're good.
Hello, Ajit. Good to have you back.
Hi.
Can I just check my microphone levels? Is that okay with you, Russ?
Yeah, it's good for me. You were slightly quiet before, but I think you're good.
Yes, I think I had
This is
my
okay.
mic a little away from my mouth. That was the problem. Maxwell is in again for third ball of the over. The second one was a dot.
Oh dear.
It goes down to long leg where Stark feels it, gets it back in for a single. So
seems
Maxwell's
to be
now
playing
in his third over. He's conceded 4 runs so far. So that's handy. But I do agree that Australia does need to get some breakthroughs because the longer it goes, the less threat the fast bowlers are going to be, it seems to me.
Absolutely. And Kohli seems to be playing quite a few French cuts.
Yeah. Next ball is just outside the off stump, prodded defensively back to the bowler by Rahul.
Maxwell's looked relatively dangerous, but it's interesting. Green. Oh, wait for this ball.
In again, a little shorter outside the off stump. Rahul's able to get it away to cover for a single.
Yeah, Green had
I can't see now, but certainly at one stage, Stark was keeping the extra man inside the circle, which I thought was a good attacking move.
Yeah, I think they've got to continue to keep attacking through the whole innings here if they're going to do anything. But yeah, it was interesting. Green had that one that stayed low, and the next one's like popped. And I wonder if this is making Maxwell a little bit more dangerous as well. There is a bit of inconsistent bounce there.
He's in again, on just a little bit too far to the leg from middle, so Kohli's able to whip it away down to deep mid-wicket for a single. So 3 runs off the over. The score at the end is 40 for 3 or 3 for 40, depending on your predilection. Sorry, 41 for 3. Do we have any socials?
So I'm going to go as far as about 13-14 minutes back. So Josie Oak is asking us, is the Sydenham GC studio closed on Sundays?
Oh no, we had that one.
Yeah.
We had
all right. So
just the last 2 there from Jake Rover.
all right. In that case, well, Jay, first of all, asks, what a jolly nice chap. Funny hair, though. I think he's replying on something. Do we know whom he's referring to in this case?
No idea.
And he says, of course, I've never been near Australia, and even I know Queenslanders are madder than cut snakes, apparently. In the meantime, well, on the White Line Wireless, I have nothing else. Is there a YouTube channel I can cover?
There
potentially
is.
for any...
Yes, there is.
Gorilla Cricket 2.
I'll send it to you on WhatsApp.
All right. Perfect. Thank you.
I'll just put it on the Gorilla WhatsApp chat.
All right. That'll do.
While you do that, Green bowls
In the meantime,
to Kohli, who plays out to mid-wicket for no run.
Thank you, Russ. It's multitasking. Green, I have this feeling with Green that he's sort of subsided a bit in his significance to Australia over the last 6 months or so. He was the great new thing, and now he's working hard for it. He's in again, bowls outside, and Kohli has an attempt to drive it well away from his body and misses it entirely. Goes through to Carey behind the stumps. Not a particularly
sorry to
vicious
be
shot. Yeah.
a bit bothersome, but I think the tweet you've given me has a megaphone link, but no YouTube link. So maybe I'm misreading it.
No, sorry. On the Gorilla Does Everything WhatsApp group.
Yeah, you.
It's a YouTube link.
It was from Tony. My bad. And that's not the latest link. I have it now. Yes. Perfect.
Sorry. And the third ball I didn't even see because I was trying to deal with that.
Defended straight back down the wicket from Kohli.
Sorry. It's not Gorilla Cricket without the odd tech snafu.
As long as one of us is watching, we're all good.
Fair enough. We are seeing a replay of that amazing catch or drop. That would have made me proud, the club cricketer.
Next ball is just defended down into a deep gully by Kohli. There's no run. The Australian fielders, particularly Marsh is looking very pissed off with himself. But they're flagging in the heat, I think. It's still 29 degrees and it's 76% humidity. Shot of Carey. He might as well be in his swimsuit. It is just soaking wet right through.
Wow. Well, him and swimming pools, we know. He has an
Green in again. A beautiful drive from Kohli from just outside the off stump. He managed to drive it between a mid-on and a deep mid-wicket for 4 runs. It was perfectly placed. No effort at all. It was all timing and placement. That's just pure Kohli. It wasn't particularly well pitched up, but it was slottish enough to be able to drive nicely.
I was just going to say, he's playing at under 50 strike rate. You rarely see this. Just then he decides to, well, hit a boundary and fix it.
Yep. And it was as if there was no effort involved.
That's a repeat, Messi. That's not a replay.
Oh, yeah, he's done it again. Sorry, I thought it was a repeat. It's done exactly the same.
It looked like that.
Same shot for another 4. So it's 8 runs off the over. And that takes India to 49 for 3 or 3 for 49. What's our convention here? Seeing as we're in Australia, we're going to do 3 for 49, Russ?
We're good. Like everything else. The lines of gravity turn the other way, right?
I don't mind which way you go, Messi.
Right.
I like to, just because I'm contentious type of person, to do the opposite of the English and do the 3 for 49, but it's always read the other way on the scoreboard, so it's hard to keep your head around it. When it was 4 for 3 or vice versa, there was it was interesting.
So on socials, well, Leah the Lavender Gorilla says Marsh can drop with the best of them apparently, and on the there is some mutual talk going on in the chatting channel on the YouTube. They're actually discussing what to order for Christmas. Some people seem to have already booked it.
Oh, do not. There's a ban on talking Christmas until December, as far as I'm concerned. Just fuck off Christmas.
Fair enough. Well, you need to do something to entertain yourself when your team is defending the hell out of the bowling. You need to do something, no? Meanwhile, I'm enjoying myself looking at some of these amazing ads. I mean, I don't know what to say. As they say, advertisements tell a whole lot about the culture of a place. So,
yeah, well, these are political advertisements you're seeing.
Nah, I'm just kidding. I mean, what I like is at the end of an advertisement, this ad is endorsed by the government of Australia. That announcement on a blank screen. Those are the ones that really keep me going. But also, I must say, I'm a big fan of Australian cricket, Australian TV shows. So, Rake, potentially, the Australian Rake by Richard Roxburgh is one of the funniest TV series I've ever seen in my life.
Right.
See, this is the sort of stuff.
The good thing about being overseas is you get to see the pick of other countries' TV. You don't get all the dross with it.
Important. Yes.
So yeah, you have to really pick and choose when you're in Australia or around Australian television.
49 for 3 in the 15th over. Yeah,
I think they're having a drinks break at the moment.
Oh, let's play the jingle.
Sorry?
Let's play the jingle. Yeah.
Go for it.
Oh, no,
it's a drop. Don't worry. It's a replay. Again, Messi, don't worry. This is a replay.
Yeah.
As we were saying, they can drop with the best of them, apparently.
Well, how do you see this placed at the moment, Russell?
I think it's strongly favouring India now. Look, as I said before, I think Australia need to get another wicket before this drinks break, and I think Kohli's just starting to look comfortable, and I think Rahul's starting to look comfortable, and they're not, the run rate's never going to be an issue, so they're going along all right. The pitch is a little bit up and down, that could cause some trouble, but I think India will consolidate from here, and it should be relatively straightforward.
I would say, yeah.
Go on.
I would think if Australia can break through before 100, there's still something to be had. I mean, if they can get India 75 for 4, that will put a significant amount of pressure on Rahul, if Rahul is the one remaining, or Pandya and Jadeja who are going to come in. Look, they're won by themselves 100 runs, 150 runs they can make in a partnership, but that doesn't happen every day. So I'm not going to begrudge that, saying Australia have completely lost this year.
Well, the bookmakers have India at $1.39 and Australia at $2.85, which is pretty much Russ's assessment of it, I'd say. So Maxwell is going to come on to bowl his fourth over. He's only conceded 6 runs in his first 3 overs. It's 49 for 3 after 15 overs, and he'll be bowling to KL Rahul, who's on 15 from 29. And the first ball is just outside the off stump, too close to cut, but that didn't stop Rahul trying to do that. He missed it entirely, went through to Carey, who whipped the bails off, but there was no chance for stumping.
Too close to cut could be his nickname. It's almost every ball.
Yes.
What I'm seeing,
Maxwell's in again. Very similar delivery. This time he just nudges it down to a deep point and manages to get 2 runs. Much more sensible shot.
Indeed. That was a straight bat shot, but more importantly, I think Maxwell is bowling faster as well. I think they seem to have learned from what Indian spinners did. Maxwell is bowling a tad quicker than normally he does.
Yes, I noticed that. He hasn't been tossing it up and tempting him. Hasn't got enough runs to play with to do that, to be honest.
I mean, absolutely. So,
he's
from an
just
Indian
rearranging
perspective,
his field a little bit. He's bringing his mid on very short. This one's in the block hole, and Rahul just manages to dig it out and send it back to the bowler. There's no run. Maxwell's ready to go again. This is a bit like Jadeja. This one he bowls right up again in the block hole. Again, Rahul tries to hit it, and Maxwell manages to save it. No run. Has a little chat with Kohli as it goes past, and he's back in his delivery stride again. Rahul has to hurry to face him. This one's a little shorter, so Rahul's able to nudge it out to deep mid-wicket and pick up a single. So we've had 5 balls the over for 3 runs, and the score is 52 for 3. It's a 50 partnerships come up in 84 balls. Final ball of the over is to Kohli. Maxwell delivers it on the leg stump. Kohli flicks it down to a very short square leg. There's no run. That's the end of the over. 52 for 3. Rahul is 18 from 34. Kohli is 37, I think it was, before 31 from 52 deliveries.
Right. On socials, Jay Grover says, you can see why the amateurs wanted to stroke an elegant 33, wipe their bro with their cravat, and then shag their commanding officers, blushing fishing fleet pride in a cupboard. Well, all right. Also, he says, I think Russ is getting raised about so much. I'm getting the proper fear, apparently. Are you getting hot under the collar, Russ? The invisible one?
No, I'm just getting tired.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, and Leah says if you need to lose less than 3 games to be comfortably in the semis, I mean, every game from now on is a must-win for England, apparently. And
I don't think that's true. I think there's an exaggeration of that. When you consider 40% of the teams go through to the semi-finals, England lost 3 games in the last World Cup and still won the World Cup. So yeah, it's not necessary. You might even lose 4 and get through. You never know. So Stark is back, bowling very straight, a little short of a length to Kohli, who just defends out on the offside for no run. Sorry, to Rahul.
She sets the context. She sets the context at the very end because she says, because she thinks Netherlands game versus England is a definite loss for England. That's the whole point. That's why she says, they need to win a lot more.
They have a lot of trouble against European teams in World Cups, England, which is probably why they try and keep them from getting to World Cups.
Shots fired? Conspiracy?
Yeah. So Stark's in again, left arm over to Rahul, who drives. Beautiful shot, but there's a sweeper out on the deep cover boundary who picks it up, so there's only a single there. And that brings Kohli on to strike. Rahul moves to 19, 53 for 3 after 16.2 overs. Sorry.
These two striking close to 50-55 and for 100 balls is not going to be an issue up until the 30th over, I think, because they have the pedigree to turn the run rate up when required. If they get to, let's say, 95, 100 in around the 30th over. 100 in the last 20 won't be an issue if they have all 7 wickets in
Indeed.
hand.
Stark's in again, this time short and slightly on the leg stump. So Kohli's able to nudge it down to the short backwards square leg and run through for a single. He goes on to 32. It's 54 for 3. Yes, the required run rate is still only 4.36, which is hardly demanding.
Exactly. I mean, it's not going to be too much of an issue, even if they were to subside a little in terms of scoring, as long as they keep the wickets intact. I think they pretty much know this. And you can see their approach is completely a risk-free one.
Indeed. So Stark's in again. This one is a little short of a length. Rahul is able just to nudge it out to the deep third and run through for a single. There's no sense of real threat from Stark in the way there was when he opened, is there?
Nah, one, the ball is not swinging. Two, I don't think the pitch is ever that fast. This one to be, assisting Stark with his endeavours here.
Yeah, and Kohli's very much got his eye in, as has Rahul. So
Indeed.
Kohli facing up to Stark now. Over the wicket. A short one. Not a bad short one, actually. Going very straight. Kohli just bends his back to get out of the way. But a decent bounce nonetheless. No run.
Indeed. I mean, you wouldn't think that's a bad thing, simply because Stark will want to bend his back every now and then. He knows there's not enough for him in that pitch, so he'll want to try and maybe shock Kohli. He did nick one that was short and fast.
And the next delivery is straight on the middle and leg. Kohli's able to push forward, get it out to mid-on and run through for a very comfortable single. So that's the end of that over. 56 for 3 after 17 overs. Over to you.
So, well, we are hearing some complaints about you banning Christmas until December.
Well, suck it up. That's what I
Wow.
say.
No talk of Christmas until my Halloween mentalism has run its course, says Jay. And we are hearing, well, at least Jeff Perkins has an interesting thought. He says, so you are suggesting that England find themselves in a group with European members and they just want to exit as soon as possible?
Well, I was more just riffing on the fact that in England since 2007 or 2009, I guess, they won their first 3 games against European opposition in World Cups and T20 World Cups. But since then, their record is 2 wins, 4 losses, and 1 no result, which is pretty bad.
That's interesting, isn't it? So there's a change of bowling, and this is a key moment. If he can do anything, Adam Zampa is going to come on. He has quite an impressive record in ODIs, there's no doubt, which baffles me sometimes, but you can't argue with the stats, I suppose. I think he's ranked very highly in the ICC rankings for ODIs as well. I'll check that one out.
Well, would someone do me the favor of explaining his eyewear?
No, I couldn't possibly explain that.
It looks like a safety goggles had a kid with the skiing goggles, and apparently it's good for high visibility. At least that's what it tells me when I look at it.
Anyhow, he comes in over the wicket, bowls up in the block holes. Kohli's able to drive it very comfortably to mid-off for a single.
There you go.
It is.
You get
They
another
are
look at it,
weird
Messi.
glasses. They've got very, very heavy frames on the top, haven't they?
They look like Google glasses, the ones you could use to...
Oh, maybe he's getting some hints from his coach as he walks back. You think? Some messages in his left eye? Pole fuller, pole shorter. No.
Maybe. Yeah,
I
he's
don't
ranked
think
number 9 in ODIs. Although some of those rankings are, questionable. Adil Rashid is number 4. This one's up outside the off stump, and Rahul reaches for it. Slightly false shot, goes to back to point. They think about a single to decide against. There was a bit of excitement around it, but actually nothing much happened in the end.
I mean, that was going to be a very risky run. If they ran that, they did well to not run.
He's in again. This one's a little shorter. It
Oh, God.
allows Rahul to cut it right down through deep third for a boundary. That was not well bowled. It was just asking for trouble. That one was just that little bit further away that enabled Rahul to have the space to cut it.
I was still
I
going
thought
to
he
say
cut
that
it
was
from
too close to
extremely
cut.
That was
actually,
a very,
yeah.
very. He cut it off the off stump, I thought.
He's very good
It
at
was an
those,
extremely
though.
risky shot.
Yeah, at that
He did it well.
speed, there's not so much jeopardy, is there?
Okay, that's a good point.
And he's in again. This one's on the middle stump, and Rahul is just forward defends. It's no run.
I think this sort of approach is what separates a good batsman from a very experienced and a better batsman. Simply because he's then the same ball delivered on the same place, he defends it. He realizes maybe it was not a good thing. That was how I think at least Maxwell was worked out, where he continued to go for the same shot and he was out. He was bowled.
Zampa to Rahul again, a very similar ball, same result, 4 runs down to third. I'm not sure that's a wise place to bowl, given the result previously.
Well, he gave
I
that.
think
That
this
was
was
the
an even
googly.
better shot.
It was a wider pitch. It was the googly. It came back in, and he still cut that from pretty close to the stumps, but he just waits on it so well, Rahul.
He did well there, I thought. He rode the bounce on top of it, guided it next to slip. That's a very high quality shot. Much more, in control. Let me put it like that.
But that could
I
easily
think
have
if
been
you're
edged
going to
to
bowl
slip.
that, you're going to have to put a third man in, aren't you?
Short third man, potentially, yes. A full third man for a spinner, maybe not. Or the point has to drop back a little bit, more finer.
He's in again. This one's a full toss on middle stump.
Oh dear.
And Rahul is able to drive it out to deep long off for another 4. This is proving to be a very expensive over. 13 runs off the over. That moves the score to 69 for 3.
I think that's. I mean, they actually put in a short third man after those 2 shots and took the slip out, which I think was a mistake because if one of those had bounced a little bit more, then your slip's in play. But they've taken out the opportunity to get a wicket. But then he's just bowled a full toss anyway, so who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
In the meantime, Jay Grover says, I have huge amounts of respect for Adam Zampa because knocking me senseless out while swimming underwater is exactly the kind of idiotic thing I'd do. Proper. Well, he seems to have at least one reference to Zampa's. Well, that could be why he's wearing those safety glasses. In the meantime, Oki Bumfinger says, England are in the West Indies playing a white ball series until 21st December 2023. So there'll be no England in. England won't be playing the. What's that called again? The Boxing Day Test. And England won't be playing until 2024 after that, apparently.
So we got Stark coming in. He is slightly to the leg side. Cully's very easily able to tip it down to deep square leg for a single. We're just getting a replay of the force off Zampa, which is painful for Australia. And all of a sudden, it's brought the required run rate down to 4 and over, which shows how, the worm has come up to equal Australia's.
Well, somebody else, Jeff Perkins in this case, says that Zampa is just going for the steampunk look, maybe. But I think it's all about protecting his face, I think, at this point in time, because of his injury, swimming injury.
Maybe. So Stark is in again. This one's cut down to third man. There is a third man in place on the boundary who throws a slightly wild throw in, but they just get the single nonetheless.
Does Zampa wear glasses, Messi? As in...
I don't know. I've never seen it before this year.
Sometimes they wear the thick one, although those weren't really like goggles. They weren't in the sense that they were clamped to his face, but some people do, if they don't like contact lenses, will use that instead.
Current partnerships got up to 69, which is nice. This ball is driven beautifully by Coley out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Labuschagne returns it and another single. Sort of get the feeling that Australia's starting to run out of ideas.
Yeah, I get the same sense. Yeah, their next idea is what? Trying to throw the ball to Labuschagne or someone like that to buy a wicket.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Starks in again. This one's a little shorter. Coley defends and just prods it down. They think about a single. Rahul in particular, sorry, it was Rahul receiving. Coley was taking off and sent back by Rahul very promptly. No run, 72 for 3.
India aren't any better off, well, in fact worse off than Australia was at the same stage, but we know firstly that we know how India bowled after that, but also I think as we said at the time, Australia just doesn't have that trio of spinners they can lean on.
Yes. Oh, now this is interesting. It's a quick one. It's only 84.9 miles an hour, but it seemed to cut Rahul in half. He was playing a very odd shot that sort of looked like he wanted to hit it to leg. It went past and over his off stump and through to the keeper. It was a very ugly shot.
Yeah.
The crowd is considerably more animated than it was when India were 3 for 3. Next ball is just outside the off stump on a good length, and it's just prodded out to the sweeper on the cover boundary for a single. 73 for 3 at the end of the 19th over.
Well, it's a little hard to tell how animated the crowd is because every time someone's on camera, they jump up and down.
Yeah, they go extra crazy. But speaking of all that, well, Jay Grover says, Jeremy and my father share the same age, locale of childhood upbringing and sporting fandom. Add to that screaming third man, you twat.
He has fantasies about me and his dad.
Do we need to know that on air? Okay, all right. Go on. I'm teasing you.
I keep meaning just to say deep third rather than third man, but old habits die hard.
I mean, between you and Bear, you have it covered, right? One guy wants mid-wicket, the other a third man. So, you're all right. See, 19 over 73 for 3, India would think a bit more comfortably, would be beginning to breathe a little easier. But as I said, the target will still be the 100-run mark. We are due for a change now. Do we do it now or do we wait for another over?
One more over. And then we'll flip.
Yeah, one more over.
Well, it's a spinner, looks like. It'll be fast. This guy with the funny glasses. Oh dear.
And sorry. Oh yes. So this ball is sent out to the deep cover boundary for 2 runs by Rahul. I'm sorry, I actually missed the delivery. I was looking at the rotor.
No, it was pretty similar.
It won't surprise you, Messi, but it was too close to cut.
He did well though, but
he's doing all right. He's on 36 from 47 deliveries, which is faster.
Now
than
there is
Kohli.
a short third man. There is a short third man to protect that.
So Zampa is in again. This one is a decent length on middle stump. It's prodded out to Point, who misfields it, and they manage to scramble a single as a result. That's very unlike Labuschagne to misfield. He's very cross with himself. There was no run there originally, but yeah, he buggered it up.
No, I think it was not entirely his fault. It hit the edge of the cut strip, He did have the
You're
body
very
behind
generous.
behind the ball.
In again, pitched up on the off stump, half driven out to the sweeper on the cover boundary for another single. They can just keep doing this for another 20 overs and they'll be home.
Well, Australia will want to do something here. They'll want some sort of discomfort. Indian batsmen look way too comfortable.
Right. I mean, maybe you just crowd them or it just play something. Ben Stokes
them,
come up with crazy
them, poke them. If that's allowed.
Next one is a little short on the middle of stump. Rahul's just able to play off the back foot out to deep mid off for another single. So we've had 4 balls, 5 runs. What more does India need? They don't need to go crazy at all.
No, they're nearly up at 4 and over. They're matching the required rate now. And
yes. So Zampa's in again, short on middle and leg, turned by Kohli out to square leg for a single. This is so easy.
In his defense, Zampa is not bowling badly. It's just that the batsmen are now set and they're able to move the strike around much easier. It's not that Zampa is bowling outrageously bad or anything. It's just that these two are classy players. They know how to maneuver the field and keep running singles.
There are no pies there, but the fact that he turns it very little makes it pretty easy for them. This one's up on leg stump, driven quite gently to deep long on for a single. That means 7 runs came off the over. It's 80 for 3 after 20 overs, exactly 4 and over, which is exactly the run rate required. Over to you.
All right. In this case, I'll do a quick.
We've got a change. So Sapun is back with us in his Udi or whatever it is.
Yes. And we've got an India as well.
Catch you guys later.
Thanks, Ajit.
I'm losing track of my own rotor.
You're still with us, Ez?
Yeah, you're still with us, and then I think you're off for half an hour, and you're back, or you're not off at all. I'm not off, so I think you switch between comments and socials.
Right. Okay, so I'm still on ball by ball, Maya. Is that right?
Yes.
Okie dokie. So we have.
I think Ajit was being very, very kind to Zampa.
So do I. I mean, I reckon the bear could have bowled that well myself. I mean, the fact that he didn't bowl any pies didn't mean he was bowling particularly well. There was no
the bar
sense
is set rather low,
threat.
Especially after South Africa. Yeah.
The crowd is into doing Mexican waves, which means that they need a bit more action, please, more boundaries. And Stark is coming in to bowl to King Legend Rahul, who drives very nicely and beats the cover fieldsman. It's out to the deep cover boundary where it's picked up and they comfortably manage a single. This is getting a bit repetitive.
Yeah, I've got a childhood friend sitting in Chennai in the stadium, and he claims to be bored.
Is he conditioned on T20 cricket?
That's exactly what I told him. That I mean, you've got 11 months of the year to watch batsmen going nuts. I'd prefer to see a game where the bowlers get something, and it's both teams. It's not one, right?
Yeah. Starks in again, short on middle and leg stump, and pulled gently by Kohli down to deep square leg for another single. Oh,
and I've got an
dear.
Yeah, what happened?
Sorry.
No. I've got, this is really funny because I've got this Aussie friend who might be listening actually because he asked me for the link, who only ever texts me during a cricket match when India's 3 wickets down for nothing.
We've all got that.
Two for 3. I knew we were going to get
that. This one is a little shorter. Rahul, surprise, tries to cut one that's a bit close to him. He hits it, but just back down the pitch to Stark, and there's no run. The first dot ball in about 2 overs, actually. Yeah, I think everybody's got a friend like that. Anindo.
He's predictable, if not anything else.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'm sure you get your own back on occasion.
Yeah, of course.
Starkson again. This one's on the off stump, driven just to the short cover field. No run. What do you think Australia need to do to try and open this up a bit?
I think
Steve
they need to
Smith.
get Hazelwood back. Hazelwood back. Oh, Steve Smith. Okay. Why not? Why not?
Filth gets wickets. Filth gets wickets.
This is
True.
I hope Cummins is not listening to you, though. So.
Every time Steve Smith's bowled in a test, he's got on a wicket.
This one is up close to the block hole, just outside the off stump. Rahul comfortably defends it away to the offside field for no run.
Oh, Rahul Dravid's smiling. I haven't seen that in a while. Well, India's not 2 for 3, so that's probably why.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Dear. There's no slip in place. It's all very defensive from Australia. This one is pitched up on the middle stump. Rahul defends back down to the bowler. That's the end of the over. 2 runs from it. 82 for 3 after 21 overs. Any socials?
There's just Jay Grover saying he's got no fantasies of you and his dad. He's just reading you as Lord Snooty character versus Dez's Gaz Can Ali Kids. Those are 2 references I do not get.
Very English references, yes. Lord Snooty was a character in, I think, was it in the Beano, Jay? Oh, dear God, you bastard. Fancy saying that of me. Yes, it does feel like Australia is really struggling to find anything to give them a chance now. I think they may be bowling for the run out, actually.
Well, I did say they should bring Hazelwood back, so we'll see if that has any impact.
Yeah.
Has there been any chance of a man card? Because I just love the drama if they go for one.
I haven't seen a chance, and I'm not sure that this is a situation where I would necessarily recommend it, put it like that, if you want to walk out alive.
Well, you do realize a man card doesn't exist.
Yes.
It's a run out.
It's a brown.
It's a brown.
So we've got Hazelwood on, bowling just outside the off stump. Coley nicely whips it away to deep mid wicket. Runs the first very fast, but then decides against taking the second. And that moves him on to 40 from 62, the score to 83 for 3.
That was only 130 k's an hour from Hazelwood as well, so he's not going to threaten with express pace.
No.
Well, he doesn't honestly need express pace. I mean, he's just metronomic when he's on song, right? Which he was at the beginning.
So again, this is outside the off stump, just a little short. Rahul's able to cut it down to third. And there's a man there on the boundary to field it, so it's just a single.
I know, Messi, that cut looks awful, but, it's a shot he plays all the time.
And it gets a lot of runs from it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's just when he misses it, it looks shocking.
Yeah. It's like that Shubman Gill, cross-batted through the short-handed cross-batted, looks like that. It's very, very
in again, pitched up on the off stump. Kohli's able to defend, and there's no run. So the scoring rate for the first 10 overs was 2.7 runs an over. For the second 10, it was 5.3. So that gives you an indication of how much easier it's got and how much these two have become very well set.
I mean, it's also a question of, Kohli and chasing.
Nice drive by Kohli, out to the sweeper on the point boundary. Just another single. I mean, Kohli's actually lovely to watch doing this. It's not
But
spectacular.
he's the
but
he's the
it's-
greatest chaser in the history of one-day cricket.
Yeah.
So the stats say that. So he's got I don't know what 5,500 runs chasing or something like that. In victories chasing. It's ridiculous. Which is more than Tendulkar, by the way.
That ball that he just drove out to deep point, it was actually relatively short. It wasn't, for a lot of men, that would be very hard to drive. This one, Rahul just turns down to deep back with a deep long leg, and comfortably runs the single. So again, we've had 4 singles off 5 balls of the over. It's all they need, and it's a beautiful demonstration of how to go about it.
You remember the India-Pakistan T20 game? How he won that in the end, and that insane straight 6 that he hit cross-batted. It was incredible.
Next ball is just a little shorter outside the off stump. Cully just delicately allows it to come onto his bat, angle down towards deep third. They run through for a single. Just one more at the end of the over. Takes the score to 87 for 3 after 22 overs.
So I've got a couple of tweets coming in. Farong has a day behind historical quiz. What record did Jeff Dimmock /achieve on October 7th, 1979?
My God.
19? What was the year?
1979.
Bloody hell.
October 1979. Yeah, that's no idea. Jeff Dimmock.
Wow. I would not have a clue, to be honest.
Well, Farong, you've stumped us.
Yeah. Well, maybe somebody on Twitter can come in with a good answer on that. Jeff Dimmock was not someone who I was particularly impressed by, to be honest. We got Zampa coming back on again.
That's a mistake.
Yeah. This one is pitched just outside the leg stump, turning slightly, but no threat to Kohli, who turns it comfortably to square leg for a single. I rather feel like I'm going to be saying exactly the same thing for the next half hour or so, as they take singles everywhere. They don't need any boundaries. If they come, there'll be a bonus.
Every boundary just means one less over in the day.
Yeah, basically. And Zampa is in again. This one pitches on off stump, more or less, going straight on, defended by Rahul, out to short cover, no run. A dot ball is actually quite an achievement for Zampa at the moment.
We'll wait for somebody to respond to Farong's, but I cheated and looked it up. It's quite interesting, actually.
Oh. Next one is very much the same, although it's a tad faster, and defended, goes straight back to the bowler. Steve Smith's urgently trying to get some energy into the Australian fielders, clapping his hands and yelling and saying, "Pull your heads out of your asses," basically. Zampa's in again. This is a pie. It's short and pulled to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Luckily for Australia, Marsh was able to come around and keep it to 1, but that was rubbish. So the leg spinner's going to bowl a pie from time to time. I can forgive that if they bowl the rest of it decently. And Kohli's waiting for him again. This one, he just gently drives up too deep, long on, and there is a single to be taken.
Yeah, absolutely no threat from Zampa. It would be worth giving Labuschagne a go. Maxwell, and then trying to crowd Kohli or Rahul, just something different.
Yeah.
Or maybe have Stark bowl with Carey standing up to the stumps.
Well, for me, this demonstrates Australia's real weakness in this World Cup. Lack of spin options, a dodgy middle order. Real problem. This one's on the leg stump. It's nurdled by Coley to shortish fine leg, no run. That's the end of the over. 90 for 3 after 23 overs.
I just wanted to mention a graphic which they had up on the telly. It was hilarious. It was giving what's a good option, a neutral option, and a bad option of Aussie bowlers bowling to Kohli, given the statistics. And it had Stark and Zampa as bad options. Everybody else as neutral and no good option.
No good option. Well, I mean, yeah. If
Well,
I'm
where's Kohli?
Kohli's in this mood, I don't want to bowl to him. That's for sure. Oh dear.
And India, did you have the record for Jeff? Because I think Leia might have it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Is he one of only 6 players to dismiss all 11 opposing players during a match? We'll get back to that.
Across the 2 innings. Yeah, he did that
That's
against
brilliant.
India in Kanpur. Yeah,
That is brilliant. The first ball of the over is from Hazelwood's come back on, which I think is a good option. He bowled just outside the off stump, defended forward, no run. Hazelwood's got 2 of the 3 wickets to fall. Next one is a little shorter, but great line. Again, Kohli just defends straight to point, no run.
he's back to bowling the same lines he was at the beginning of the inning.
Yeah. And that's the best option, although I would like to see him have a slip all the same.
Yeah, let's see if we can get any hint of movement.
I mean, I know Kohli's unlikely to nick it, but you've got to have some form of attack, haven't you? And again, this one's shorter, and it's pulled by Kohli down to backwards, deep square leg for a single.
Yeah, you're not going to win this game by constraining the run rate.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
No.
Your
only option for victory is wickets. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't
the
need a
required run
Bible
rate is 4.11. They're scoring at 4 and over without any pressure whatsoever.
Yeah, but they've still got 109 runs to get. So
yeah,
it's not like they're home.
Next one's on off stump. Rahul drives, but not hard. Goes to the bowler. There's no run. Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine they'll keep doing this for another 40 runs or so, and then put their foot down and improve the net run rate if the option's there.
Yeah, if they haven't lost another wicket by then, yes, that would make sense.
So the 5th ball of the over, Hazelwood's in. Again, a lovely line on off stump, defended by Rahul, fielded by short cover. No run.
Virat's looking twitchy, I suppose. Like, he really wants to be back on strike and is ready for a run. And he might...
Alert rather than twitchy, I'd say. I mean, he is one of the most focused people when he's at the crease, and he's always looking for what may be there, I think. Final ball of the over is veers slightly towards leg stump, allows Rahul to turn it down to square leg for a single. End of the over, 92 for 3 off 24 overs. Rahul on 44, Kohli on 45.
Jay Grove has come in saying Jeff Dimmock was the first cricketer ever to be dragged down to the underworld after saving the children of a small settlement outside of Wooroloo for a bunyip Pied Piper. Alas, whilst he saved the bands, all of the local denizens were cursed with bad beards. A bit of Australian mythology there for you.
Yes, that's a very good invention. Thank you, Joe. Wirraloo is not that far from where I live. There's a meatworks and a prison there, as I recall.
So the question is, does the meatworks serve the prisoners, or do they serve, like, yeah, that's a bit of a macabre joke. I'll leave that there.
I understand it's a prison farm, I think, and they may well butcher their own meat within the prison. You can handle that.
Yeah. Oh, well, there'll be another 20 runs from this over, so it's good old Zampa.
Zampa. On again to Rahul, over the wicket, a little short. Rahul cuts one that's too close to him, and it goes down to
never too close
a
to
very
him.
short third man for a single. Oh dear, how often am I going to say that tonight?
I think it's very safe to say that Rahul will not get out on a cut shot.
Oh, maybe you've jinxed him.
Yeah.
This one's tossed up a bit by Zampa. Coley says, "Thank you very much. I'll drive that out to long off for a single. Thank you very much." I mean, I don't know if because it's so warm and humid tonight, this is a strategy by Australia to make them run everything rather than get boundaries and suffer cramps. Maybe that's behind it.
It's one way of doing it.
Zampa's in again. This one's very short. Rahul cuts it out to deep cover. Green comes, lopes in, picks it up and chucks it back as they take yet another single. So Zampa's bowled 3.5 overs and he's gone for 26 runs and looks absolutely no threat whatsoever. Next one to Kohli is on the leg stump. Kohli drives it beautifully out through short mid wicket and deep long on fields it. They come back for 2. The score moves to 97 for 3. Kohli could make a double ton here if he had the runs to play with. I mean, you just feel like he's itching to score. I very much hope he outscores Rahul because my son and I have a small bet on him being a top scorer. He drives the next one. It's saved at short cover and there's no run, which is unusual.
Yeah, he looks upset.
There's clearly some dew around. Zampa's drying the ball. It's hardly surprising given the humidity. Final ball of the over. Zampa tosses it up a bit and it lands just nearly on the block hole. Kohli defends it out to short mid-wicket. There's no run. End of the over. It's 97 for 3 after 25 overs.
Dave Wood says, "A prison butchers, what could possibly go wrong?" And Leia Lavender Gorilla, "Soylent Green is people." And Jay Grove is just stressing to you messes, he's never been in Wirraloo prison.
I'm pleased to hear that. Soylent Green was a movie I really liked a long time ago. It's got this wonderful sequence where it plays a movement from the Pastoral Symphony with some fantastic visuals, as I recall. It was ahead of its time. And Soylent Green is indeed people.
It looks like Maxwell's warming up again, but it's going to be Cummins
is.
first.
Well, he can't do any worse than Zampa, can he? I mean,
Well,
I mean, he's done better than Zampa.
He was very good. He was very
Yes. Yeah. I think there's a confidence thing in terms of, if you've got a full one spinner in your team, you really have to bowl him, don't you, on a spinning pitch? But he's had his chance. So Cummins is back now. He's taken none for 13 from 3 overs. Bowling over the wicket. That one seemed to loop up to Rahul, who defends forward. Yes, it was only 112 kilometres an hour. So it was no more than a fast spinner, in fact. Maxwell's laughing his head off at it.
I can ball faster than that, Cummins.
It was a very strange looking delivery, I must admit. Everybody's using towels to dry themselves, it's so wet. This one is back of the length, on off stump, and Rahul is able to just dab it down to deep third for a single.
That's a bit faster there, 136.
Yeah, a little bit faster. I mean, Shane Warne bowled some balls that are probably approaching 112 kilometres an hour on occasion.
Yeah, and there's no specialist medium bowlers anymore like your Chaminda Vasis who could vary it by 0.5 k per hour and get a wicket.
This one's short, aimed at Kohli's head, and he pulls it hard out to the square leg boundary. Green comes around and I think manages to save it, and they run for 2, but that brings Kohli on to 50 from 75 deliveries. Well done.
Play it cool, 50-50 fire and ice.
Yeah, takes India exactly halfway to 100.
Well, it's been a great innings. Apart from that full shot where he was dropped by Marsh, it really has been a masterful innings, I think.
Yeah, that was the only out of character shot in the whole innings, thankfully.
Yeah. I mean, he did play and miss at a couple very early on when the ball was swinging a bit, but that's the nature of the first few overs.
Yeah. And I think also he was trying to understand whether the ball was going to come in because a lot of the balls were coming in with no discernible change in action. So
Yes,
I'm not
indeed.
sure he was very clear that the ball was going to go out.
Next ball from Cummins pitched up on middle and off, and Kohli just defends as fielded by the bowler. There's no run. Some happy Indian members in the crowd. So the 5th ball of the over, again, just outside off stump. Kohli gets not the full face of the bat on it and just hits it back up the wicket again. It's fielded by Cummins, who's conceded 3 runs off the first 5 balls of the over. It's 100 for 3 at the moment. Mitch Marsh is looking very sheepish after his duck and his drop catch. Final ball of the over. Oh, now that one beat Kohli. It was a attempter outside the off stump, well outside the off stump. Kohli reached for it and it went past the outside edge through to Carey. That's the first full shot in a very long time from Kohli. End of the over, 100 for 3 after 26 overs.
I guess his concentration wavered after the 50 for a minute, just for a moment.
Just heading over to the YouTube. There's a bit going on. I'll start with Pokey Bum Finger. So summary today. So making silage across the valley. Harvesting grass in October is rare as rocking horse shit. Started saying cost of nitrogen and animal feed. Oh, they're literally talking about farm. Okay. And they ended up with we ex-cons can stab you with anything. We're very handy that way. So there's a bit in there that I'm not quite following, and I'll let the YouTube be the YouTube.
So we're continuing with Zampa. No Maxwell back yet, I'm afraid. He's in over the wicket. Cut by Rahul out to deep cover. Green lopes to get it and chucks it in, and they run a comfortable single. I feel like we're on replay here.
Yeah,
99 runs to win from 23.5 overs. That's not a stretch.
7 wickets in hand. Like India should just up the run right now. Like if they can, if they can do it in 10 overs, then they get a really good net run rate.
Next one, Zampa gives a little bit of flight, pitched up on the off stump, driven out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who chucks it in, and they take a single. Seeing some of the highlights from Kohli's innings.
No sixes yet.
No. This one, Zampa puts a bit more pace in it. It's a little shorter. Kohli defends back to the bowler. No run.
Rahul.
Sorry, Rahul. I do beg your pardon. Yes.
Yeah.
Rahul's 2 from his 50. This ball is on the leg stump, defended by Rahul up to long on. Comfortable single. It's just too easy, isn't it? Fifth ball of the over from Zampa is outside leg, a bit short. Lucky to get away with that one, to be honest. It's flicked by Kohli down to a short long leg, and there's no run. Can you have a short long leg?
Why not?
Well, I've known a few people who've had one of those.
Final ball of the over. Again on leg stump. This time Kohli flicks it out to square leg, and the sweeper out there comes in, and they come back comfortably for 2. So there's 5 runs off the over. Rahul 49, Kohli 53, and the score is 105 for 3 after 27 overs.
And we're having a quick change in the box of dreams. So I think you and I are off now for the moment, Messi, and Russ and Ajit are on.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Hello all.
See you guys soon.
So, well, in terms of social media, so Leah the Lavender Gorilla says India need to start scoring a bit fast now. They're still behind the required rate. Waiting till the death might be risky on this pitch. Jay Grover says a little irony. I had a Soylent Green in People t-shirt. I'm now too fat to wear it. I don't know if you already read this from Leah. That is the euthanasia scene that leads to the revelation of the ingredients for Soylent Green. And well, Jay Grover claims he's telling it to Messers he's never been to the Waterloo prison.
It's a lovely shot.
Here's Cummins back into the attack, and this first ball is played out by Rahul out to deep point, and it brings up his 50 off 72 balls. I've got a 50 jingle somewhere here. That's
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
Been a clinical, mature performance from these two thus far.
They're doing pretty well. I mean, thank you for all the commentators so far who've guided India to safety. Hope you can take them home.
Well, from Cummins is played. Oh, it's Howard missed the stumps. I'm not sure, but he's got a big inside edge.
You see,
Kohli, he's going to get a single, 3 for 107, but that was a little bit close. Pat Cummins always has the ability just to make something
Took an inside
happen.
edge, I think.
Onto his foot. It
Yeah.
was.
That
Wasn't
was
sure
very
where
close.
it
That
was,
was
though.
probably
Coley.
not the first time it's been close to his stumps, isn't it, this evening? He's been a bit lucky. He's ridden it, though.
Here's Cummins again. This one's short, and Rails tried to cut it. Carey's
Oh, dear.
fumbled it on the bounce, and they'll get a single. It'll be a bye. Takes the score into 108.
What's with Rahul and continuing to cut? The ball is too close to him.
I mean,
Well-
it's
Well,
working.
that's his favorite shot, and he does it well. So why not? I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I
absolutely
mean,
fine. I mean, that's just the way he
and
plays.
he does it with a decently good straight bat, not always with a cross bat, so doesn't get bowled or something. But at least there are some people complaining on YouTube chat that they are not following because the chat message is read 30 minutes later. So we'll keep you guys more involved. Meanwhile,
Pat Cummins. Oh my word! That ball is it's coming out the side of his
no ball.
hand, and it's missed the pitch.
You reckon that's why?
should be no ball. No, that should be no ball.
should
It's
be
outside the cut strip.
No ball because it
Yeah.
did miss the cut strip. I'm not sure whether it was given a no ball or a wide.
If it isn't, I'll be very disappointed
They're having a bit of a chat, the
because
umpires,
that's
to,
how we play
to ask
in our
the
league
question.
games.
Yeah, I think the umpire's just checking that.
Oh, it missed the cut strip comfortably. Terrible slow
It was
ball.
out-
He tried pulling
completely
it from the
outside
back
the
of the
pitch.
hand.
Yeah,
That would have been a good ball for a left-hander on the
yeah,
pitch.
it's a new ball.
The
No
one
ball.
to the left side of it. Yeah.
It's no ball. It means it will be a free hit, I assume, as well. I don't know if they applied to the balls that missed the cut strip, but it will be a free hit. Here is Cummins to Colley, and it's short, and Colley's tried to hook it. He hasn't actually managed to hit it, and it bounces twice to
It'll be wided, I
Carey,
think.
and it's called a wide. So it'll be another free hit.
Aw.
Pat Cummins
What happened
is
to Cummins? He's lost his plot a little, the skipper.
smiling. Well, I
Oh,
think
it's
that was
just-
deliberate. He's trying to bounce him so he can't hit him
Yeah,
for
yeah.
6, but
Yeah,
that was unfair
Ah.
to call that a wide. That was...
I
he
think
almost hit
that's
his
a bit
glove.
harsh to call it a wide. I concede that.
He stepped inside.
no, it's not. It's not. It's
was
going
down-
across him. I don't think it was. I
Yeah.
think it's a fair call. I mean, umpires are very, very, very strict on outside the leg stump. I'm not sure he moved substantially into it.
No, he stepped inside it to
He's
try
just
and
a
hook
bit-
it. That would have
he's
hit
just
him in
a
the
bit
head if
pissed
he
off.
hadn't have moved.
It's going to cost him again, that's all.
Here is
Potentially.
Cummins. Third time a charm. Colley's clubbed it, but he hasn't actually got a full piece of it. It'll still run away for 4, taking the score on to 114 for 3.
I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
A useful... I don't know how many runs came off that ball in the end. 6 runs. Free
Yeah,
hit.
that's a boundary, the shot, and 2 more. Yes, of all the bowlers today, Australian bowlers who I expected will step up a bit, Cummins looks a little off color, no?
Yeah, here he is bowling full outside of stump to Colley. He's managed to get past cover, but the deep point will run around and keep it to 1. Scores 3.
Yeah,
for
that
108.
sweeper is very effective. Actually, saved a lot of runs.
I'm just thinking
Sweeper cover there.
between Cummins and Zampa, you expected them both to be a bit crucial, but they seem to have been negotiated really well by this pair, at least.
I mean, Zampa's crucial because he's the only spin bowler. I'm not sure I was expecting him to do well.
Well, at least Maxi has done well, Maxwell.
That's
Maybe
true.
we'll see more of him.
This is Cummins. It's Colley steps down the pitch and takes it away onto the onside. Sorry, Rahul takes it onto the onside. It will go down to square leg for a run. That's the end of the over. 3 for 116 at the end of the over. 28 gone. And I didn't know how many came off that in the end. 12, I think 11.
Well, somebody on chat, Steve Kelk, says these are the boring middle overs for more than one reason, apparently. One, that we don't read out their chats, but outside of that, there are no other comments at this point in time, anywhere on social media.
Well, there's a lot of stats being thrown around about this match. The fact that Australia's never lost the first match of a World Cup. The fact that no team which has lost 3 wickets for less than 5 runs has ever won the match. A one-day match.
Australia
Lots of
Wow.
definitely lost the
records
first match
to
of
be
the World
broken.
Cup.
mean, if these
There's a lot
both
of
carry on
efforts to
along the
work
same
into it.
way, who knows?
Well, I hope
Very
so.
pivotal partnership.
I
Both of them have
I
50s.
absolutely hate it when people throw stats at you and tell you that it's not going to happen because it's never happened.
Records are meant to be broken, right? That's the whole point.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless somebody took some anabolic steroids and the record had to be recalled. Otherwise, we're okay. I'm talking late 80s.
Well,
Some runners. All right. Never mind. That joke will die with me.
Here is Maxwell back on again. He had done
Maxwell,
well, and
yeah.
he's got Rahul
He
defending
really
off the
bowled
back
well.
foot.
He was very good.
He bowled tight lines. He's bowling faster, but I expected this to happen. This is very close to the last throw of the dice as far as Australia are concerned for me.
Here's again. This one's full. Rahul's defending, but it will push it down through mid-on for a single. Score goes to 117.
Yeah. Cummins looks a bit exhausted and also a bit clueless by the looks of it today.
I feel like he looked like that.
Captains always look clueless when things are not going well for them.
This is true.
Nature of the game.
So it's down the leg side, and Colley's just paddles it around the corner to deep fine leg for a single. So it goes to 118. I think Cummins often does look like he's not quite sure what he needs to do. He looked like that during the Ashes, particularly obviously when Stokes was going mental. And he's looked tired as well because he's got a lot of burdens with the bowling and the captaining. Here's Maxwell's full outside off stump, beats the batter Rahul.
Wow.
Carey drops it. Don't think there was an edge.
Nah, I don't think that was a chance. But, well, it did look very close though.
I've been very, very impressed with Maxwell. I mean, he's really, really bowled well.
Here he is again. Full. He drives Rahul. He managed to just beat Maxwell's dive. He'll get a single down to deep long on again. One ball to go in the over. None for 12, Maxwell off almost 5 overs.
Maybe a chance for Smith or Labuschagne to have a few overs.
Definitely Labuschagne. Get some filth in there.
Filth, yes. That's one way to get a set batsman out. Worst kind of full tosses at his waist, and he's going to hit one straight to mid wicket, right? I've done that enough times in my career to know it works.
Coley facing Maxwell. This one's on a length, and he plays it back. Maxwell, if he does manage to field this one. End of the over, 3 for 190 off 29.
I have a question for you, Ajit. So,
yes,
did you do that deliberately, or do you generally bowl field?
Well, no, I mostly bowl decently, but occasionally one slips if you're a leg break bowler. It ends up being a beautiful thigh-high full toss which somebody hits straight to the deep mid-wicket fielder. And you say it was
if you're a leggy, you're bound. If you're a leggy, you're bound to do
that. That's all. Never intentionally, believe you me. Because more often than not, it goes straight outside the boundary rather than to the fielder. So.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
I took you to mean that you were getting out to full tosses.
Yeah. Well, Jay Grover has got my joke about the anabolic steroids. It's Ben Johnson. And then Lavender Gorilla Leah says, in a way, India restarted their World Cup campaign where they left off last one at 5 for 3 in the semi-final.
Yeah, this is true.
And then Jay Grover asks us a serious question. How has Maxwell bowled?
He's actually bowled extremely well. He's been one of the picks of the bowlers.
Well, there is another amazing fact. If Australia lose this, it'll be the first time they lose an ODI to India that has been played on the 8th October 2023, apparently.
Here is Mr. Rahul. It's short of a length and it goes past the edge as he kind of maybe tried to paddle it or cut it. It's hard to tell. Little toast to the body.
I think that might have been a ball on which he rolled his finger a little. Nobody knows what that ball will do. It may squat, it may bounce more because on the way down if it hits the seam, right?
Cummins again. And this one's full and defended by Rule. It's a good ball. Out to cover, no run. What's the crowd like? Is it actually full? It's hard to tell whether there are blue seats
it's
or
full.
blue Indian fans.
I think now it
everywhere.
looks fairly full, indeed.
Yeah.
Well, tomorrow is going to be another interesting day if you're a Dutch cricket fan. New Zealand take on the Netherlands.
They have a good record, New Zealand, against smaller nations, I find.
Where are they playing?
And I dare say, Hyderabad.
Here's comes to Rahul. He cuts that one down to third man for a